we can start?
Sir, 8:30, then right away I am to take up with a
Right.
good morning.
Yes, yes. So as soon as you take over, ma'am, we will remove that holding slide of inaugural ceremony and we will go full screen like how we are right now.
All right.
And you will keep your video on, no?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So Balkar, as soon as madam come and Ashish sir, when he is giving his live session, please do the spotlight.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Can
Now we are live.
somebody check my audio and video, please? Good morning, all.
Yeah, one sec. Let me put you spotlight. Just a sec. Yes.
Same for
Yes.
Yes, it's working fine.
same for me. Please need to.
Yes.
I'll switch on the video and just check if it is okay.
Yeah, one sec, ma'am.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's working. Okay, so we are live now.
Okay, so I think all of us can probably
Yeah.
switch off our videos. Abhay is not here, is it?
Hi. As we all know, the periodontal disease is one of the integral part in dentistry, and the survey shows that 95% of the population are affected with periodontal disease. Here, we as a periodontist are taking an effort to get into the masses of the population to create an awareness among the general public and to create an impact as well as on the treatment line and to create an impact on the urban as well as the rural population in the coming years. So, we are creating an attempt as the President-elect of Indian Society of Periodontology to have a proper screening, charting and a treatment line for the patients and to have a benefit for them as such. Thank you.
Friends, periodontal disease leads to loss of teeth, and this loss of teeth has to be rectified by way of placing artificial teeth. And who else better than a periodontist would be able to restore the teeth, and this by way of dental implants. Dental implants has been aggressively being practiced these days into dental clinics, and periodontist is one of the best specialists in terms of practicing implant dentistry because he knows the details nuances and also the structures which are involved into placement of dental implants. So whenever you are experiencing dental loss or tooth loss, better go to a dental surgeon and go in for dental implant therapy. Dear friends, on behalf of the Indian Society of Periodontology, I wish to inform you that according to the data of WHO, we have 80% of our population which is affected with some or the other sort of periodontal diseases. Periodontal diseases are gum diseases and which increase in severity and lead to periodontitis, which ultimately leads to tooth loss. So, if we consider the huge population, which is if we consider our country as the second most populous country.
A very good morning to all. I, Vishakha Grover, on the behalf of Indian Society of Periodontology, take the privilege of extending a heartiest welcome to all dignitaries and delegates present here. Warm welcome to 19th ISP PG Convention. The number 19 has made an immense impact on our life, as all of you know that pandemic COVID-19 hit us back in December 2019. and the world has changed like never before. With the series of lockdowns and curfews and all kinds of social restraints, the academic meeting has been transformed to a whole new experience. This PG convention, first ever from the House of ISP, is completely on a virtual platform and in an online mode. Indian Society of Periodontology is the leading body for the specialty of periodontology in India. It has strived always the best to put up new concepts and ideas into practice and has immense potential to create a momentum for continued dissemination of knowledge, practices, practices in the form of various conferences, workshops, and guideline documents as consensus papers. And if you look at the program of event for next 3 days, it is probably the best platter as a scientific fiesta. For next 3 days, we are full on busy and productive. There's lot to offer and lot to give. The conference has been postponed last year in a physical mode, but we at ISP as a mandate bring a wonderful, excellent opportunity for all of you to learn in a completely new way, to hold an exchange of ideas, to impact research collaborations amongst yourself and with the leaders in the field in India and abroad. I sincerely appreciate, congratulate, and thankful to the organizing team for putting in diligent efforts to put up this show. And I'm sure that all of you are going to cherish the takeaways, the lessons, the time shared on platform, and the memories made over 3 days, definitely for a long time to follow. Before we delve into the scientific program with a very heavy heart, I need to share that the last year has actually taken a heavy toll on us as we have lost few of our most respected, learned, loved academician and luminaries from the field. They are not with us physically in this moment, but definitely their teachings and memories stay with us in our hearts forever. To pray for, in the name of all those, I would kindly request everyone to observe silence for 1 minute before we start the program.
You're mute.
Thank you. Let there be the light. The day one of creation, the verse from Bible actually emphasizes the abundant creative power and absolute control of the Almighty on our awareness. Symbolically, lighting the lamp represents an auspicious occasion, a new start to dispel darkness and ignorance. So I sincerely pray, let the lamp of knowledge spark in you a bright light to shine bright in your life and reflect this light to your fellow beings. I would kindly request my tech support team to play the ceremonial lighting the lamp video to officially herald the event. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Dr. Ashish Jain, organizing chairperson for 19th ISP convention, to kindly address the delegates.
Thank you, Vishaka, and a very good morning to all of you. As they say, the show must go on, and that's what it is now. Uh, all of us at the head office in the year 2019 actually wanted to give you all a wonderful experience of not only the scientific gourmet, but also take you to Goa to have some good time as well. But as they say, man proposes and God disposes, so that was not to be. And we in fact extended the deadline. We in fact postponed the PG convention last year, thinking that we'll be able to do it this year. But again, this was not possible. But the show has to go on. So all of us at ISP took a very concerted, very conscious decision to ensure that this scientific platter, that this scientific knowledge, that this scientific fiesta, so as to say, doesn't suffer any further. So here we are in a very new mode. Here we are in an absolutely uncharted territory for us at ISP, and in fact in the dental world at large. We have taken this step of giving you a virtual platform, but as the things unfolded, and that was absolutely not possible. I mean, I really don't want to dwell on it further, but managing so many delegates, managing 800 papers, posters. There are more than 150 judges, 50 chairpersons, there are 50 volunteers. Managing all of them on a virtual platform would not have been possible. But for the team that we had created, that the head office had created, under the leadership of course, our worthy president, Dr. Nemfia, and our honorable secretary, Dr. H.S. Grover, with the entire HO team here, with us, with Dr. Anil, Dr. Dani, Dr. Abhay Kolte, Dr. Sibi, and the associated teams. It has taken a toll on us in terms of coming out with what we are going to present today to all of you. Dr. Subhash, who unfortunately could not be with us for a mishappening in his family yesterday morning. Uh, but we have tried to come up with a platform. We have tried to come up with a show, which hope you will like it. But certainly there are going to be glitches because this is our everybody's first time. We are so dependent on the technology. We hope there is none, but if there is any, it would certainly be beyond the control of anybody. But nevertheless, as the COC, we with folded hands would apologize for that. And in the next 3 days, you will have beautiful speakers, wonderful talks, and more importantly, you will have so many of your peers presenting their work. Good thing probably out of this virtual platform is that we really don't have to get distracted by the things happening outside in a beautiful city like Goa. So we really don't want to go to the beaches even if you are in Goa, because you are in Goa anyhow. So that essentially means you stay where you are, stay in your bedroom, stay in your hostel rooms, and spend the next 3 days with us. See what your peers are doing. See what you are doing. See how your work gets rubbed against their work. Learn few things from them. Give few things back to them. The entire platform is very, very interactive. We have actually created a briefcase option for you, so you can actually filter the agenda, whatever you want to attend. You can predetermine, put it in your briefcase, and then from your briefcase at the appointed time you'll be taken to where you want to go. So there are a lot of features. Navigate the site. I hope you will enjoy it. So without further ado, I'll hand over the mic back to Dr. Vishaka, and thank you very much for conducting the program, Vishaka. And then from the entire COC, with Dr. Dani, Dr. Anil, Dr. Abhay, Dr. Subhash, Dr. CB, and the entire head office, the president, the secretary, the editor, the vice presidents, everybody, all the office bearers in that office. We really thank you for the support, for the faith, for the trust that you had imposed on HO, and HO has made a small beginning in this virtual conference, and hope you will like it. So thank you very much for coming, and we welcome you all wholeheartedly with the bottom of our heart. In fact, you will see the rooms that we have created is a small honor in memory of those who left us over the last year. So friends, we welcome you all in this wonderful convention program, which is a little different, but certainly should leave us with great memories to cherish all throughout the life, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll meet soon in physical mode sometime. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, sir. Rightly said and rightly put in. And I hope everyone is going to cherish the conference convention. Long times to follow. Now, may I request my tech support to kindly display the message from our worthy president, Dr. Nymphia Pandit Madam, for the delegates this morning.
Greetings from the Indian Society of Periodontology. We are a part of a large association of periodontists in India consisting of 4,000 plus life members and 4,000 plus student members. First of all, I want to welcome you all to this gala event of PG Convention. PG Convention and the annual conference are two of the main events that are held every year by the Indian Society of Periodontology. Apart from these, we have 100 odd events which cater to different populations, including the PGs of first year, final year, and also the programs related with the public awareness. Last year and a half has been difficult for all the scientific societies regarding the organization of different events, and our society was not the one which was spared. And so last year we concentrated more in roping in the global research brains, and we were successful in writing to different society of periodontologies, including the British Society of Periodontology and the Australian Society of Periodontology, and we could get best of their brains to share their knowledge and expertise with our members. Apart from this, we could also have a series of discussions on the webinars, which ultimately resulted in formulation of guidelines related with the periosystemic link. So we could be able to formulate guidelines for the periodontists as well as the diabetologist, how to cater best to the patients related with that. In this PG convention, I would like to congratulate the organizers for having one of the best people from around the world to speak to our audience and share their expertise and their knowledge related with the field. And I would like to also thank all my colleagues and all the members from the EC and from the ISP members who were very supportive in whatever we undertook at the ISP head office. I wish this PG convention the best of success, and I am sure it will be a very enriching and a very nice learning experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next in line, I am calling upon to hear from Dr. Anirban Chatterjee, the President-elect ISP for the coming year. Kindly display the video from Sir.
Good morning, my dear friends, fellow colleagues, and future colleagues, the PGs of Indian Society of Periodontology. Let me, at the BS, introduce myself. I am Dr. Anirban Chatterjee, President-elect for 21-22. Let me congratulate first to the organizers of 19th ISP Perio ISP conference to be held first time on a virtual mode. Let me congratulate Ashish Jain, Nitin Dani, Dr. Subhash Raj, Dr. Anil Melat, and Dr. Abhay Kolte for doing a wonderful job for this PG conference. As the incoming president for the future next year, my ideas is to bring Periodontal Society, ISP, and the subject of perio to the topmost in the world. I'd like to collaborate with all the international societies and bring them under one umbrella, especially the Southeast Asia countries, Asian countries like Vietnam, Taiwan, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Maldives, etc. So that we can have a better knowledge interaction with each one of them. Presently, I would request all my future colleagues, that is the present associate members of the Indian Society of Periodontology, to work towards the upliftment of the society per se. You people should interact with the lay people, knowing very well that scaling itself can reduce a diabetes by 50%, can reduce hypertension by 50%, can reduce cardiac problem by 50%. And with the present pandemic also, you people know that by only doing SRP, we can reduce the effect of COVID in a patient. People should know, and you should be able to interact with other lay people so that they understand the importance of perio. And the next year there will be, every month I am planning to have scientific sessions and interactions for the betterment of the postgraduate students and even the life members, so that there is lot of knowledge interaction comes in our future way. And I want to bring out the Indian Society of Periodontology in the 47th year to the best pinnacle year it should be, there should be a better reaction of the people with the society. With these few words, I would like to again congratulate the ISP people, EC members, for doing a wonderful job in this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words and the ambitious plans to take the ISP to greater heights. And next, it is time to hear from our Honorable Secretary ISP, Dr. Harpreet Singh Grover. Kindly message from sir for the delegates this morning.
Dear friends, warm welcome from the head office of the Indian Society of Periodontology. The Indian Society of Periodontology is a non-profit making association of periodontists of India, formed in 1975 with the sole aim of promoting and enhancing the knowledge and science of periodontology in India. ISP is involved in scientific activities for the students and life members of the discipline of periodontology, as well as community welfare activities for the patients suffering from the periodontal diseases. Over the last year or so, since we all started battling the COVID-19 pandemic, it has become progressively evident that since we are unable to meet in person, digital transformation is inevitable. Quick to respond to situation, ISP envisaged the first ever virtual PG convention for its members so that the free flow of knowledge exchange continues even during the COVID times. With these words, we welcome you all to the 19th ISP PG convention. Stay happy, stay healthy and learn well. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for all the efforts you have been putting at the head office with all office bearers in action, ISP taking on all activities in these tough times. Next, I would like to kindly request upon Dr. Anil Melat sir, the organizing secretary for 19th ISP PG convention. Sir, kindly address the delegates, please. Dr. Anil sir.
Morning. It's
Good
indeed
morning,
a proud moment for all of us that we are about to witness the ISP, 19th ISP PG virtual convention. Actually, for the first time in the history of Indian Society of Periodontology, we are having a virtual PG convention. We all know that we had planned to organize the PG convention in Goa in the month of March 2020, and we had to call off the convention at the last minute due to COVID-19 pandemic, and we could not even do in the year 2021 March. Again, we had the second wave, so we have come today to witness the same in a virtual platform. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate our dynamic president of Indian Society of Periodontology, Dr. Nymphaea Pandit, who has taken a lead role during these difficult times and has conducted a lot of programs virtually for the benefit of life members, postgraduate students, and even undergraduate students. Let me also thank our Honorable Secretary, Dr. H.S. Grover, for the commendable work done in the head office. Let me also thank the office bearers and the executive committee members who has come out with various ideas promoting the virtual platform for the benefit of life members and postgraduate students, and also was instrumental in organizing this PG convention. A special thanks to our organizing chairman, Dr. Ashish Jain, who has led us from front and has taken a lot of trouble in organizing today's PG convention. Let me also thank our scientific chairman, Dr. Abhay Kolte, for his commendable job. And we all know that about more than 500 papers and another 300 posters are there, which is how tough it is to go ahead and scheduling the scientific session. Let me also thank the convention secretary, Dr. Nitin Dani, for having helped us in conducting this program in an exemplary manner. Let me thank the entire organizing team for their effort rendered, and I'm sure that in the 3 days to come, we'll all witness a beautiful scientific program and deliberations, and which will definitely help the life members and postgraduate students. Last but not the least, let me thank our event managers, Vama Events, and a special thanks to Neetu and Sejal for coordinating this PG convention in a beautiful manner. My thanks to life members and delegates who have registered in large numbers, and I'm sure that you will witness 3-day beautiful scientific sessions and will benefit with the same. So thank you so much, and very importantly, take care and stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Now, not holding you back much longer from the scientific program, I would conclude the inaugural ceremony here with a warm welcome and a huge thanks. With a warm welcome and huge thanks, the scientific programs shall be starting as per the schedule in respective halls, sharp at 9. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly I request you all to rise and pay your attention to our national flag and playing of our national anthem on screen. Thank you, good day, and stay safe.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone, and let's stay put for the scientific session to start in the main halls, as well as the other halls would also have the sessions starting at 9 o'clock. So please enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Are we good to go? 9 o'clock? I can't seem to get...
Good morning, all. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this 19th ISP PG Convention 2021. It's a great privilege for us to start our first clinical training session, Laser in Soft Tissue and Hard Tissue Surgery, chaired by Dr. Anirban Chatterjee and Dr. Shalu Batla. Dr. Anirban did his BDS from Bapuji Dental College in 1993 and PG in Periodontics in 1996 from the same prestigious institution. He has done his PhD in 2013 and also did his fellowship in implantology in New York in 2013. Dr. Anirban is the current president of Global Outreach Medical Health Association of Periodontology of Bangalore branch. Presently, Dr. Anirban Chatterjee is the president-elect of Indian Society of Periodontology. He has given more than 100 lectures in both national and international platforms. And our next chairperson, Dr. Shalu Batla. Dr. Shalu Batla is the professor in the Department of Periodontology and Oral Implantology at College of Dental Sciences and Research Center, Haryana. Dr. Shalu Batla graduated from Davangere Dental College, Yamunanagar in 2002. She was awarded gold medal for her outstanding academic achievements. She completed her postgraduate education from Pandit Bhagatwal Dayal Sharma Postgraduate Institute of Medical Science, Haryana in 2006. Dr. Shalu has pursued her implant fellowship from New York University and is a well-trained laser practitioner by none other than laser stalwart Dr. Donald and Dr. Kripa Jova. She is the executive member of Indian Society of Periodontology. She has authored 3 books of periodontology, namely Textbook of Periodontics, Periodontics Revisited, and Tips and Tricks in Periodontology. And Dr. Shalu Batla has contributed various chapters in other 3 international textbooks. I heartily welcome Dr. Anirban Chatterjee and Dr. Shalu Batla to chair this session. Now, over to chairpersons to introduce the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jilu. It was a pleasure for the introduction. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So today we are starting with the 19th ISP first virtual conference in India, and we have starting with a laser of about laser, which will be delivered by a fellow colleague of mine, a lady who has finished her postgraduate from M.A. Rangunwala Dental College at present from Maharashtra University, and currently working as professor in A.R.M. Rangunwala Dental College. So my colleague, who is a soft-spoken woman with a substance. There is a saying that we have with us today a lady who is brain with a beauty, a very soft-spoken woman, a very gentlewoman, and very hardworking, technically perfect, and she has done her a faculty of Sola from India, and she is does a KOL panel of Carl Zeiss, a beautiful microsurgical hand she has got. I bring to you none other than our lady with a substance, Dr. Rashmi Hegre.
Thank you so much, sir, for those words. I think you have been very kind, and you've showered me with some lovely compliments early in the morning. It's my privilege to kickstart this first virtual event of ISP. I think in the I won't say post-COVID, but in the ongoing COVID era. So I think I can say it's being an opening batsman for this kind of an event is a great privilege for me, and to have chairpersons like you and Shalu ma'am and opportunity given by Nitin Dani sir, Kolte sir, the entire ISP team. I'm really thankful to them. And I'll try my level best to do justice to the topic of lasers for the next 1.5 hours. I think it's like cutting a long story short for me, because it's been a long journey right from the Sola India to the Sola International, the University of Vienna, Austria, and a lot of work put in after that. So it's been one of my favorite topics. So as I said, it's cutting a long story short, but I'll try to do justice, and I'll try to make the best what I can in the next 1.5 hours. So let's start, sir. I think without wasting more time.
I think you can start your sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. You have to make a full screen, I think.
Okay. Should we start, sir?
Yeah, please, please.
Okay. Okay, welcome all the participants for this first lecture of the day. This is the 19th ISP PG convention, and proudly to say the first virtual conference that ISP is holding on this kind of a platform. So we are very proud to be a part of it. So without wasting more time, let's try to get on to the topic for today. That's lasers in soft and hard tissue surgery. We are all surgeons. We are all dealing with hard tissues, soft tissues on a daily basis. So laser is like an indispensable tool for a periodontist. I always say that the maximum applications of all wavelengths of lasers are done by periodontists. And so to be a periodontist and a laser dentist is a great combination. So let's see how this can be done. Today is an era of contemporary dentistry. We are in a modern world where painless and minimally invasive procedures are expected by patients. Lasers definitely are an incredible invention of man, and they're taking the lead worldwide. So technology is being used at its best. It is man-made, definitely. So a man is a maker of his own destiny. That's what we say. So anything which is progressive is always used at its best. So technology at its best is what lasers are all about. So if you want to make the change and be a part of contemporary minimally invasive dentistry, then you'll have to try and make different changes in your practice and add up new armamentarium and new technologies. So I would say use of lasers is going to be one of them. So what I would say to all of you now is wear your safety goggles, sit back and relax and enjoy the laser experience. I would say a flight into the world of lasers. So what do you mean by laser? Is there a word called as laser? No. It's basically an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. So each alphabet stands for something. So light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation is what laser stands for. Now, just before going ahead, you need to know a little bit of physics. I hate physics. I'm not a physicist. I do not like it. But then, yes, it comes in every part of your life. It comes in dentistry as well. So, laser physics is something that you cannot escape if you want to learn something about lasers. So, what we need to know now is where and in what spectrum of light do we use the lasers. So, we basically have a spectrum which is invisible ionizing radiation, you have visible and you have invisible thermal radiation. So most of our lasers, what we are using are going to lie in the invisible thermal radiation or the visible light. We do not want anything which lies in the invisible ionizing radiation because that is harmful for the eyes. So that is like ultraviolet radiation, where the wavelengths are like less than 400 nanometers is what is generally avoided. We do not use these lasers much in day-to-day practice. Visible light is between 400 to 750 nanometers, and invisible thermal radiation is divided further into near infrared, mid infrared, and far infrared spectrum. So the near infrared spectrum has a wavelength of around 1000 nanometers, the mid infrared around 2000 nanometers, and far infrared is around 3000 nanometers. So most of our dental lasers that we use in day-to-day practice or which are not commonly available but are indicated in dental practice generally lie in this near infrared and mid infrared and far infrared spectrum. So these wavelengths are around 1000 nanometers in the near infrared, close to 2000 in the mid infrared, and far infrared is more than 3000 nanometer. So the diode lasers generally lie in the 1000 nanometer wavelength range, the erbium family of lasers generally in the 2000, and then the far infrared that is more than 3000 is the carbon dioxide lasers. So as we speak more and more about lasers, it will be more clear as to what each particular wavelength means and what it indicates and what the laser is all about based on its wavelength. Now, a little bit about stimulated emission. We say that light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. So there is a little bit of physics involved in it. Always remember that quantum is the smallest unit of energy. I know this part would be a little difficult and a little boring to understand, but once we cross this, then there it gets more and more interesting. So a quantum is the smallest unit of energy absorbed by electrons of an atom or a molecule. So when this quantum of energy is absorbed by the atom or molecule, it gets excited. So this is an excited atom, or it is in an excited, there is release of more quantum of photons, and this is known as spontaneous emission. This release of more quantum of photon is known as spontaneous emission. This several electron orbits with different energy levels are there in an atom. So when this excited atom releases a photon, this goes and bombards on another excited atom, which further releases two identical photons, and this is how the chain reaction continues. So this is known as stimulated emission or a pumping mechanism. Now, for getting this action into place, you basically need an external source like a light or an energy source or a strobe lamp or a bulb. So this is what kickstarts the reaction, and this is what laser physics is basically all about. Now you have to understand, we've already spoken that an excited the atom, the photon is the smallest unit. So when that absorbs the quantum of energy, that electron in the orbit, it gets excited and it jumps to a higher level. Now E1 absorbs the light energy, jumps to a higher energy level, that is E2. It stays there for some period of time. And after that, it comes back to its original state. It drops back to its original state. And in doing so, it releases one more photon. This photon then goes on bombarding the newer atoms which are excited, and they further release two more photons, and they further go on releasing bombarding more atoms and causing release of four more such photons, and this is known as stimulated emission. So the process where the E1 goes to E2, stays there for some time, releases a photon, comes back to its normal state is known as spontaneous emission, and this further chain reaction which happens is known as stimulated emission. Now, how does a laser act basically? What is a laser? Laser is like an optical cavity. It is a closed cavity. This optical cavity generally contains a pumping medium, which is also known as an active medium. This active medium is what decides the type of laser that we are going to look at. So this active medium is within the optical cavity, and on both sides you have reflecting mirrors. There is a rear reflector here as well as here, and then there is a pumping energy, which is a light source. Generally this light source is always going to be there, because this is what is going to cause the release of energy inside, or the basically the stimulated emission. So once this stimulated emission happens, there is something known as a population inversion, so that there is a bombardment of these excited electrons releasing photons back and forth, and eventually there is something known as a population inversion within the optical cavity because of these reflecting mirrors, and what comes out of the rear reflector is the laser beam. So only 10% of what happens inside the optical cavity is released as a laser beam. The laser beam is generally monochromatic, collimated, and coherent beam of light, and always a laser is generally associated with a cooling mechanism. It be air, or sometimes it can be water, depending upon what type of laser it is. What are the lasers used in dentistry? These are the commonly used wavelengths in dentistry. You can see the ones which are highlighted in gray. There are n number of lasers we saw depending upon what spectrum of light it is, whether it's the infrared, it is the visible light, it is a thermal radiation, what kind of radiation it is. So based on that, you have a lot of lasers. But the more commonly used lasers in dentistry are the ones which are highlighted here in gray. That is the diode lasers, the Nd:YAG lasers, the erbium family of lasers, and the carbon dioxide or the CO2 laser. And ode to all the people who have put in so much hard work, to their brains to get evolutions like this. As I said, it is a technology which is given by man, it is derived by man. So man-made technologies are always meant to help the mankind. So this is some kind of a discovery, a wonder, something which has helped mankind. So basically we have to give the importance to Albert Einstein's theory of atomic theory of controlled radiation. And we also end up, we are Indians, we tend to give more importance always to people who have worked from outside. But we have an Indian physicist known as Bose, and Bose theory is one of the first theory which actually triggered off the laser physics. And we have something called the particles are also known as bosons, what we normally call as photons. So this was first theories given by Albert Einstein, following which they were then later on taken forward by Charles Towns, who later called it MESA, that is microwave amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Then Sharlow Towns extended MESA to the optical portion of the electromagnetic field. Then 1960, Theodor Neumann was the first one who gave the pulsed ruby laser, basically. So this name Neumann always comes in the dental literature for lasers. And then so on and so forth. Further, the Patel introduced 1964 carbon dioxide laser, then the erbium laser in 1988, and finally 1997 FDA approval was given for the use of lasers. What is most important, the bottom line, is that the atom absorbs a quantum of energy. It is pumped to an excited state or a higher energy level, and that's what leads to the further chain of reactions. Classification of lasers, you need to know this, because if you know what type of laser has what active medium, you know under what category it comes in, and based on that you will decide what is the indication, what are you using it for, and based on that you will have the choice, provided of course you have all the lasers, which is not always easy to have under one roof. Based on the active medium, we saw in the previous slide that the laser is a closed optical cavity, and there is a pumping medium or an active medium inside, which is actually fueled by an external light source. So this active medium can be solid state, it can be a liquid state, or it can be a gaseous state. So gas lasers are generally are the ones which have gas as the active medium, like carbon dioxide, most commonly used, helium, neon, and argon. Then the solid state lasers are the ones which have a solid crystal-like structure, which is active medium. In that you have the family of Nd:YAG, alexandrite, erbium families, and the holmium YAG lasers. Other lasers are the semiconductor solids, which are the diode lasers. Depending on the wavelength, now we saw that some are in the near infrared, mid infrared, far infrared, visible light. Depending on that, you classify them into hard tissue lasers, the soft tissue lasers, and the soft lasers. The hard tissue lasers are what we can use only on it's not that you can use them only on hard tissue like enamel, dentine, bone, and cementum, but they are all tissue lasers. That means they can also be used on soft tissues. Whereas a soft tissue laser can only be used on soft tissue. It cannot be used on hard tissue. A soft laser is different compared to a soft tissue laser. Why? Because a soft laser is basically something which is used for biostimulation, or it helps in promoting wound healing, or it is something like a low level laser which is commonly spoken about nowadays, and that is something which is used as an adjunct to the conventional lasers, that is a hard and soft tissue. It does not have any capacity or capability to cut, coagulate, or incise. And the last classification is based on the ability to cause biological damage to the eye and the skin. Now, we all know that laser has its own hazards. Everything is just not an advantage. It's not a magic wand that you pick up and just, flash it around and you're going to get some magic out of it. It's technology, it is man-made, it is science. So you need to understand it. And if not used properly at the hands of humans, also it can be harmful. So based on the ability to cause biological damage to eye and skin, we have class 1 to class 4 lasers. And most of the dental lasers are in the category of class 3B and 4 because they have a potential to produce hazards to unprotected eyes, especially retinal damage. And they are hazardous from direct viewing. So always every laser protocol is associated with the use of protective glasses or safety glasses which have been given according to the wavelength, and they have been given by the manufacturer for that particular laser and that particular wavelength. Now, what are the laser delivery systems? How is the beam? What we saw was an optical cavity which happens inside. We have actually opened up lasers and seen what happens inside the laser. We have seen what mechanics happen. We have seen in the University of Vienna how all the lasers are assembled or arranged. We had the privilege to see that. But in general, you need to know what are the various laser delivery systems. Now, how does a beam which is happening inside the optical cavity deliver to the patients or to the area of interest? You have something like handpieces, like how you have your normal air rotor handpiece. Similarly, some lasers like erbium laser will have handpiece. So either it will be a contact mode handpiece with a tip, or it will be a non-contact mode handpiece. So the laser beam will emerge from this. You also have something like a flexible hollow wave guide, which is there for laser with long wavelengths like the carbon dioxide laser. And you also have fiber optic cables like this, which are flexible, which are like in contact mode, and they are very commonly available because of the wavelength. This wavelength is a short wavelength, so it requires something like a flexible fiber to enable the laser to come out, the delivery of the laser basically. Longer wavelengths will require a hollow wave guide, that is the carbon dioxide lasers. And some of them, like the erbium family, will have a contact mode handpiece or a non-contact mode handpiece, and many of them will have these kind of tips attached to it. Various kind of tips are there, like the quartz, the sapphire, the chisel tips, the pips tips. Various tips are there depending upon what kind of laser beam it is. Also, we have to understand there's something called as a focused mode and there is a defocused mode. Now, what is a focused mode? Focused mode is when the distance of the handpiece from the target tissue is less than 7 millimeters. So here you can see the spot size is very small. That means the handpiece is very close to the tissue that it is being treated basically. I'm sorry for this. Okay, so this is a focus mode. So the distance is less than 7 millimeter. In a focus mode, the depth of penetration of the beam is more and the surface area covered is less. So this is generally used for cutting, coagulation, incision. Next is the defocus mode. That is, as the handpiece goes further away from the tissues, that is the distance increases more than 10 millimeters, the area covered is much wider and the depth of penetration is much lesser. So this mode is generally used when you want to do procedures like ablation, you want to do just evaporation, you want to do surface treatments, you want to cover a larger surface area. These procedures are generally used in a defocus mode. Okay, so what are the waves, the ways in which the beam is now? First, we saw the way it is delivered, then we saw how much of distance you have to maintain, and then what is the rate at which it is delivered. You have basically you have a continuous wave mode in that the laser delivery is constant. There is no break in that, and there is a continuous delivery of a constant power, and there is an average power is equal to a peak power in that. There is a continuous pumping mechanism. You're bombarding the surface or the tissues with the laser beam continuously. There is no break happening in that. And second one is a pulsed mode. The pulse mode means there's a delivery of pulses with high peak power. And following that, there is a short break because of which the tissues get some time to cool down. And then there is no constant bombarding of the tissues with the laser beam. Now, it depends on what procedure you're doing, what technique you're going to do, what tissues you're going to ablate with the laser. Is it enamel, is it dentine, is a hard tissue, is bone, cementum, or it is just soft tissue. So depending on that and what area of the mouth you're working, are you close to the neck of the tooth? Are you near cementum? Are you doing a depigmentation where you may end up touching the enamel? Based on that, you will choose the mode. Either it is a continuous delivery or it is a pulsed mode. In a pulsed mode, it is produced by pulse pumping for long pulses or devices for short pulses. So there is a break. So there is some time for cooling for the tissues in between the modes. Now, these are the various pulse widths. Okay, you have a very long pulse, you have a long pulse, you have a short pulse, very short pulse, and a super short pulse. Generally, for most of the soft tissue procedures, you do it in a continuous wave and you use a long pulse or a short pulse. A super short pulse or a very short pulse is generally used when you're working on enamel, dentine, cavity cutting, or sometimes when you're working on bone with irrigation of water. So, or you're doing a soft tissue procedure where you're near the enamel or dentine where you may end up damaging it. In those cases, you use a super short or a very short pulse. Otherwise, most of our procedures are done at continuous wave and long pulse or very long pulse rarely. This is how a laser screen looks. This is of an erbium YAG laser. This is a photona fiddless machine, and it's basically it's like controlling any new gadget, a modern technology gadget. Everything is computer controlled, all the programs are fed. You have to just choose what machine you want. You want an erbium or an Nd:YAG, the name of the procedure, the handpiece, what we saw, one was a contact, one was a non-contact. So you choose what procedure again. Then these are the pulses. We already saw them. So here we've chosen the SSP. This is power. Power is the final setting. Now you say, I'm doing this procedure, osseous recontouring at 2 watts power. So what does that mean? It is basically a combination of the energy output in millijoules multiplied by the frequency in hertz. And what is the unit of power? It is watts. So when you say that a 4-watt power is what you're going to work at, it means that you're working at 200 millijoules and 20 hertz. And then 5 and 5 stands for air and water. You can see the symbol. This is water spray, this is air. So you can adjust it depending on what procedure it is. Most of the times, erbium YAG machines and the erbium family are used with the water spray as coolants because you're using it on hard tissues and generally you need a cooling mechanism along with that. Now, this is all what we all study in our theory about different laser interactions. When the laser beam falls on a tissue, what happens to it? It either just passes through the tissue, it gets transmitted, or it gets reflected and it just gets scattered, it gets refracted, or it gets absorbed. Now, what is the outcome that you are looking for in this particular mechanism? We want absorption. We want the tissue, the laser beam to be absorbed in the tissues so that the desired effect can be obtained based on the optical properties of the tissues. Briefly going through this, as I want to spend more time on the clinical aspect, we just need to know that what are the thermal effects of lasers on the tissues. At different temperatures, you get different effects, and based on that, you can use these lasers for different applications. So at 40 to 50 degrees is just a hypothermia or an increase in the temperature. At 60 to 70 degrees, there is coagulation and protein denaturation. The tissue starts blanching. 70 degrees to 90, there is welding. There's a procedure known as laser welding where you can use lasers on the undersurface of a flap, and the stickiness that happens because of the collagen helical unfolding is equivalent to a fibrin glue, and you can avoid suturing in these conditions. 100 to 150, you have vaporization, ablation. This is the maximum usage what we are doing. And more than 200, this charring of the tissues will start. You'll get a burn kind of an effect, basically, which is okay to some extent, but too much of charring is undesirable. We'll just briefly go through the various lasers that we commonly use in our periodontal and implant practice, because this is what the topic is all about. The diode laser is a soft tissue laser primarily. It is 800 to 980 nanometers, and it is a solid semiconductor combination of gallium, aluminum, and arsenide or indium. It basically interacts with the pigmented chromophores. So it's very good for blood, melanin, pigments, any dark pigmented surfaces, and it has a potential to cause retinal damage. It works by buildup of heat energy at its tip at more than 500 degrees Celsius, and then a thick coagulation layer is created. It is only a soft tissue laser. It is poorly absorbed in water, so do not use it on enamel, dentine, bone, or cementum. Maximum power output of a diode laser can be from 1 watt to 10 watts. So while choosing a machine, see to it that you choose a diode laser which is at least 10 watts so that you get good efficiency. And the fiber tip is what we use, a flexible fiber tip for this, which can be from 200 to 600 microns. Anesthesia is generally required with this kind of a laser. It is partially hemostatic. It is hemostatic to some extent, but of course, because of the flexible fiber tip, you may require a little higher efficiency or higher wattage. These are the kind of diode lasers, small machines, very easy to carry, compatible, and they can be used for almost all soft tissue procedures. So it can be an indispensable tool for every periodontist to have. You can even carry it in your consulting practice, and it basically performs most of the operations that you need in day-to-day practice. The fiber is something which you have to be very careful of. It needs to be trimmed because it is covered by a cladding, and the cladding has to be removed every time to expose the fiber inside. So these are the tools for removing the cladding, and this is just a small video to show you all how the cladding. Now, as I said, it starts with a buildup of energy. So you always have to activate the diode laser fiber tip on a dark pigmented surface like a carbon paper or a articulating paper. And you can see this smoke effect coming in, and a smoke effect coming in, which is the basically, it's called firing of the laser or activation of the laser. And here you can see how the adjustment of the fiber tip is being done, and how the cladding is removed with the tool. Every time you have to expose the fiber, you have to basically, it's called as a firing or it's an activation. There has to be a heat buildup of approximately 500 degrees Celsius at the tip, which is called as a hot tip effect, and then you can actually start working. So this is the fiber basically, and what you see outside is a sheath or a cladding, and this is just a protective sheath which helps to prevent any damage to the fiber. Now this fiber can be approximately 200 to 600 microns, and based on what procedure, like a pocket sterilization, you need a flexible fiber, so you would go with a smaller diameter fiber. If you want a gingivectomy or a cutting, you need a thicker diameter fiber. Erbium family of lasers, they are the all tissue lasers, king of lasers, I would call them. This is one of my favorite lasers. We have the privilege of working with it, and it's the wavelength of 2940 nanometers. It is least absorbed, least depth of penetration, so the thermal damage is minimal with this laser. Highest absorption in water. It coincides with the large absorption band of water absorbed by all biological tissues that contain water. So it's an all tissue laser. It contains various tips like the sapphire tip, the quartz tip, radial firing, the PIPS tips, that is the photon induced photoacoustic streaming. These also can be used in endodontics. Then the sapphire tips, the diameters are approximately 600, 800,000 or 1300 micron meters. Then you also have the erbium chromium YSGG, that is the erbium doped yttrium, scandium, gallium garnet. These two are the only lasers which are FDA approved for soft tissue surgery and circular debridement in 1999 and for osseous surgery in 2004. So these are the only lasers which you can use on gingiva, bone, cementum, enamel, and dentine. So they are the all tissue lasers. I would call them the king of lasers. So basically, how do they work? The absorption of water, the embedded water in the tissue absorbs the laser wavelength, be it enamel, dentine, bone, or cementum. The water is heated up in the tissues. It comes to a boil. The pressure rises, and then it just blasts off. And this leads to most of the actions like ablation, erosion, and whatever kind of photothermal evaporation you want. and it also is known as photomechanical ablation or water mediated explosive ablation. So this helps in a very superficial thermal impact. At the same time, wound healing in soft tissues is greatly enhanced because of this property of the lasers. This is a bulky machine, very difficult to carry. You can't move it from one place to the other. It has to be parked with a lot of connections and all that, but a very good machine in terms of usability. The Nd:YAG laser generally comes along with the erbium YAG laser. You can see it's a combined machine. It is 1064 nanometer, the deepest penetrating laser, approximately 3 millimeters it can penetrate, and that is why it has the maximum potential to cause thermal damage or retinal damage. And it is very strong hemostatic ablation of potentially hemorrhagic tissue. Again, pigmented substances or pigmented chromophores is what this laser targets. It is only a soft tissue laser. Basically, you cannot use it on hard tissue. It will lead to crazing, it can lead to cracks, and it can lead to damage if used on the cementum and bone. Generally used at 1 to 3 watts, and again 200 to 400 micron fiber is what we generally use it. This is a combination of Photona Fidelis, where you have the erbium YAG handpiece and the Nd:YAG in the same machine. The last type of laser that we of our interest as dentists or periodontists and implantologists here is CO2 laser, which is gaining a lot of prominence in surgery worldwide. It's not only used in periodontal and implant surgeries, but a lot in general surgery, dermatology, because of its mechanism of action. It has a long wavelength, 10,600 nanometers, so it does not have much potential to cause damage. It is delivered through an optical fiber or a hollow wave guide because of this kind of a wavelength, generally used between zero point 0.5 to 25 watts, but current day CO2 lasers we are using between no more than 4 to 7 watts for dental and periodontal and implant procedures wherever soft tissue surgery is required. It's a gas active medium and it's readily absorbed by water, effective for surgery in soft tissues. But on hard tissue, it can cause cracking, carbonization, melting, and it is also it can immediately cause damage to hard tissue if you're using it on probably for a procedure like depigmentation or an ablation, and the beam by mistake hits the tooth. It immediately causes cracking and charring. So you have to be very careful when you're using these procedures. The penetration depth is just zero point 0.5 millimeters. In this also, the laser rapid rise in intracellular temperature once the laser energy is absorbed, that leads to cellular rupture, and this causes release of vapor and cellular debris, which is termed as laser plume. So this always has to be evacuated with a high evacuation suction, or it is called as a plume evacuator, which comes with the machine. This is what we are using, and this is a very important tool because especially in today's times where you have to be very careful about aerosol and plume generation, this machine is inevitable when you're using the CO2 laser. Just briefly to understand, these are the target tissues of various wavelengths. So the 810 nanometer to 1064 generally work on hemoglobin, melanin. Then the 2780, that is the erbium family, generally work on water. And the 10,600 also work on soft tissues and water absorbed. And the depth of penetration is highest. You can see that Nd:YAG penetrates the highest in tissues. So you have to be most careful in terms of eyewear protection and surrounding tissues when you're using Nd:YAG, followed by diode laser, followed by carbon dioxide, and the least is erbium YAG. This is just a diagnodent laser, which is a handheld device, which is used for diagnostic procedures like diagnosis of caries. You can also detect subgingival deposits and flecks of calculus. Now moving ahead, I mean, this is a picture which is a favorite of mine, which I put in all my laser presentations. This was taken in the, Madame Tussauds Museum. So standing next to Einstein, I felt, yes, we are carrying on Einstein's legacy because most of the laser work has been promoted and conceptualized or based on Einstein's theories. So all it took to invent the laser was some understanding of ideas of Einstein on stimulated emission of radiation. So all it takes for us now is to carry these ideas forward and use this technology to the best. So why so much of lasers? Because a true blue periodontist and implantologist, we understand the importance of soft tissue procedures, the bleeding, the bacteremia, the complications which are associated with that. And a lot of use of lasers in medicine and surgery is being now promoted to avoid these complications and to go forward to a minimally invasive kind of dentistry. So lasers in our profession as a periodontist, every aspect of periodontal and implant therapy can be a case of laser therapy, either as a monotherapy or as an adjunct. But always remember that being a laser dentist does not mean that you can just take it and start working. You have to be a good periodontist first. You have to be a good implantologist. You know your blade, you know your scalpel procedures well, and then you can use the laser well, because your basics have to be strong, and then you can utilize these newer technologies to the best so that you can improvise on your pre-existing knowledge. So all these applications of lasers are there in surgical, non-surgical therapy, in periodontology, as well as implant dentistry. Most common advantages of lasers. What are the advantages of lasers? Ability to seal the blood vessels, that is hemostasis primarily, so you don't get post-operative or intraoperative bleeding most of the times, except for the erbium family of lasers, which are not hemostatic. They lead to mild bleeding, but there is some amount of that bleeding is necessary, because we all know that dry wounds take longer to heal compared to a wet wound, but a little bit of bleeding is always good, which helps in the photobiomodulation effect as well. Lasers also seal lymphatics and blood vessels, so there is minimal post-operative swelling. Then there is sealed nerve fibers. There is analgesia because of the sealing of nerve fibers. There is reduced mechanical trauma because you're not actually physically. It is said that a scalpel wound inflicts more trauma compared to a laser wound. This is based on a study done by Pogrel et al., where they have studied histologically the wound healing, and they found a scalpel wound inflicts more trauma at the histological level. Precision, if you have mastered the technology, yes. Reduce bacteremia. Once you seal the blood vessels and lymphatics, obviously the post-operative bacteremia is going to be less. So in every medically compromised patient, a laser can be used where cold surgical procedures are contraindicated. Also, there's reduced need for sutures. Even though my master's slide says bladeless, painless, and sutureless, I am not proposing, or I am not at all advocating that you do not suture. If the case is indicating that a suture is needed after using a laser also, you may go ahead and do it. But most of the procedures where you have used lasers, you can leave them without suturing, because the healing of lasers itself takes care in such a way that you do not require any post-operative care. No antibiotics, no sutures. So that is one of the most important advantages. These are the various applications of lasers, right from ablation, surface procedures in a defocused non-contact mode. We saw all this previously. Frenectomies, pocket sterilization, implant recoveries, excisional biopsies, something as simple as dentine hypersensitivity or desensitization, pocket sterilization. Then there is depigmentation procedures, apthe, everything, name it, and you can use lasers for all. So this is just a slide to compile all these procedures like incision, excision, ablation, desensitization, pocket sterilization, second stage surgeries, flap surgeries, osteectomy, osteoplasty. Everything comes under the indications, but always remember that the only two lasers which can be used on bone and cementum for osteoplasty, osteectomy, or any cemental procedures include, and also enamel and dentine, that is for cavity cutting or for endodontics and for any other procedures, are the erbium family of lasers. They are the hard tissue lasers. Rest of them are only soft tissue lasers. A basic procedure in periodontal therapy, laser pocket sterilization, can be easily done with a flexible optical fiber guide of a diode or an Nd:YAG laser. In that, you just measure the pocket depth and place the fiber tip 1 millimeter coronal to that to avoid any damage to the existing epithelial attachment at the base of pocket. So, an initial therapy, if it's a retreatment, then you keep it 2 millimeters coronal to the base of pocket. It's an end cutting fiber. So you activate it. The firing of the laser has to be done the way we showed it initially, either on a dark surface. And then from apical to coronal, in a sweeping motion, you take the laser fiber on the pocket wall in such a way that you remove the epithelium. So after each step, this can be done for 20 seconds and three such activations at a time. After each, you can wipe the tip because there may be some amount of charring or coagulation, and then continue. What is the indication that this procedure is complete is when there is signs of fresh bleeding. Diode laser or Nd:YAG laser, 300 micron can be used, even 200 depending upon which company it is. Generally 1.5 to 2 watt settings is more than enough. This is how the flexible fiber goes inside, and this is just a short video to show the procedure. This is generally indicated in cases where the anterior cases or where flap surgery is contraindicated or during maintenance therapy. You can see that the fiber enters, the flexible fiber enters, and it just cleans the soft tissue wall or the inner wall of the pocket, and that helps to remove the pocket lining. LENAP procedure is very widely spoken about. It's a patented procedure by Yukna et al. And published in the IJPRD and in 2007, and it is one of the procedures where they have claimed that new attachment was found. In this, the pocket depth is measured first, and then the Nd:YAG laser is what is used for this, 1064 nanometers on the soft tissue wall to remove the sulcular epithelium and the diseased necrotic substances in the pocket, following which you do the scaling in that particular area. The root planing is done, manual debridement is done. If any osseous recontouring is required, that is done. And then you coagulate, you lace the inner wall of the sulcus again, the pocket again, so as to establish a blood clot, a stable blood clot, and then it is compressed. Also, occlusal reduction is performed so as to prevent any abnormal forces during the stages of healing. And on human teeth, which were further extracted, disease root surfaces in humans with the Nd:YAG laser, they have found new connective tissue attachment. Apparent periodontal regeneration was found. This procedure can also be done now with erbium-YAG laser tips at 20.4 joules per centimeter square, 10 hertz, and this also has found to give new cementum attachment after pocket irradiation. Nowadays, this treatment is also being modified, known as wavelength optimized treatment, WBT, or twin light treatment in a special laser like a light walker laser, which is a combination of erbium and Nd:YAG. So for that, you lace the soft tissue wall or the inner wall of the pocket with the Nd:YAG laser to remove the disease lining. Then you do the scaling or the removal of the deposits on the hard tissue using the erbium YAG laser. After that, you again lace the soft tissue wall with the Nd:YAG laser, establish a stable fibrin clot, and that helps in the further healing. Root concrements can also be removed, but this is the only property of erbium YAG laser and erbium chromium YSGG. We already spoke that they are used on hard tissue as well. So for removal of calculus, basically by carbonization and partial separation from the root surface, there is superficial layers is cracking, and that leads to dislodgement of the calculus. There is a waveguide effect, and some lasers also have a feedback mechanism like the Cavo key mechanism, which is there in the erbium laser, which gives you a feedback to detect the calculus whenever the laser tip actually interacts with it. So this just shows you how an erbium YAG laser can remove calculus from the tooth surface. I'll be going a little fast because each video I cannot play completely. So I'll just try to show you the basic mechanism. This is an erbium YAG laser which is acting on calculus, and you can see how well it's basically when you see this, you feel like these are magic wands because it just removes the calculus from the surface area. And histologic studies have shown that there is less surface damage on the laser treated, especially the erbium YAG laser treated surfaces. ESEM studies have shown compared to your manual hand instrumentation or ultrasonic instrumentation. Also would like to propose, even though this is not published, we are trying to publish it, microscope enhanced or laser microscope enhanced non-surgical therapy, where certain cases, like this case was a case of renal transplant. This lady, she kept on having recurrent periodontal pockets and worsening of periodontal status, periodontal destruction every now and then. So she could not undergo surgeries every time. So this was taken up as a non-surgical approach using lasers and magnifications, and you can maintain these kind of cases very well without letting the patient undergo surgery. So now you also have microscopes or loops with laser filters, because primarily the first requirement when you're using lasers is that you have to have a protective eyewear. So you can't use directly. So companies are also coming up with laser filters where you can use the lasers along with the magnifications. So this is the same video. You can see the condition of the gingiva is very soft and edematous. And this is a case for that lady, a young lady, but unfortunately she cannot undergo surgery repeatedly. And that is why this kind of an approach is very beneficial for medically compromised patients, where along with your conventional scaling and root planing, you can maintain the tone of the tissues and you use the lasers to the best. This is a diode laser flexible fiber tip. So you can do these procedures well. Photodynamic therapy is another aspect of non-surgical and surgical periodontal therapy, primarily non-surgical therapy. It is light-induced inactivation of the cells, microorganisms, or the molecules. So basically, we all know this, that there is a light in the visible light spectrum, and it basically, there is a photosensitizer on a ground state. Once this light falls on this, it gets excited, it leads to free radicals or singlet oxygen, and that leads to cellular toxicity and bactericidal effect. Light of appropriate wavelength, generally this is in the wavelength of 660 nanometers to 810 nanometers when you use it for photodynamic therapy. And we won't spend much time on this, but these are the commonly used dyes: methylene blue, the toluenium chloride, the azure, the crystal violet, and the aluminum disulfonated, phthalocyanins, chlorines, all that. Most commonly what we use are the methylene blue dyes, and most commonly used lasers are in this wavelength. As I said, they are in the lower wavelength, so 660, 670, 632. KTP was one which was commonly used for photodynamic, but it is not very much available nowadays. All of them lead to killing of microbes at 15 joules per centimeter square. That is the energy, optical energy, which is delivered per unit area, and that is also known as the fluence of lasers. So this is just a diagrammatic representation to show you that how the inflammation of gingiva, there's a pocket present. You can see that the dye is injected subgingivally. This is a company of the Helbo. It is their animation which has been given, because we have done studies using the Helbo. So the microorganisms get sensitized because of the dye, and once the light is applied, this is a light, this is the laser light which comes in the visible light spectrum. It is a tip which goes subgingivally, and it's basically a 60-second exposure. And then after that, that leads to killing of the microorganisms. This is the Helbo laser, the Helbo Theralite laser, which is a patented laser for photodynamic therapy, one of the first ones which is patented. And this is the dye which comes with that. This is how you perform your non-surgical therapy, either the periodontal pockets, or it can also be around implants. And then this is the basic application of the diode. This is a type of a low level laser basically, and it is applied within the periodontal pocket for 60 seconds application. So this was a study done by one of my department PGs, where they compared the Helbo protocol to the Quirinan's protocol, and there's something known as a tooth, which was derived last year. That is a topical oxygen therapy, which was very important for wound healing, and they found comparable results in terms of bactericidal effects as well as maintenance of the pockets in the post-operative period. Applications: treating periodontal pockets, treating the plaque infected cervical regions of teeth and implants, and disinfecting the oral tissues prior to or surgical procedures. These are all the applications of PDT. One application is sufficient for good results sometimes, but in refractory recurrent cases, you may require multiple applications, probably one every week for at least 3 weeks. So PDT as an adjunct to SRP or alone is not found superior. Still, there are a lot of variations and heterogeneity in the studies, and that's why some gold standard kind of a position paper or something which can call it a gold standard has not yet been derived. And some studies have found some additional benefit, whereas some more have not found it. And they see that there is more benefit in the maintenance phase and in immunocompromised patients. This is the latest systematic review by Shamron et al. In the Journal of Periodontology, where they have given some conclusions for photodynamic therapy, where they said that implant surface scaling plus PDT versus implant surface scaling alone for periimplantitis is recommended with low certainty. Open flap plus scaling plus PDT showed minute significant improvement. SRP plus PDT may promote short-term statistically significant CAL gain and PD reduction. And non-surgical treatment, aggressive periodontitis using SRP plus PDT, CAL gain is sites is mostly greater where the pockets were more than 7 millimeters. And also they SRP plus PDT did show superior reductions in the microorganisms which are the putative periopathogens, but it cannot be called gold standard still, because as I said, there is heterogeneity in the type of dye used, the time of exposure, the power of the laser, the diameter of the fiber used, duration of exposure, as well as what technique was used. Was it only SRP or was it combination of SRP, or was it OFD, that is open flap debridement? So that is why a statement cannot be given on this yet. For bactericidal reduction, all these lasers have been used, Nd:YAG, erbium diode, as well as a combination of diode, Nd:YAG and PDT, and they have found very promising results. Erbium YAG is the only laser which can be used, which is capable of removing calculus effectively, reacting with water contained within the structural micropores without causing carbonization. Nd:YAG and CO2 laser as well as diode are not appropriate for root debridement. They can be used for pocket sterilization, they can be used for undersurface of flap, they can be used for decontamination, and they also significantly lower the incidence of bacteremia. But on the hard tissue, it is only the erbium YAG laser. Halitosis is another side effect or common embarrassing situation in cases of periodontitis or otherwise also. So now lasers are being used for that. Current issue of a journal in otolaryngology, we found laser tongue debridement as one of the promising treatment modalities for patients who are suffering, because it can be a cause of social embarrassment for a lot of patients, and many a times they cannot, they are dealing with it, it becomes like a halitophobia, it becomes pseudo halitosis. So it's a matter of psychological changes for them as well. So lasers have having to found, they are showing some promise in dealing with this kind of problem, and there is a effect of antimicrobial photodynamic therapy, and lasers have shown beneficial effects, as well as erbium chromium YAG laser with the sapphire tips have shown beneficial effects because they target the VSCs. Also they have flushing effect because of the water and air cooling mechanism, and so they help in the flushing also. So new avenue for lasers is used in the management of patients who are suffering, who are genuinely suffering from halitosis, be it it could be an intraoral cause or an extraoral cause, but mostly for intraoral cause, tongue is the major source of halitosis, followed by the periodontal pockets, then the tonsils, in that order. So lasers can be used as a multi-purpose tool to treat all these areas and all surfaces to make them free of bacteria. This was the AAP position paper, which was widely followed, given in GOP 2011, where they said that minimal evidence to support use of laser for purpose of subgingival debridement, either as monotherapy or as an adjunctive to SRP. Reduction of subgingival bacterial levels was there, but you can't really be, it was unpredictable, and PDT as monotherapy was also unpredictable. The only thing they showed of promise was erbium YAG lasers showed greatest potential for effective root debridement, and shown in vitro to remove calculus and to negate endotoxins. So erbium YAG lasers were given a lot of promise, but however lasers are constantly evolving, the studies are constantly happening, it's an interesting technology, so we are still moving forward, and some more changes may happen in the coming years. Something as simple and small, but which can be something very troublesome to the patients, is dentinal hypersensitivity. It's the most common symptomatic condition leading to discomfort, especially after periodontal therapy. So this is a very common complaint, and it is basically due to the exposed dentine. and a response to various stimuli, which leads to the flow of the dentinal fluid. So all lasers can be used, and mostly the treatment is aimed at reducing or blocking the flow in the tubules. So the theories are how lasers can cause desensitization is by decreasing adhesion of dentinal tubuli, dissolution of the dentin recrystallization, evaporation of dentinal fluid, analgesic effect because they depress the nerve transmission. Also, they stimulate tertiary dentin, and histological studies have revealed hard tissue formation increases as a reaction of pulp to laser light. So all these theories help in use of lasers in desensitization. But several studies have also shown that use of laser along with a desensitizing agent helps in further better action or enhanced action, because it also causes partial melting of the tubules, and it causes the agent, any desensitizing agent, to flow into the dentinal tubule and block it partially. So this is what is dentinal hypersensitivity treatment using lasers, and a lot of studies are done. This is one of our own study published in Photomedicine and Lasers in Surgery, where effect of low level laser therapy in reducing dentinal hypersensitivity and pain following periodontal flap surgery was studied using 660 nanometers gallium aluminum arsenide laser, and we found a lot of reduction in the pain scores in the test side compared with the control site, and a very promising effect or analgesic effect of lasers was seen for desensitization. Root conditioning, again a controversial topic, earlier was very much in use. Certain studies have negated its use. A position paper recently said that it is of no additional benefit, but it does not it does not cause any harm, but it is of no additional benefit basically. So but again it is coming into picture because of various biologic or biomaterials which are being used. So before using them, we are using root conditioning, and lasers have also been tried for that, and lasers have shown a lot of promise. CO2 laser has shown at very low watts. When you use a laser below 1 watt, it becomes like a soft laser or a stimulating laser. So CO2 laser, otherwise a soft tissue laser, but it can be used for root conditioning at a very low watts, and it promotes better fibroblastic activity, cellular proliferation, and greater fibroblast attachment. That is what you want basically. But in a continuous way, when if you use it irrationally, it can lead to root surface damage. A study done where we compared the three conventional root conditioning agents on extracted teeth versus erbium-YAG laser. An ESEM study was done with a blood clot adhered to it, and we saw that the erbium-YAG laser treated surface was the best surface treated, and you see that there is a lot of blood cell adhesions which are seen at almost 1600 magnification on the ESEM, that is a uh, electron scanning, the environmental scanning electron microscope basically. And there are various other studies also been done previously, and they have also said that sometimes the angulation of the erbium-YAG laser or the direction or the surface roughness can cause the difference. Like various angulations of the tips have been tried at 15, 30, 45, 60, 90 degrees, but some studies have concluded that the angulation may not play much of a role. This is a very magnified, beautiful image at 3000 times in the ESCM, where you can see an opening of the dentinal tubule. You can see the red blood cells here and a fibroblast trying to enter. So this is something that is a laser-induced effect, and it can be a promising modality for root conditioning as well. Coming to surgical therapy, we have seen all aspects of non-surgical therapy of lasers. Surgical therapy, primarily we have open flap debridement. In that you have the root surface treatment, you can have osseous defect degranulation, soft tissue wall has to be laced from the inner side as well as the outer side for GTR effect. It is alveoloplasty, and now we as periodontists, all of us are almost, we all of us end up doing implantology. So we deal a lot with the hard tissue also. So osteoplasty, alveoloplasty, pre-prosthetic surgeries, crown landings, all can be performed with the erbium-YAG lasers. The erbium family is the most useful for osseous surgery as they are capable of vaporizing bone tissue with minimal thermal effects and histologically very favorable post-op. A tissue which has been, we have seen that studies that tissues which have been treated with erbium-YAG laser heal like magic. It looks like the tissues are calm following surgery. There is no inflammation, no redness, and the patient is very, very comfortable. Patients almost report no pain. Healing is very remarkably fast. It is enhanced and much faster than the conventional healing. Also, diode and Nd:YAG lasers like this can be used on the undersurface of flap for degranulation or for deepithelization, and also on the outer surface of flap for the laser enhanced effect. This is one of our studies which is published in Photomedicine and Laser Surgery, where diode laser was used versus conventional flap surgery. So this is just a case to show how erbium-YAG laser can be used on the bone, basically for open flap degranulation, where you can touch the root surface also. You can use the laser sapphire tip on the bone as well. This is also called as conditioning of the bone, where you're inducing fresh bleeding. So that itself is an effect of the erbium-YAG laser, where there's photobiomodulation, and that leads to early and enhanced wound healing. It's like something like releasing growth factors. So this is something which is very remarkable of the erbium-YAG laser. It can be used for degranulation as well as for calculus. So if I get time, I would definitely elaborate on these videos later on. Another recently found article was of the LAMWF, that is the laser assisted modified Widman flap, where the incisions were taken with the diode laser, and it was found to have superior results in terms of periodontal regeneration as compared to conventional flap surgeries with the blade. Laser deepithelization for enhanced guided tissue regeneration is one of the very promising aspects of lasers which have been applied to periodontal therapy. Epithelial proliferation along the healing root surface has always been shown to interfere. We all know that long junctional epithelium is what prevents regeneration. Also, presence of inflammation hampers with the process of regeneration. So if you can use lasers to prevent that long junctional epithelium from forming, or you can keep the inflammatory products at bay during the first a week or so, or 10 days of healing, or after the surgery, then you can have a GTR like effect of the lasers. Primarily after the flap surgery, you just deepithelize the outer surface. During the flap surgery, inner wall of the flap, or the inner pocket epithelium which is diseased, also is lased, and this epithelium is removed, and then the flap is sutured. This procedure can be done continuously at a 10-day interval for 6 weeks at least. Okay, and this helps to prevent the use of multiple membranes, basically because it has a GTR like effect. You are basically removing the outer oral epithelium, which is the primary source for the long junctional epithelium to form. So if you can impede this long junctional epithelium formation, it helps in a GTR kind of an effect. Every 7 to 10 days, epithelium can be ablated from the outer surface, and basically there is a eschar formation, and that impedes the epithelial migration. So studies have shown that CO2 laser at 8 watts can be used, but nowadays we use it at approximately 4 watts, and it can be used in a continuous wave non-contact mode. It can be used in a focused but non-contact mode. You can see that the ablation has happened here on the outer surface, lasing the inner wall, same thing on the outer surface, and this can be repeated every 7 to 10 days for 6 weeks at least. And this has been proposed by Romanos et al, and we have performed studies where we saw that the mean gain in RL was 5 millimeters in the test site where CO2 laser was used, as compared to the non-CO2 laser, and there was a drastic reduction in the total bacterial count where the CO2 lasers were used. And the visual analog score was more for the site, sometimes more for the site lased. In this study, we found that because it could be a raw surface area was left on the outer surface, but that itself was that was basically an idea to do the GTR kind of an effect. So CO2 lasers are a little hemostatic, so they completely leave a bloodless feel, and that sometimes can cause a slightly dry, itchy feeling, and that could contribute to this kind of scores. Gingivectomy and gingivoplasty, one of the very common indications of lasers. Now, this case is a unique case, a very special case, as this patient was in a lot of pain, renal transplant patient, contraindicated for any cold steel surgical procedure using a blade. So this patient had come with a lot of hope, and he could not bite, chew, smile, anything, because he had spontaneous bleeding and a lot of pain. So a direct laser approach was not taken up. First, with thorough phase 1 therapy, the gingival overgrowth was controlled, the inflammatory component was removed, and post SRP, when it became fibrous, initially the fiber tip can for diode laser or a flexible fiber can be a little difficult to tackle a fibrous overgrowth like this. So initially electrocautery was used to do the gingivectomy, and then CO2 laser was used to do a further gingivectomy and gingivoplasty. And you can see the results at 1 year post-operatively. This was like a gift given to the patient. The patient was extremely happy, and when he got the results, he was so motivated that probably in the future he took utmost care to not allow certain this condition to recur, even though it was a drug induced. He was on cyclosporin as well as amlodipine, but then the oral hygiene maintenance was remarkably high in the post-operative period, and such treatments can be well done with the lasers. Lasers also have an effect on the fibroblast and collagen production, so they retard. So a continuous laser treatment can retard the fibroblast and the collagen production, and that itself can be one of the causes to prevent recurrence of gingival overgrowth. So this kind of cases can be done with diode lasers, Nd:YAG lasers, CO2 lasers very well at 2 to 7 watts, 150 millijoules, 20 hertz, 3 watts with erbiumag. But I would little rather not do it with erbiumag, because erbiumag causes mild bleeding. So in such cases, if you can do away with the bleeding and do with a completely bloodless feel, it would be a much better kind of a surgery. So basically all lasers can be used, but my laser of choice would either be a Nd:YAG laser or a carbon dioxide laser for this particular procedure. Pregnancy tumor managements can be excellently done. These are very vascular, they are vascular hemangiomas, telangiectatic granulomas, fed by the increasing hormones during the late stages of pregnancy. Many a times you can leave them alone. You do not have to excise them, because you do not want to do any invasive procedure in pregnancy. But if they are interfering with speech, mastication, or causing a lot of discomfort or making the patient unable to eat, then you can take up this procedure safely using carbon dioxide laser, because carbon dioxide is a highly hemostatic laser. So for a highly vascular lesion like this, it is a blessing in disguise to have this kind of a treatment modality. You can see very well excised pregnancy tumor. This was a patient in the late stage of pregnancy who was having a lot of difficulty because this lesion was bleeding. And then you see the healing immediately at 2 weeks, and after 3 months, of course, with the resolution of the hormones and the postpartum period, of course, many other changes take place, but there was no recurrence and a safe surgery. Such cases also in the 9th month of pregnancy, this kind of an enlargement or pregnancy tumor which hampers the patient's day-to-day activity. There was an extraoral bulge, patient could not bite or chew properly. In that case, a laser approach can be very, very promising, and it can at least give the patient a good relief during the stage of pregnancy. Crown landing procedures, of course, going through lasers is no mean task, because it deals with every procedure almost in the periodontal literature. So I'm trying to cover how much ever is possible in this stipulated period of time. Crown landing, we all know biologic width is the primary criteria that we need to evaluate. So either less than 3 millimeters, if it's equal to 3 millimeters, or more than 3 millimeters. If more than 3 millimeters, you can safely do just a gingivectomy procedure, and you can just maintain the biologic width. If it's equal to 3 millimeters, you may have to do an internal bevel gingivectomy or a circular incision with osseous reduction. And if it is less than 3 millimeters, you may do an apically displaced flap with osseous reduction. So moral of the story is that anywhere where crown landing is required, you can now do it with lasers. You can even do osseous reduction without raising a flap or giving sutures by using the hard tissue lasers, that is the erbium family of lasers, using the sapphire tip or the quartz tip. These are the contact mode tips. Basically, you have to check the biotype first. The medium gingival biotype is ideal, because the ledge, the osseous ledge, is also of that kind of thickness. And where 1 to 2 millimeter osseous reduction is required are the ideal cases for closed flap crown landing. Here you do not reflect a flap. There is no incision, there is no suture. So tip is placed in contact with the bone and fired for 1 to 2 seconds, and the biologic width is achieved by reduction of bone. It's excellent for aesthetic zone cases because you're avoiding any kind of flap surgery. If it's a thick biotype, I would say that a laser can create a trough sometimes. This is a blind procedure. So the underlying bone also is thick in a thick biotype. Architecture is different. So you may end up creating a trough or a defect sometimes in a thick biotype. So you have to be careful. In a thin biotype, it is better to avoid laser. You can directly do it with any of your other procedures. So this is a procedure done with a closed flap crown landing where you can see the preoperative. The sapphire tip is used first for the gingivectomy. You need to do gingivectomy here as well as osseous reduction. So gingivectomy is done, and through the same sulcus, the tip is passed into the sulcus and osseous reduction is done, and you're basically ready for your further procedures without any suturing. So this is a case where you can see that multiple teeth require crown landing. This is the sapphire tip, contact mode tip, the R14 handpiece this is of the erbium laser. First you do the gingivectomy. And once the gingivectomy is done, through the same sulcus, you will hit the bone and do the osseous reduction till you have achieved the desired outcomes. This is the gingivectomy being done. And then through the sulcus, you go and reduce the bone. And this is how you re-establish the biologic width. These are some cases of smile where you can just do basic recontouring using diode lasers with or without a template, and you can achieve such predictable results. This is an interesting case of an habit-breaking appliance worn by a patient many years back, and this got embedded in the palatal mucosa, so it was a very difficult situation to remove. And since it was on the palate, due to proximity to vessels and all, the CO2 laser approach was used. Even though you should understand that lasers are not to be used on a metallic surface because they cause reflection or damage. But in this case, anyways, this particular appliance had to be removed and discarded. So a CO2 laser was a safe option to use on the palate because of proximity to any vessels. So no bleeding was encountered. You can see this traumatic, and then there was complete and fast healing 1 month post-operatively. So this is just to show, this basically shows the plume evacuator of the CO2 laser, which has to be in close contact. And this is how the hollow wave handpiece of the CO2 laser works on the soft tissues around that appliance, and then it can be removed. Frenectomy, again, we all know the classification, don't want to go into the theory. There is a mucosal, gingival, papillary, papilla penetrating frenum. Depending on the indication, you will do it at whichever stage, either for midline diastema, for aesthetics, for retention of any prosthesis. There are multiple indications, or if it's causing progressive recession. Now, in such a case, frenectomy done with the surgery will obviously invite surgical procedure, sutures, scar formation, etc. But cases like this, which can be done for thick fibrous frenum, like with a CO2 laser at 3 watts, it's absolutely like magic. It ablates the frenum completely. It completely erases it. There is a white, a sticky layer which is formed on the second day for all lasers, which is known as an denatured collagen dressing, which is a biologic dressing. It heals by intermediate intention. This itself acts like a protective dressing, and it prevents any post-operative infection and see the healing without any scar formation. This is a diode laser frenectomy. This is done in contact mode, and because there was recession happening here, and you see the healing, there's complete elimination of the frenum without any pain. This is how the CO2 laser works basically in non-contact mode. And you see that this is what, when I see this, I feel that these equipment can be like magic. There is no bleeding, there's complete ablation, and the frenum can be eliminated. Another case, this case done post-orthodontic therapy just before removal of the appliance to prevent relapse, because there's slight tension on this papilla. This is with the diode laser, of course, and the frenum is eliminated, and you see the healing here very well. Ankylosing, one of the very important indications, because tongue, floor of the mouth is very vascular area, and we are always scared to work as to do any surgery or to do a surgical procedure. Sometimes we refer to an oral surgeon, but with lasers like the carbon dioxide laser or even sometimes the diode laser, you can use it safely because they do not cause any bleeding. It can be done as a staged approach, because suddenly if you release too much of the tongue, there can be problems. It can become loose or something. So you evaluate the patient, analyze, or use a speech therapist along with that if they're having problems in speech, and then at a staged approach you can go on doing it with the CO2 laser at 2.5 watts. Cases like this, mucogingival problems, aberrant frenal attachment, patient is wearing a cast partial denture, there is constant pull on this papilla, there is irritation, and this fold of tissue has grown in here. Patient is unable to maintain the oral hygiene well because of lack of attached gingiva, shallow vestibular depth. So other than taking up a surgical approach, sometimes just with a diode laser, you can just do a frenotomy, a vestibular deepening, elimination of this enlargement, and see how beautifully it heals. It gives the patient increased vestibular depth. At the same time, patient can brush, and no progressive recession or whatever is already happened. Of course, you cannot cover that using this. You may have to do other gingival augmentation procedures, but the problem is solved for the patient in such a way that daily oral hygiene maintenance can be performed effectively. This we have already mentioned, that osteoplasty, ostectomy can be done with the erbium family lasers of choice. They can use for complete degranulation. They are less time consuming and less traumatic compared to the hand instruments and burrs. And they can reach depths of the defect very well with the chisel tips and the sapphire tips, which are otherwise inaccessible with burrs, and no damage to the surrounding structures. And there is alveolar bone ablation also can be done without any necrosis or carbonization. Gingival depigmentation, one of the common topics of interest, and very important, because many patients actually complain but they don't get the right treatment, or they are scared, or they are skeptical sometimes to approach, or many of them are even okay to live with it because they are used to that color of the gums. So it's mostly patients who complain of black gums or dark gums. It is not a medical problem, it's mostly of aesthetic concern, but it is definitely a part of cosmetic treatment procedures. It can be done with lasers. Common treatment protocol, of course, we know is the gold standard, the surgical stripping using blade. A lot of techniques have been used before, like chemicals, burrs, etc. But now we are moving towards more sophisticated procedures. So lasers are definitely giving a unique characteristic of being able to remove a thin layer of epithelium cleanly by ablation. One step treatment is generally enough, but you can repeat it once a week till you completely eliminate the melanotic area, or even if there is recurrence, which can be from anywhere between 8 weeks to 6 months to 2 years to 4 years, depending upon the activity of melanocytes for that particular patient. And we all know that the melanin is in the basal and the suprabasal layers of the epithelium, and little bit in the connective tissue. So that is all that we need to target. CO2 laser can be used at 4 watts. Formation of a blister like phenomenon is what we induce with the CO2 laser. And then with the wet gauze, this is just peeled off. So you can see the peel coming out, along with that the entire pigmented surface, and this is completely hemostatic. Erbium laser is used in a brush stroke technique. I call it eraser. I call it like an eraser. When you see this happening, it feels like you're just erasing it off from the surface. On the attached gingiva, it's basically by ablation. Several studies have been done, and we have also published this study This is again another case of CO2 laser. You can see that there is a completely dry surface without any blood. This is our publication in the Journal of Periodontology. It was an extensive study of almost 150 sites from 40 patients, and a lot of parameters with two lasers and conventional surgical stripping was done. And this is another where NDAG laser was used as a comparison and published in the Photomedicine and Laser Surgery. So any of these can be accessed. You can actually mail us and take the citations for this. This is the technique for the biomag laser. This is what I call eraser. You can just see that in a brush stroke manner, non-contact, defocused mode, we are just ablating the pigment from the attached gingiva. We are not touching the surface anywhere. This is with minimal anesthesia. Sometimes for obiomag laser, you cannot use any anesthesia also because it is a very superficial laser. You may use it with water and air spray for cooling. And this is the carbon dioxide laser. You can see how well a blister effect is formed, like how you get a blister on your skin. Same effect is formed, or it is actually it is induced on the epithelium here. And then with a wet gauze, you just peel off the whole pigmented surface like this. This is diode laser depigmentation. Some cases diode laser done in contact mode as against the erbium and CO2 lasers, which are done in non-contact mode. This is a case of aesthetic correction. Patient was young patient, wanted veneers basically and depigmentation. So we first did depigmentation and just did some minor aesthetic recontouring for the patient. But the end result was that we lost this case for veneers, our loss, okay, to some extent. But the patient's gain was that patient was more than happy with this minor aesthetic correction done with the diode laser very, very safely and comfortably, and the depigmentation. So patient was happy with this result and did not further want any other cosmetic treatments. Results of your treatment can be evaluated under surgical operating microscope or loops for better thoroughness and complete removal of pigment, because we all know that residual pigment is the main cause of recurrence. So try to remove as much as you can. These are some software which you can maintain records to show your patients what the preoperative area was and what it is at the time of recall after 6 months. If you see any recurrence, these areas only can be treated again and the results can be obtained. These are some cases where the preoperative and postoperative pictures have been shown. These are ideal cases where the patients actually had aesthetic concerns and we have got these results. Histologically also you see preoperatively melanin in the basal, suprabasal layers, and postoperatively there is complete elimination. This was another recently published study in dentistry in the year 2020 where we have used the PRF membrane on CO2 laser treated sites as well as surgical stripping sites, and the beneficial effects were found in terms of patient compliance, VA scores, wound healing, etc. I think Anirban sir also has a similar study done with PRFM. So this recently got published in dentistry in the year 2020. Finally, coming to the last part, lasers in implantology. Implantology is a very important aspect of dentistry as of today, and for periodontists, we are daily dealing with these cases. Second stage surgery, recovery of implants, removal of peri-implant soft tissues, decontamination of failing implants. All these are the indications of lasers in implantology, but there are some concerns about implant overheating or melting of the implant surface and lack of reosseointegration following treatment of peri-implantitis. For these, all lasers have been tried, but CO2 laser decontamination has shown promise in terms of reosseointegration, and erbium-YAG laser is highly effective for debridement of the complex microstructure of implants and bone defects with no damage. The systematic reviews have shown erbium-YAG laser or combination of diode laser in combination with PDT also effective, but CO2 laser has shown most promising results. This is a simple case of diode laser used for implant recovery. This is how the diode laser is used, and to expose the implant. Of course, the position of the implant has to be known prior. It cannot be a case of guesswork because we'll end up ablating a lot of tissues. Treatment for peri-implantitis, one of the important aspects of lasers in implantology. You have generally early, moderate, and advanced periodontitis. The recent classification classifies it as peri-implant health, peri-implant mucositis, peri-implantitis, and peri-implant soft and hard tissue deficiencies. So generally, in the antimicrobial therapy, we follow surface decontamination, which can be either chemical or physical. So in physical methods, you can use lasers, photodynamic therapy, or mechanical methods. Erbium-YAG laser, the chisel and sapphire tips again can be used on the implant surface safely because it does not cause much of overheating. Also, it can be used for the surrounding bone to condition it. And in the CIST and the acute protocols for the supportive therapy of implants, generally we can use this in the mechanical debridement or the antiseptic as an antiseptic, or even during the surgical part we can use it for the decontamination of implants. Lasers can be used. Current treatment modality which is based on LANAP is LAPIP, that is laser assisted peri-implant protocol for and implant decontamination. Perio MVP7 laser 6 watts is an NDAG laser with 7 variable pulses, which is being promising in use. It follows the same principle of LANAP basically, where after the probing depth is checked, the laser first vaporizes the bacteria, diseased tissue, pathologic proteins, and titanium corrosion containments in the soft tissue. Then the scaling is done on the implant surface, the implant surface scaling. The bone is modified at the time of surgery, and again the laser is used to ablate to form a stable clot, which helps to get the stem cells and helps in healing. And this basically forms a closed system and adapts the gingival crest to create a closed system. Occlusal trauma is adjusted and new attachment is generally regenerated. So this is a currently used treatment modality for peri-implantitis. These are all the possible lasers which can be used for disinfection or decontamination. Erbium-YAG with radially firing tips. It removes the microbes, infiltrated oxide layer, and it can be used with or without abrasive air devices at various settings like 1.5 to 2 watts. CO2 laser for re-osseointegration, and it is found to be of promise as there's minimally absorbed on titanium, or there's less risk of temperature induced damage. And there's a new laser called as light scalpel CO2 laser, which is doing this job wonderfully. First there's abrasion using resorbable hydroxyapatite, then chemical sodium hypochlorite or H2O2, local antibiotics, and laser at 2 to 4 watts. LAPIP, then PDT is another promising treatment modality using the helvotheralite laser. 1 minute exposure in circular motion, which can be repeated, and fluence of 25.5 joules per centimeter square. So recent therapy, the therapy of peri-implantitis also mentions this by a systematic review by Mayfield and Lisa Heights, Mayfield and Mombelli. And then there is LAD, that is PDT with a LED, that is a light emitting diode. This is one of our study recently published in the Journal of Oral Implantology, where a diode laser 810 nanometer was used to as a maintenance of dental implants. And it was a peri-implant circular fluid analysis done using a PCR technology, where a drastic reduction in the qualitative and quantitative values of P. gingivalis was noted. These are some cases of, sir, I may take 10 minutes of the extended time. Is that okay? I'll be concluding in 10 minutes.
You can, please.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. So these are some cases of ongoing cases of peri-implantitis. You can see the crater-shaped defect around the implant here. So according to the protocols, the probing depth more than 5 millimeters. So flap was reflected, curettage with Teflon coated, euphoric curates was done. Physical decontamination, chlorhexidine for 2 minutes. You can see the implant surface. Then the implant decontamination with the laser on the soft tissue wall of the pocket, as well as the on radial circular motion along the implant without contacting it. And then graft was used and suturing. Unfortunately, these are ongoing cases, so the post-operative radiographs are awaited. This is another case where you can see the defect. Same thing was done, same protocol was followed, but here a BIOS was used, along with that a collagen membrane, and this was sutured. So these are according to the acute protocols, and the CIST protocol therapies were carried out. Just a mention about the use of lasers in technology of manufacturing of implants. Biohorizons have this laser lock implants which have a precision engineered cell site channels machined onto the surface of implants and abutments using laser ablation technology, that is pulsed excimer lasers are used. This is something as a industrial use. This is not used in the dental procedures, and this leads to attachment of osteoblasts, fibroblasts, true connective tissue attachment, and a great biologic seal. Other uses are exposure of the abutment margins during the impressions of implantology, then vestibular deepening cases around where there is inadequate vestibular depth, where it makes it very easy to restore and give a good. This is just a case showing how beautifully the blue wavelength of laser can just do a vestibular extension procedure. This is a zero laser of Dentsply, which is come up with a patented blue light or a blue wavelength, which is a dual wavelength. At the same time, you can do some amount of gingivectomy as well. And this is how you can then go ahead and restore it. This is the restored case basically. Some more cases with CO2 laser, full lower jaw retention was a problem. Patient had to go for complete denture. A normal surgery would have invited a lot of pain to the patient, lot of sutures and trouble in post-operative healing. So this is completely done with a CO2 laser. And you can see that there is an increase in the vestibular depth, and patient is happy wearing the denture. Procedures like this, where in aesthetic cases where you are wanting to prepare an ovate pontic, this was a faulty restoration, so new pontic area has to be prepared. So ovate pontic site is being prepared here. And a little bit of gingivectomy on the adjacent tooth. So you can see that this is how the patient came, following which ovate pontic was prepared. This is crown lengthening, a temporary prosthesis for the molding, and then a final prosthesis to change the look of the patient. Laser safety, utmost paramount importance. Every time you work on lasers, you have to wear safety glasses worn by you, the patient, as well as the assistants. The wavelength specific glasses are there for each type of laser. And laser plume evacuator is what I already mentioned about, to take away the plumes, or a high vac suction has to be used. The glasses have to be based on the wavelength, the optical density, the frame, and the filter. This is the primary criteria for choosing the glasses. Each laser will have some safety protocols and precautions on the backside of the machine. There is also a door switch which should be connected to an external source outside, like how we have in the Hindi movies the light of an operation theater to show that something is happening. In the same fashion, whenever a laser is being used, ideally there should be a light outside to show that this is a laser treatment going on. So anybody with unprotected eyes should not enter. And of course, the basic manufacturer's instructions to be followed at the back. This is the new COVID setup. Of course, we all are getting used to this, working with with lot of gadgets and a lot of things on us, basically, looking like astronauts ourselves. But yes, it is mandatory N95 mask with a double mask with your protective eyewear and a face shield on that. And this goes for everyone who's around you at that time, with proper protection for the patient. If it's possible, use disposable optical fiber tips. Sterilization of the laser handpieces should be done, and plume evacuators also should be used. And use a clutter-free environment as far as possible with all the drapes, and try and use these HEPA filters, which are high efficiency particulate air filters, which are important when you're using lasers, because they trap the smallest of particles like viruses, which can be suspended in the air after the use of lasers. Now you also have ULPA, that is the ultra low particulate filters, which are also used. So please try and incorporate that whenever you're using lasers. Just to touch upon low level laser therapy, it is biostimulation. I call it the yoga of laser dentistry, because it does everything what yoga does to your body basically. So they are like soft lasers, they are low intensity lasers, and they are biostimulators. So normally they are in the helium neon gas and the 632 nanometer range, and their effects are all beneficial, stimulatory effects on the macrophages, lymphocytes, fibroblasts, endothelial cells, and keratinocytes. Cell respiration increases, transformation of fibroblasts to myofibroblasts, analgesic effects, and on the general immune system. So they can be used on everything like following extraction, following a flap surgery, following a free gingival graft, for promoting wound healing, reducing pain and hypersensitivity. So as we try to conclude, there are some points to ponder upon. Take home messages. We saw so many lasers, we saw so many possibilities and limitations of each laser. So you have to study, it's a technology, you understand it, you try to analyze what you want and what indication you're using it for. It cannot replace conventional modality. As I said, be a true periodontist first, learn your scalpel first, then you can use these technologies to upgrade or improve your outcomes. It is not a panacea, it is not a direct cure for something. You use it within the limits of own merits, do not try to cross certain things. You diagnose it properly and use the dosage required. You make the change if you want to see something new happening. However, I always say that however intriguing and interesting the technology is, cost factor can be a hindrance sometimes, availability can be a hindrance, learning curve may oppose a practical problems in the use of lasers. So basically, I would just if the I mean this is just a laser to this is just since it was a pre-conference course, these are just some videos to show you how you can start with your initial or basic laser training. You can use it on models, you can use it on a piece of a meat, or you can use it on vegetables. Start with your basic incisions. Diode laser is always going to be the most accessible laser at hand, so you can initially start with your training using the diode laser and then move on to the other lasers as in how the availability of these lasers goes. We also conduct these modules for the solar diploma and mastership programs. This is how the basic vegetable training is. I mean, at the end of it all, it boils down to vegetables. So, but that's how you start it, because that's the easiest way to get a feel of the laser fibers. So this is a case of how you can practice pocket sterilization, a partial thickness flap, de-epithelialization. These are your basic exercises. So whoever gets motivated with this technology can probably start off in this particular manner.
Dr. Rashmi, I think we are overshooting the time.
Yes, sir.
You can reduce this video a bit. There are a few questions lined up by Dr. Shalu. So we have to answer those few questions.
So this is our diploma training and mastership faculty, which happens at M.A. Ramunwala College every year. But because of COVID now, from the last 1 year, we've not had it. The mastership program, of course, happens in the University of Vienna. So this is our team and, the team of mentors. We enjoy the teaching program every year. So your life is controlled by what you focus on. So I would say that focus like a laser and not like a flashlight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the chairpersons for allowing me the extra timing, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning to all. Dr. Rashmi, it was a wonderful presentation. There are a few questions regarding this presentation.
Yes,
First
ma'am.
question is by Dr. Tarna,
Okay.
and she's asking which is more preferable, focused or defocused mode for depigmentation surgeries?
Ma'am, it depends on the laser that you're using. If you're using a erbium-YAG laser, it is generally preferred in a defocus mode. But if you're using a CO2 laser or a diode laser, it is used in a focused mode.
Yeah. The second question is by Dr. Naga Jyoti, and she's asking what is your views on LINAP, which you have well explained. And the third question is by Dr. Rahul, and he wants to know about plume, which you have explained again with the plume evacuators and everything. And he also wants to ask about what about the coherent properties of lasers.
Okay. Ma'am, the first question, I think it was about the, ma'am, can you repeat that, please, ma'am? The first question?
It was about plume that you explained well. Plume
Already it has been explained, Rashmi.
Okay, ma'am. Plume is basically the vapors which come out when the laser is incident on the target tissues. So basically, the cells they basically the cell intracellular pressure rises and the cells blast off, and that is what comes off as plumes. But this plume can be very dangerous at times because it is found from various studies that viruses like the HIV virus, the human papilloma virus, all can be retained in this plume, and that is why it is very important to evacuate this using a high vac suction or a plume evacuator. And especially in the current times when we're dealing with the COVID scenario where it's a viral kind of an infection, then we have to be additionally careful and use the extra precautions like the HEPA filters along with using the plume evacuators. And also long-term studies have shown that if you're using CO2 lasers, especially for an extended period, like several years of time, because of the plume being ingested, there are chances of some oropharyngeal lesions as well. So when you're working with these lasers on a long-term basis, your plume evacuator, high vac suction and filters have to be in place along with N95 and an extra additional mask.
Okay, the second question was coherent properties of laser. Can you explain about the coherent properties of lasers?
Ma'am, coherent is actually when a laser beam emerges, it is monochromatic, collimated, and coherent. Coherent means that the light waves are in phase with one another. They are not in different directions, or they are not scattering here and there, or they are not in different wavelengths. So when a light emerges, when a laser beam emerges, they are in what do you say? They are in tandem with one another. They are not. They are in spatial configuration also, and they are in phase together. They are not of different light, color, or anything like that. So when you
They
say
are in the same phase.
yes, ma'am. So when you say properties, they are monochromatic, collimated, and coherent. So that means they are in the same phase, ma'am.
And Dr. Ashish Kumar wants to ask, how is healing different in lasers? And he's asking that the laser is a good hemostatic, has a good hemostatic effect.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how the strong hemostatic effect is an advantage of lasers regarding healing?
Yeah, first question regarding healing of lasers. The property of lasers is that they heal by something known as an intermediate intention. Intermediate intention because I showed you in one out of the cases that in the first post-operative day following healing, you get a white layered sticky kind of a dressing or a coagulum, which is a denatured protein coagulum. So that forms like a biologic dressing on the surfaces. So all wounds can heal with that in place. You do not need a periodontal dressing. You do not need antibiotics because that itself is protective. It's biologic and it prevents post-operative infection. Healing with lasers like carbon dioxide or diode can be slightly delayed because lasers tend to seal the lymphatics, blood vessels, and the nerve endings. So a little bit of blood supply to that area becomes less, and any dry wound takes little longer to heal compared to a wet wound. Erbium YAG laser induces some amount of fresh bleeding during the surgical procedure, and that bleeding is of utmost importance because it promotes wound healing. So, ma'am, it depends on what type of laser you're using, and that's going to determine how fast or how slow the healing is going to be. But compared to conventional surgical wound healing, it has been found that most lasers, except for erbium YAG laser, heal a little slow, but the wound healing is less traumatic or traumatic at the histological level compared to conventional surgical wound healing.
Yeah, to add on to this, that's why I think the erbium lasers, they are used less in the areas where we want a hemostatic
Yes,
effect
ma'am.
more,
Yes, ma'am.
and less on hemangiomas and
Definitely,
the bleeding
definitely.
disorder patients.
Yeah, but the advantage of them is that where they are used, they promote healing very well, ma'am.
Yeah,
Like where their use is guaranteed, you can really get good healing.
yeah, that's good. Then the last question is the role of photodynamic therapy in treating peri-implantitis.
Okay.
Do it have scientific evidence? This is being asked by Dr. Hemlata.
Okay. Ma'am, scientific evidence is there. I mean, there's a lot of ongoing research, a lot of systematic reviews are also there. But as I mentioned in my slide initially, they have tried implant surface scaling along with photodynamic therapy, or they have tried a combination of implant surface scaling plus open flap debridement along with photodynamic therapy. They have tried only CO2 laser or only erbium mag laser or a combination with photodynamic therapy. So they have found marginally beneficial effects. Some studies have found there is a systematic review by Shamron et al. I think almost there are a lot of studies in that. Some studies have found marginally better effect in terms of bleeding on probing reduction or any other parameters, but it cannot be established as a monotherapy yet because its role as monotherapy has not been established. Always it is being used as an adjunct, and repeated intervals may be required, but there is no gold standard statement yet because heterogeneity is there in terms of the tips used, the power of the laser used, the diameter used, the fluence of the laser, the dye of the laser, dye which is used. So there are and what techniques were used in those studies which were considered for the systematic review. So definitely it is a treatment modality of promise, but as of now, a gold standard statement or a position paper statement cannot be issued on that.
So these were all the questions from the delegate. I just have one question in my mind.
Yes, ma'am.
If you just can you throw some light over the depth of penetration of the different lasers?
Ma'am, whatever lasers we are commonly using, I have already mentioned that they are in that near infrared, mid and far infrared. So to name them, we have the diode lasers, we have the erbium family, erbium YAG, erbium chromium YSGG, which are in the 2940 wavelength. The diode lasers are generally in the 8N to 980 nanometers
The
wavelength.
depth of penetration in
The
with
depth of
respect to the
penetration,
tissue.
ma'am, is the highest in terms of penetration is for the Nd:YAG lasers, ma'am. The neodymium, yttrium, aluminum, garnet, they penetrate almost up to 3 millimeters. The least depth of penetration is by the erbium YAG lasers, which is very superficial. So the order I would say highest is by Nd:YAG lasers, followed by diode lasers. These are the shorter wavelengths, and then you have the erbium YAG laser, and then you have the carbon dioxide laser, and the least is by the erbium YAG laser. So So it is again to do with the optical properties and the target tissues and the chromophores, ma'am.
No doubt, it was a wonderful presentation, and you have made this convoluted topic into the simplest one. And especially the video you have shown about the firing and the activation of the diode laser, and you made the thing so crystal clear. Add on to this, I just like to add on to the safety goggles, that we have safety goggles, and there are side shields are there on
Yes,
those
ma'am.
safety goggles, and the optical density, because I do understand, because of the constraint of the timing constraints, you could not have put onto that, but again you have shown such a crossover applications of the lasers, and especially the halitosis part. It added to my knowledge, so thanks for that. And yeah, again, it was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for.
Over to Urban sir.
Yeah, Rashmi, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I don't want to take much of a time. It was, as I had said, it is a woman with a substance with lot of softness in speaking.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you for the great knowledge-oriented program. And I would like to thank the 19th ISP committee for giving me a opportunity to chairing a wonderful session. And the first
Thank you, sir. Thank you
session.
so much. As I said, it's cutting a long story short, but yes, we have to do it. There is no.
Yeah, there's no other choice at present scenario, but you have done a wonderful thing. I think that's what Shalu agrees with me.
Thank you.
It was definitely a wonderful session. Thank you very much, Rashmi. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you for
Thank
your
you all
time.
the participants, and thank you ISP for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really a very informative session on lasers and soft and hard tissue surgery. The presentation epitomized everything in a beautiful way.
Thank
you.
you.
It was beyond excellent.
Thank you so much, sir. So I
Thank
tried
you.
my best to compile whatever possible, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anirban Chatterjee and Dr. Shalu Batla, for your valuable comments and time. We are so happy to have you both with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be leaving.
Thank you.
A call from PT Lilitha. A call from PT Lilitha.
So,
we still
you can
live?
leave the session, right?
I can leave the session. Yeah.
Yes. And Neetu, I
I
hope
can
you're not
see
live.
even Biju sir and Dr. Johnson here. So hello, sir, and nice to have you all online here, sir. Nice to see you all here, and all the best to Dr. Johnson for this next session.
Thank you, Rashmi. I personally don't use lasers much, but then after seeing your session, I feel I should start using it again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a beginning. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We are not live as it, right?
Dani sir, thank you so much.
My
still
pleasure,
there.
Rashmi.
Thank you
My
so
pleasure.
much for this opportunity, sir.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
Our next session will start at 11 a.m.
Yeah. I think we should not be live anymore.
Yeah, 5 minutes more, right?
Yeah, we can play a video for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Neetu, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we will go live at 11 o'clock sharp.
All right, sir. So, backend team, please play the videos. Hello.
Yeah, backend team, one video at least for 5 minutes you can play. Not this one, the other one.
No, the 4 videos. 4 videos. Welcome. One at a time, huh?
I think it's a 1 or 2 minute video only. So one
Yeah,
at a
so
time.
all the videos are of 4 minutes, so we can cover all the 4 videos.
Yeah. No, we have only 4 minutes to go now. It is 10. Oh, we have 8 minutes to go. Right. 2 videos we can cover.
Yeah, 5 minutes more, right?
Yeah, we can play video for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we will go live at 11 o'clock sharp.
is one of the integral part in dentistry. And the survey shows that 95% of the population are affected with
Yeah,
periodontal
backend
disease.
team, one video at
Here,
least for 5 minutes you can
we
play.
as a
Not this one, the
periodontist
other
are
one.
making an effort to get into the masses of the population to create an awareness among the general public and to
I think
create
it's a
an
1 or
impact
2 minute
as well as
video
on the
only.
treatment
So
line
one at a time.
and to create an impact on the urban as well as the rural
Yeah,
population in the
yeah.
coming
No, we
years.
have only 4 minutes to
So,
go now.
we
It
are
is
creating an attempt
10.
as
Oh,
a
we have
President
8
Elect of
minutes
Indian
to go.
Society of
Right. Two
Periodontology
videos we can cover.
to have a
Yeah, 5 minutes
proper
more,
screening,
right?
charting,
Yeah, we
and
can play
treatment
video
plan
for five
for the
minutes.
patients
Okay.
and to have a benefit
Are you
for
there?
them as
Yeah.
such. Thank you. Hi.
Yeah. So we
As we
will
all
go
know,
live
the
at 11
periodontal
o'clock
disease
sharp.
is one of the
Friends,
integral part
periodontal
in
disease
dentistry.
leads to loss of teeth,
And the survey
and
shows
this
that
loss of teeth
95%
has
of
to
the
be
population are
rectified
affected with
by way of
Yeah,
periodontal
backend
disease.
placing
team, one
artificial
video at
teeth.
Here,
least for 5 minutes.
Already play,
we
man.
as
Not
a
this one, the
periodontist
other
are
one.
making an effort to get
Rectification
into the masses of the
by
population
way of
to
dental
create an
implants.
awareness
Dental
among the
implants
general
has been
public
aggressively being
and to
I
practiced
think
create
these
it's
days,
a
an
1
impact
or 2
as
minutes.
ये 2 मिनट लगा रखे हैं मैम.
to create an impact on the urban as well as the rural
Yeah,
in terms
population
of
in the
yeah.
practicing
coming
No, we
years.
have
implant
only
dentistry.
4 minutes to
So,
go now.
we
It
are
is
creating an attempt
10.
as
Oh,
a
we have
President
8
Elect of
minutes to
Indian
go.
Society
Right.
of
Two
Periodontology
videos we can
Also,
cover.
to
the
have a
Yeah, 5
costs are
minutes.
involved into placement of dental implants. So whenever you are experiencing dental loss or tooth loss, better go to a dental surgeon and go in for dental implant therapy. Dear friends, on behalf of the Indian Society of Periodontology, I wish to inform you that according to the data of WHO, we have 80% of our population which is affected with some or the other sort of periodontal diseases. Periodontal diseases are gum diseases and which increase in severity and lead to periodontitis, which ultimately leads to tooth loss. So, if we consider the huge population, which is, if we consider our country as the second most populous country of the world, then definitely it's a huge healthcare burden over us. And if we consider the clinical data, it reflects that very less number of patients are being treated for periodontal conditions into our clinical practices. And this is basically because of the fact that we devote less time into diagnosing these conditions. Since these conditions are asymptomatic conditions, there is a great possibility of them being missed upon in the initial examination. So I would request all of you to devote adequate time into diagnosing these conditions at the initial screening visits so that we would be able to provide a healthy periodontium and a healthy masticatory apparatuses to our patients. Thank you.
Aesthetic and smile designing is incomplete without the proper care of the pink. The judicious balance of white and pink is a prerequisite for aesthetic periodontal outcome. The various aesthetic periodontal surgeries, various aesthetic periodontal treatments like periodontal plastic surgery and even the newer advances in periodontal microsurgery are very handy in comprehensive aesthetic periodontal care for the patients.
Hi. As we all know, the periodontal disease is one of the integral part in dentistry, and the survey shows that as well as on the treatment line and to create an impact on the urban as well as the rural population in the coming years. So, we are creating an attempt as a President-elect of Indian Society of Periodontology to have a proper screening, charting and a treatment line for the patients and to have a benefit for them. To have a proper screening, charting and a treatment line.
We are on in a minute.
Vijay sir, good morning.
Good morning.
We should be on in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Jilu?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, done is 11.
Yep.
Now we are moving on to our next clinical training session, sticky bone in periodontal and peri-implant regeneration, chaired by Dr. Biju Thomas and Dr. Praveen Kudva. Dr. Biju Thomas did his BDS from Manipal College of Dental Sciences, Manipal in 1992 and MDS from AB Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences, Mangalore in 1995. Dr. Biju has a teaching service of over 25 years in the same institution, AB Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences. Dr. Biju Thomas is the past president of Indian Society of Periodontology and is an executive committee member and office bearer of Indian Society of Periodontology from the year 2000 till date. More than 150 publications were under his credit in various national and international journals. Our next chairperson for this session is Dr. Praveen B. Kudva. Dr. Praveen Kudva is currently the Principal and Dean, Dental Faculty at Siddhartha Dental College, Tumkur. Dr. Praveen Kudva did his undergraduation and post-graduation from the very prestigious AB Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences, Mangalore. Dr. Praveen Kudva is the past president of Indian Society of Periodontology and has been formerly president, acting president, executive committee member of Indian Society of Periodontology and business manager of Journal of Indian Society of Periodontology. Dr. Praveen Kudva is the recipient of ISP Pat Badekar Award for the best clinical paper and he has bagged 4 other best paper awards. Dr. Praveen Kudva has numerous publications and has been an invited speaker at national and international conferences at scientific congress. We heartily welcome Dr. Biju Thomas and Dr. Praveen Kudva to chair the session. Now, over to chairpersons to introduce the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillu, for the warm words and introducing us to the delegates. Now, I'm sure that all the delegates who have registered for this conference, the postgraduates as well as the faculty, will be simply amazed seeing the virtual platform that has been created here. This is even much beyond our expectations, and I know a lot of people have put in hard work to see that this PG convention has materialized here today. Ashish Jain, Anil, Nitin Dani sir, Abe Kolte, Vishaka, and background Jillu and the team is very much there, and we are all enjoying. I am sure delegates will have a feast of knowledge over the next 2-3 days here, and please make use of the facilities that the Indian Society of Periodontology is providing for you. My job today is to introduce the speaker for this clinical training session on sticky bone in periodontal and peri-implant regeneration. Professor Dr. Johnson Raja I don't think he needs any introduction to this audience. A very much sought after speaker, a great orator, a great academician, and currently I'll briefly present his biodata to you. He has done his BDS from the Rajas Dental College and MDS from the Ragas Dental College, Chennai in 2007. He has received his fellowship from the International College of Oral Implantologists, USA. His areas of interest include lasers, advanced implantology, and piezosurgery, with focus on clinical research on peri-implant regeneration with autologous growth factors and bone substitutes. He is one of the pioneers in the field of zygomatic implantology, and he has perfected the art and science of offering zygomatic implants as a treatment option to patients with atrophied mandibles as a daycare procedure. And keep in mind, this procedure is carried out by less than 2% of the implantologists on a global level. He is an internationally certified mentor for the extramaxillary approach in zygomatic implants and has trained more than 200 dental surgeons in this procedure. He is currently the only member from India in the SAGA network, which is a global forum of pioneers in zygomatic implantology. and his desire to share his knowledge and expertise in advanced implantology led to establishing a fully fledged exclusive implant care. Many of us know that Implant Tree, which is a very famous implant center with state-of-the-art training facilities in Chennai, with branches in Coimbatore, Tirunelveli, and Madurai. Coming to other organizations, he is an active executive committee member of the ISP, state vice president of IDA Tamil Nadu branch, central council member of IDA head office. He is also an elected member of the Senate of the prestigious Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University and is also a recipient of the Young Achiever Award in Implantology in the World Dental Congress in 2018 London. He is also the recipient of the Asia Leadership Award instituted by the World Dental Council, and he also serves as honorary faculty at the Lincoln University, Malaysia. Johnson, my good friend, I know you have much more achievements to your credit, which all I am sure most of the delegates are aware of it. And coming to the topic of sticky bone, I'm not elaborating too much on it, but we all know that this concept started from 2010 onwards. And to tell you in detail about it, we have Johnson here for the next 1.5 hours here. Over to you, Johnson.
Thank you so much, Biju sir. It's an honor to be virtually seated between two past presidents of ISP, Biju sir and Praveen sir, and as chairpersons, and to deliver this session. So this is my second keynote lecture in ISP, and I taught all these lectures as the aggressive periodontist because I believe most conferences, including perio conferences, are now hijacked by implantologists. So I prefer to stick to exclusive perio topics. Of course, now in specialty of periodontics, we deal with a lot of soft and hard tissue management in implantology also. So, Dr. Jilu, can I start sharing my screen?
Sure, sir.
Good. So, for all, I understand my audience today will be more of postgraduate. So, I will not dwell much on the theoretical aspects and lot of studies and all that stuff, and we'll keep it more clinical with a lot of video demonstrations and cases to keep you interested and motivated into the specialty of periodontics. So, I bring you greetings. 1 second. Yeah, so our topic will be sticky bone, and as a Marvel fan, today I adapted Spider-Man as our role model for this program. And I bring you greetings from my alumni, Rajas Dental College. And this presentation is very special to me because this is my first presentation after I have been promoted as the head of department from April 1st. So a very special presentation for me. And as with all presentations, I start by giving thanks to my dad, and who is still the driving force to become unique in whatever work you do, whatever cases you do, and be focused and determined to do the best, give the best outcome from your side. And I also give thanks to my mentor, Dr. KV Arun. He's my PG guide. Until now, even if I have a doubt or some to go to left or right, he's the person I turn to, and I always listen to the advice he gives me. Okay, so a beautiful virtual platform. Actually, I would have been happier if this was in Goa, and you will all be looking out forward to the presidential dinner today and the banquet tomorrow. But I have students sitting in front of me. Some just got up and brushing teeth, maybe some on playing with their pets, but then I'm sure this session will evoke some thoughts in you. That's what can be done differently. I'm not going into a theoretical explanation of my agenda, but I will give you concepts and I'll show you combinations, how we can manage most osseous defects and most kind of peri-implant and periodontal defects just by giving back to the patient what is his own. Okay, nature is the best healing can give, and also you'll have some take back ideas how we can manage, look at cases differently. And of course, I am one of the propagandas of the periodontist, and we are the best in management of soft and hard tissue issues around implants. Okay, so today's agenda, we'll be seeing a little bit about just 2-3 slides about, we'll see as a flow, as a work chart, how what wound healing and inflammation is, and how this will transcribe into regeneration, and a little bit of tissue engineering, and finally how platelets and growth factor will have a defining role in tissue engineering with regeneration. So, and we'll see the components of these platelet growth factors, the fibrin, the cellular elements, and the concepts behind PRF. And we'll dive straight into my topic today of concentrated growth factor and sticky bone. And we'll see the clinical applications. And I have 3 well-recorded cases for you: one on sinus lift, one on ridge split, and one more on ridge augmentation with videos and photographs, and well-defined videos of how to prepare these 2 concepts. Okay, so actually, periodontists have a very challenging role to play, because we deal with a wound which is exposed to the environment, and every different procedure we have has a different wound healing phenomenon. So, as a periodontal regeneration specialist, we have to give a wide cocktail into the healing area, which will help in mesenchymal cell recruitment, proliferation, and also promote extracellular matrix regeneration and scar formation. Scar formation, if you think it goes in the head, is something we feel is bad because we don't like scars, but actually the cicatrix is the basis for good epithelial healing and a properly sealed or non-infective wound. And this is where our PRF membrane is coming to play a very important role. And as I told you, we have to have a pakka sequence, a seamless orchestration of cells coming into the wound, adhering to the wound matrix, and they have to grow, differentiate. One second, this minimize this. Yeah. Differentiate, and then if all this happens, only there will be a predictable regeneration, and that is what our journey in this lecture is towards: a predictable regeneration, and how we can manage this without a very non-expensive way. So when you look at the tissue engineering principles, we need 3 main things, and happily and surprisingly, all of this exists in the PRF membrane itself. So we need a scaffold, which is given by the fibrin matrix, and we need cells. Okay, we have the platelets, leukocytes, and stem cells, which are enrolled in the fibrin matrix, and growth factors. What growth factor you name it, everything comes in our concentrated growth factor matrix. All the growth factors necessary for regeneration happens over here. But then why is it that we are not using this for all our cases? We'll see why. Okay, we will look at expensive membranes, GBR membranes, and grafts, and this which you like to promote. And see, the problem with I feel with the PRF, why you're not using much of CGF and PRF, is that these are not industry supported. Okay, so we go behind a lot of products which are industry promoted, big companies coming to you. They have representatives come to use a bone graft. This is good. This does this. This gives this much of regeneration. Whereas everything is there within the patient's mouth itself, in the patient's body itself. The nature within us can be the best healing capacity for the patient. Okay, so presenting to you today in today's lecture, we are talking about the PRF, and more specifically about the concentrated growth factor and sticky bone, and how this combination, why I'll tell you why I have chosen this combination. And though we have a lot of varieties, I'll tell you why I've chosen this combination for our regeneration. So I will not go into much of history. We all know the boom in the PRF and these factors was after Chokran relaunched it in 2001 with the 2nd generation. I'm not talking about the 1st generation. Okay, and as bioactive platelet concentrates. So previously we know about the PRP and PRGF. I don't want to talk about that. Those will be normal PG lectures. We talk about 1st generation, 2nd generation, what is the difference between 1st generation, 2nd generation, all the stuff. So I wanted to very clear that we are going to talk only about the CGF and AFG. Okay, so and how they are very effective in our clinical scenario today. So what is most important about the PRF matrix, the 2nd generation matrix? Of course, to briefly tell you about the 1st generation, we had to add bovine thrombin and calcium chloride for the setting process, whereas now we have the totally physiologic non-chemical method of forming PRF with the Chokran's technique, where we don't even add any chemicals. Okay, so what we have is a beautiful 3-dimensional fibrin membrane, which will be there in the wound itself. So this mimics the extracellular matrix structure, and now we have a scaffold. Now if we talk about tissue engineering, one of the most difficult, if all the researchers over here will know this, to create a right scaffold for the cells and the growth factors to come in and grow. Whereas now we already have a good fibrin matrix, natural, which is going to stay there for some time, which has a scaffold, and this contains all the necessary cells, the platelets, the leukocytes, the growth factor, the stem cells. And again, we have a hydrated environment where they can act in synergy to improve and accelerate tissue healing, both soft tissue and hard tissue. What more do you want as a periodontal regeneration specialist? We have the scaffold, we have the cells, you have the growth factors, you have, and they work both for regeneration of soft tissue and hard tissue. And they work in synergy to promote cell proliferation, differentiation, ECM synthesis, chemotaxis, angiogenesis. The entire natural process of wound healing is now multiplied 2, 3, 4 times in there, and we have it free of cost. No paying expensive. A reasonably good bone graft would cost you at least some 10,000 rupees, and a membrane another 15,000 rupees, where everything is there. With 40 cc of blood from the patient, you have everything in your hands. So we have 3 key elements which are managed by the PRF membranes. Okay, angiogenesis, as I told you, fibrin is the key factor for promoting endothelial maturation and vascular formation. Then we have the PRF as an immune mode, which you'll be seeing right now. And what is very, very important is the promotion of epithelial cover, especially in infected sockets, infected wounds. The PRF plays a very, very important role in creating the epithelial cover, which is the matter of concern for us, because whatever defect we manage, we need to do some kind of GBR or GTR so that we don't have epithelial ingrowth. That is one part. So, and with these membranes acting to influence the activity of epithelial cells and the fibroblast, so we have a proper epithelial cover which forms a favorable wound site also. So I'll just take you through the 3 main components of the PRF. First, the fibrin matrix. And whatever said and done, it is not the cells or the growth factors, it is the matrix, the foundation, which plays a very, very important role. Very, very important role in, let's move this a little down. Yeah, very, very important role in the formation of the growth factor matrix. Okay, so we all know fibrinogen is the soluble component, and to make it into a mesh, it is acted by thrombin, and it becomes initial fibrin. This forms the mesh, and this is involved in in all your the cellular phase, the vascular phase of inflammation, and it closes the walls of in the hemostatic mechanism also. So what we have is this fibrin forms the first cicatricial matrix. This forms the first CAR matrix, and this matrix is this key for now starting a sequence of hemostasis and the cellular mechanisms of coagulation and inflammation. All right, and the advantage in the CGF membranes, these PR membranes, it's a slow progressive polymerization. It's not rapid polymerization like PRP and PRGF. Whereas it's very slow, meaning the mesh forms very slowly, and at the same time, the release of growth factors is also very, very slow. So we have a healing wound over there, and we have growth factors coming in at a slow period of time. We have cytokines acting also on a very slow period of time, rather than immediately releasing all the growth factors, and the membranes becomes null and void. Okay, and at the same time, we also have an adhesive scaffolding for new angiogenesis and new blood formation. At the same time, we also have a lot of growth factors like VEGF and all the necessary growth factors for new blood cell formation. So essentially, what we have, we're putting into that the wound, the periodontal or the peri-implant wound, we are putting into an exactly mimic a biomimetic, you can call it, exact same structure as an SSL matrix, which needs to form for wound healing. So this is just for knowledge sake. Wow, this is how the fibrin matrix looks in PRP, and this is what we get in PRF, where it's the equilateral junctions between the fibrins. The fibrillae are little more loose, little more elastic, and better for cell in growth and for slow polymerization. Whereas in PRP, it's more dense and it is not very good for cellular junctions. And again, the fibrin plays a very, very important support to the immune node, also the immunity, by activating a lot of the T cells and the B cells and the growth factors coming in. Yes, and also we have the important role of modulating the metabolism of epithelial cells, as I told you, where it plays a good role in modulating epithelial cover over the wound. Okay, good. So finally, what this implies as far as the fibrin is, we are having a natural biomaterial favorable for neovascularization and to guide the epithelial cell migration to the surface. Now, those clinicians will agree with me how important it is to have to put in a product into your periodontal wound, which guides the cell migration to the surface rather than epithelial cell ingrowth into the wound site. That is going to be very detrimental to regeneration. So we can have secondary wound healing with proper epithelial migration, also without ingrowth into the epithelial wound, and we have accelerated healing. And next, so with that PRF we are done, with Vibrin we are done. Now we'll see what happens with the cellular elements. So the cell elements are again the same orchestra. We follow the lead fibrins, followed by a lot of the necessary cells necessary for regeneration, such as platelets, leukocytes, monocytes, and most importantly, especially the concentrated growth factor has the ability to filter in the mesenchymal cell, the CD34 cells, which is a huge plus point in the regenerative mechanism in bone graft. So we have the leukocytes, which act as an immune node, and they have the antibacterial and conductive actions, and they stimulate the defense mechanism. So in infected wounds, in the periodontal wound, we actually have a jump start in the defense mechanism in matrix remodeling during wound healing. Okay, so I don't want to stick to the theory part. I'll just go into the clinics. But one important point I would like to add here is the retrocontrol inflammation mechanism. The CGF membranes have been identified to contain interleukin 4, which retards inflammation. So ideally, I like the word in one article with Dohan, there is a coherent inflammatory process without a lot of inflammation happening over there. It's a coherent healing process. So everything happens in synergy without any adverse inflammation happening. Again, so we have the leukocytes, we have the platelets. So platelets are the first cells to come to wound site apart from neutrophils. So apart from their coagulative activities, they are like what a powerhouse of growth factors. Now I'll just show one slide. So we saw cells, we saw growth factors, and these fibrin act as a vehicle for all the necessary growth factors necessary for a proper regeneration niche in that area. And the important part, they are released over a sustained period of time. So the bioactivity remains for at least for 7 to 10 days, whereas studies with CGF show. Okay, so now this is just one slide where we'll see what are the necessary cytokines necessary for bone healing, and whatever I have marked in red, that the TGF family, PDGF, FGF, insulin GF, IGF, and the VEGF angioproteins, all of these this is the total family, and out of this, all of this are present in the platelet derived growth, in the alpha granules of platelets. So what when you read more and more about the beauty of the PRF membrane and the sticky bone, you will understand we are giving to the patient something very, very good. So it's a beautiful regenerative cocktail which contains all the necessary growth factors, the cells, the network for a proper regenerative mold. So with that brief 15 minutes 20 minutes theory of why the PRF membrane and the concept of autologous growth factors is important for us. Since this is a clinical session, we will jump into the clinical part. Oh, so now we have some more. So my topic today was the use of PRF in periodontal and peri-implant regeneration. So the science behind both these concepts is that it plays a huge role in accelerating bone healing and the healing of osseous defects. So this is little science. So it activates the PRK pathway and upregulation of osteoprotein, which you all know plays a good role in the proliferation of osteoblasts. So studies by Chang et al., 2 or 3 articles which they have dwelt on the mechanisms behind periodontal and peri-implant regeneration. And in culture also, they have shown to increase the proliferation of osteoblasts, the exclusive cells necessary for regeneration, the osteoblast and the periodontal ligament cells. Since I know there are the PGs attending the program, I added these articles. It might be useful for you in your presentations and in exams. And one important part you have to see is the third point. They suppress oral epithelial cell growth. So we already saw they form a epithelial cover, but at the same time they prevent their ingrowth into the wound, suppressing the oral epithelial growth. So these two factors. So we have the membrane, the growth factor, the PRF, which upregulates osteoblast, upregulates ligament cells, at the same time suppressing epithelial growth. So you have the evidence behind why we should not wait anymore for using PRF and sticky bone in your cases. Okay. So with that, we will go into the what are the basic PRF types. So the after Chokran relaunched CGF and the entire scenarios in 2006 and 2010, we have a lot of research going on world over and different combinations of PRFs. I think we should, and I should say in this podium, a lot of research is done by our Indian research scholars in PRF. And when you go through the review of literature, we have a lot of articles published by our departments. So basically, we have two types of PRF available. One is the liquid PRF, which you use for a lot of actions are there with you can use for aesthetic medicine, regeneration, and we have the membrane part. So this is the liquid PRF, and this is how a PRF membrane looks. A properly made PRF membrane looks. Okay, so it starts with two types, the injectable and the membrane type. In injectable, we have the IPRF, the autogenous fibrin glue, the mineralized plasma matrix, and the leukocyte PRF. No, three types. Sorry, three types. We have IPRF, AFG, and MPM. In that, we are now going to see AFG, and in the membrane type, we have the LPRF, the CGF, and the titanium induced PRF. Now, and also the advanced PRF. So if you see this in these two types, I have marked AFG and CGF, and I'll tell you why I choose these two combinations for all my clinical cases. Okay, so these are solid membrane plugs. Now, what is the difference between all these different as you saw and see in the previous slide? So basically, the difference in this combination will be because of the RPMs we use in the centrifuge machine, and then the speed which we use, and also the variable spin where sometimes we accelerate, decelerate. So these three, the combination change in combinations can give us different kinds of membranes based on the difference in quantity of leukocytes, the plasma, the fibrin. So this will vary. Okay, so I don't want to go into much into all that. So basically, we see the last slide, the last part, the CGF. So what is important for you to note in this slide is now the previous, the LPRF, the APRF have a constant acceleration cycle. That means we push the switch on the machine for 2700 RPM for 12 minutes. That's it. But for the CGF, we need a machine which does an acceleration and a deceleration. You cannot do it in a regular centrifuge machine. You need a specific Chokran's machine for doing the CGF and AFG. So it starts with a 30-second acceleration for 2 minutes, then for 30 acceleration, then 2 minutes at 2700, then 4 minutes at 2400, then again 4 minutes at 2700, then for 3 minutes at 3000 RPM, and then it slows down again. So you have variation in the cycles of RPMs, and that is how the CGF has a long tail and the more of stem cells and more of leukocytes, more dense. We see all that now. So this is a solid membrane, solid PRF, which can use as a membrane or as a plug. As we'll see plugs in the sinus lift cases. This is how a membranous PRF looks like. These are the tubes. These are the tubes, and this is what we remove from the tube, and this is removing the tail. So this is the parts of the membrane. Long tails are typical of the CGF membrane. Okay, the head, the body, and this is the segment which you're going to use for our procedures. When you come to the liquid PRFs, again, we have three types, mainly the IPRF, the MPM, and AFG. Now, if you look at the AFG, the autogenous fibrin glue, it follows the same cycle as the CGF. Okay, so when you are using the machine, we can just put in one preset cycle, and we can get both the membranous and the liquid PRF in the same machine itself. Again, I like to reiterate, IPRF is also a beautiful product. We have done a lot of studies on IPRF, and they also show good regenerative potential. Okay, so now we see the IPRF, the liquid PRF as our three. The protocol given by Dong et al. Is in 2006, and then we have the IPRF. So the IPRF is by Chokran, the the AFG by Sacco et al., and then MPM by Jean Paris, and we are going to use this for our procedures today. Okay, so when you talk about liquid PRF now with the boom in the facial aesthetics, lot of liquid PRF, the especially IPRF is used for wrinkles and crow feet, they call it, no, wrinkles, and for glowing skin and all that stuff. Okay, we use it for endodontics. I have a beautiful case where we did IPRF injection and form of a seal. I forgot to put the pictures, but leave that. Endoperlations, very good for irrigation for large endoperlations, and then even for augmentation of attached gingiva, IPRF is good. Okay, and wide use for chronic infected ulcers, diabetic feet. They are shown to very good effects with MPM. Okay, and then AFG is our focus today because it contains a lot of fibrin. The advantage is forming sticky bone and in huge grafting sites. Now we will see why AFG is so good. Okay, so with that, we'll now go into the clinical sessions where we will see how to make a PRF membrane, how to make CGF membranes and sticky bone, and what is the advantage of all these concepts. So as I told you, we need machines. We cannot use a regular centrifuge, the Remy centrifuge for 6,000, 8,000 rupees. You will need a proper Chokran's machine, or this is the SHK machine which I use, which approximate cost of 60,000 rupees, 80,000 rupees, but a very good investment. Once you buy this, you will not need to buy any more grafts and membranes. No one will tell you this because then the graft industry will go out of business. So that is why you see very less lectures on PRFs and growth factors. And if you have a dentin, the tooth graft machine also, you're done. No more hard grafts at all. No more bone grafts at all. So these are the tubes we have. If you can observe, we have two different tubes. One is with the yellow caps, one is with the red caps. So the yellow caps are used for making the liquid PRF, the red cap for the membranous PRF. The difference between these two glass tubes is that the red caps tubes will have silica particles. You can see, maybe if you can see over here some rough, you can see over here some rough silica particles. So when it rotates, it forms the membrane. And the activator for this PRF is the glass, the silica itself. Both the glass is what activates, whereas in your previous generations, we had activator with thrombin and all that stuff. Okay, and this is how it looks like. This is a PRF box, very important. So in this places here, this is where you form the plugs. And when you put the membrane on the box and you press it with that lid, you get the membranes. This is a regular armamentarium I would be needing for a case. So maybe I'll show it to you during the procedures. Okay, so today's agenda, we have two superheroes helping us in our periodontal regeneration. One is the concentrated growth factor membranous PRF, and AFG, the autogenous fibrin glue, the liquid PRF we are going to use for sticky bone. So with these two combinations, you can manage most kind of defects in periodontal and peri-implant regeneration. So double dhamaka. So what we do is, when we have a case of defects, I would take, depending on the size of the defect and the area we're going to use, I would take one vial would be 10 cc. So I would need maybe two vials of AFG and normally 4 vials of membrane. So I have 4 membranes and 2 AFGs. Okay, so and again at tag, they are vacuotiners. They're not regular test tubes, they're vacuotiners. So when you push the butterfly inside, they'll automatically suck blood into it. So these 2 or 4 or 6 or whatever I need, I'll take and I'll put into the centrifuge to get the result. And the idea is that, so all these centrifuges come with preset settings. I don't have to put in 1 minute this much time, 2 minutes this much time, no need. So I'll show you, we have preset settings. So I just have to push one button where it'll automatically do the acceleration and deceleration, and it'll open up and give the vials to me. So you can see over here. So this is what I will need, the machine. I can see all these, you can see these markings over here. So these are all preset. Now this is preset for LPRF, this is preset for IPRF. And you can see over here, you can see both A and C. That means for autogenous fibrin glue and CGF. So I just had to press that button over there, and it will automatically start the cycle. Okay. And this is how it looks like when I remove it from the centrifuge. You can see the yellow tube has this area as a liquid PRF, the AFG, and what I have here is a CGF. So this is how it looks when I remove it from there. And then what I do is I cut the tail off, because that will be, so there will be 3 layers in the machine. In the tube, you can see the top will be, if we talk about the membranous PRF, the top will be the platelet poor plasma, then the body, which will have my membrane, and here will be the RBCs. We will not need the RBCs because the platelets have disintegrated and all the growth factors have settled into the membranes. Okay, so this is how a CGF plug the membrane looks like, and when I press it and I remove it, the thrombin, the exudate comes out of the membrane, and this is how my membrane will look like. So a normal your GTR membrane looks somewhat like this. So a good GTR membrane would cost you approximately 5,000 6,000 rupees, whereas this is totally free of cost. And this is for making sticky bone. So I'll remove the use a 5 ml syringe and remove the superficial supernatant liquid and put it into the graft material, whatever graft you can use. You can use Oshimol, Oshigraft if you want, BIOS, or whatever graft you can use. If there is an extraction and implant placement case, I would grind the tooth and put it back inside. Though I have not added cases of that, that is what I would usually do. So no expense on the graft also. So the CGF, a very versatile membrane, it has very high quality of fibrin matrix. Okay, and this factor 13A, which cross-links this clot, which has good stability, good strength, and very less enzymatic degradation. And more studies are going on how to improve the stability of the membrane compared to the other PRF membranes. The CGF membrane stays at least for 10 to 15 days. Okay, though it is not sufficient, that is the only drawback you can have. So I'm sure I have this question at the end. The only drawback of all these membranes is the substantivity, how long it stays in the over the wound. But that drawback is overcome by the use of sticky bone. We'll see how. So this has high tensile strength, good adhesive strength, and decreased hemostatic time. Okay. So where can we use these CGF membranes? We can use CGF membranes for sinus lifts, for ridge augmentation, for management of peri-implantitis, and also for management of chronic ulcers in the general medicine side. And we also have proven studies that they are good in healing of critical size bone defects. So this is how I would be using CGF membrane in bone augmentation for guided bone generation. So what it does is it prevents the migration of the epithelial cells. We already saw that because of it actually acts on the epithelial cells and gives them pseudopods to it changes their appearance, the polarity, and a lot of things happen over there. How it prevents the epithelial cell from growing into the wound. Okay, and it provides a space again, and it allows a migration of osteogenic and angiogenic cells over the clot. So basically, it's a very, it fulfills at least 3 of the principles you need for GBR: space maintenance, wound stability, and a good vascular wound. Okay. This is how a sticky bone will look like. Normally, if you see PGs, if there are PGs, of course, there are PGs looking at the lecture. I know the biggest problem will be when your staff, your guides tell you buy us. Okay, buy sir, 10,000 rupees. Okay, no problem. Use for 2 cases. You'll have special cases. So when you see the vial, you get only 1 cc. See, this is 10,000 rupees. Then you'll not feel like using it in the patient at all. So what you'll do is you'll put slowly into the vial, and half of it you will use. And then when you put it in the patient's mouth, patient will look back and the saliva has taken off half from the wound. So when you use it with AFG, the graft will not go to waste. Whatever hard-earned money your father has given for buying that graft, all that graft will go into the patient's mouth. So you don't have to worry about wastage of graft. So it is moldable. The based on the size of the defect, you can mold it into what shape you want. There is no movement of the graft. And again, the fibrin network within the graft. Now, when you have previously, if you're not using this, you'll have to have the graft, and then there has to be neovascularization, all this stuff. But as here, the fibrin network is already meshed within the graft. So you have the cells and everything inside the graft, inside the matrix itself. So better regeneration, accelerated bone healing. And then again, as very important from our side, for Meltzer's theory, so minimizes soft tissue ingrowth into the sticky bone graft. So this is why I tell you, even if the CGF membrane stays only for 7 to 10 days, after that, the sticky bone will take care of preventing the epithelial ingrowth, acting as a membrane. So 2 very important points for you. We had to be very quick in doing all this, the phlebotomy of removing blood and then putting into the test tube. Everything should happen within a minute. So less than 25 seconds for a tube, and within a minute the centrifuge should start. You should not delay in running it. And always use a pair of box. Do not use gauzes for compression, because when you use a gauze, it will take out a lot of the fluid, the exudate, and make it more dry, whereas you need some kind of hydration into the membrane. So always use a box for making the membrane. And this slide I added because all the three slides, these when you talk about use of membranes in regeneration, all of them by Indian authors. So I was very happy to see these articles in peer-reviewed journals by Sivadas sir, Arun sir from Serum, then our own Pradeep sir. A lot of beautiful articles were published in use of PRF in Perio, in GTR, in percussion defects. Pradeep sir again, and intermittent effects again with Pradeep sir. So what we can see is a lot of research is going on in departments in India in the use of autologous growth factors. And that's on perio. When it comes to peri-implant procedures, socket preservation, the best thing you can put into the socket is CGF membrane alone. You don't need to even grafts also, because that membrane will play a beautiful role in accelerating regeneration. So studies show that if you need healing a period of 4 months, the same effect you will get in 2 months when you use a CGF membrane into the socket. And this is one case we did last week just to record it for the PGs. Very useful combination of CGF and AFG for sinus lifts. You can have very little perforations without the bone graft itself. It shows endosinus gain of 3.2 millimeters, whereas with grafts, I'm sure this is going to be much more bone gain when you use a combination of CGF and AFG. And again, in ridge augmentation, you can use sticky bone and CGF membranes, and this fibrin acts as a band-aid. Even if you're not able to get primary closure, the membrane will help a lot in making sure that there is no epithelial growth and good closure of the wound. Again, a study by Indian authors in a very good journal, the use of membranes in ridge augmentation. So that is what we have. Yes, by schedule, I want to do it in 45 minutes. I've done the theory part in 45 minutes. So next we have three cases, and I don't think normally if this was a in-person lecture, I would be stopping for clearing all doubts and queries. But then I think we'll be doing it at the end of the session. Okay, so we'll see case scenarios. So first I put some case scenarios of where we use sticky bone and CGF membranes for full mouth implant rehabilitation. Okay, so this is a patient we did in operation theater, very narrow ridge on the lower. You can see, so we needed to use a piezo to flatten up a little bit, and then we did 4 noble implants, if I'm right. Yes, this is a long back case. I'll show you some new cases we did. So ridge flattening, implants placed. Okay, for all on 4 on the lower. Those are multi-unit abutments, and this is how then all the graft we removed, we try to use it in the patient's mouth, and those are the membranes. So this is how I always harvest whatever autogenous bone I have, because that bone is the best thing you can put next to implants rather than any other graft materials. So we keep it separate, and this is how it looks, the bone particles with fibrin glue. And this is a picture I like a lot. See, now do you think you can manipulate bone by just mixing saline like this? See, I have held it between 2 scissors, and I can stretch it, I can cut it, I can shape it how I want, adapt it around the membrane. So that's what we've done over here. This is how and you will always need at least 1.8 millimeter of bone on the buccal of on the facial plate. So if at all you feel deficient, this is the best thing you can add to the implants. So after sutures, and very good healing. 10 days post-op, you can see there is no gapping of tissues. Very good post-operative healing is there. And another case where we are done grafting, upper extraction, all sinus, all the extraction sockets cleared up, and see that the bone I have collected again. So I use either a piezo machine or rongers. Best is use a ronger. Okay, though you might have feel it fun to use a piezo machine. Take rongers, slowly clip away all the bone. That bone will be very handy for you to put back into the patient around the implants. So here I've used a piezo to remove to do some ridge flattening, and an all on 4. Since implant is not our idea, I'm just rushing through these cases of where to put the implants. So we have done the centrifuge, and the autogenous graft is on this side, and the graft. So as we saw, the membranes. So this is what I call a cocktail. You can see I have used both hydroxyapatite, bioglass, and autogenous bone over here. See this, now the particles are well meshed together. Yes, and this is how a sticky bone look like. You can adapt it very easily on the buckle without any kind of wastage. So after the implants are placed, so you can see it's thin bone over here, right? You can see thin bone over here. So first what I do is I put the autogenous bone, then I put the membrane. This is called a poncho technique, where we can have the put a hole through the membrane and then adapt it on around the implant. So the implant, the autogenous bone, then the membrane. So this is a very good close niche for the implant to heal. Over that, I put the sticky bone with the hydroxyapatite, because this is just a bone filler for me. This is not, I don't mind if regenerates or not. This is just a filler so that I get good soft tissue bulk and safety around my implants. Good. This is how it looks like. And especially in zygomatic implants we use, because sometimes we have exposure of the body of zygoma on the buccal when you do the extramaxillary technique. So this is again the same. I have removed autogenous bone, and this is one machine all periodontists should have, a bone mill for grinding. So whatever autogenous bone you remove from the patient's oral cavity, you put it in the mill, you grind it, you get very good particulate graft. Okay, autogenous graft as particulate is the best thing you can have. So this is the implant being placed. So this is not our topic today, so I'll just rush through this. So implants with multi-units. So what I've done, I put a lot of autogenous by hydroxyapatite, put the sticky, the AFG liquid, and you can see, and these are the membranes they are taken separately. And I have prepared into two separate, just like you put rice and when you put gravy and you want to separate into rasam and curd. So you separate it in what side you want to use what. So I have made 4 pieces of sticky bone with autogenous bone, which I'll place next to the implants, and over that I'm going to place the sticky bone with hydroxyapatite. So these are all the membranes we have. So you can see I have placed the sticky bone with autogenous bone next to the implants, covered with membranes. Then I have put the sticky bone over the smooth surface of the zygomatic implant also, just to cover it up. Otherwise, the patient might feel it over the cheekbone. Good. So one another important point I have observed why we don't use sticky bone much is that all of us are not trained to go for intravenous use of the butterfly, and now we have to search for assistant or sister or nurse to come and do it. Those are hospitals that are easy. So I request all the HODs who are watching the lecture to train the PGs on intravenous techniques. I'm sure you might be having it. So it's a good thing that they learn the IV, putting the IV into the cubital vein for withdrawal of blood. Okay, so future avenues for this, where can we go from here? Of course, I'm not finishing the lecture. This is just to finish the theory part, and then we'll go into the 3 cases for our clinical discussions. So one research which after starting preparing for this lecture, I have already started working on it, is to increase the cross linkage so that the durability of the membrane for a longer period of time. If we can find some kind of technique, some kind of material which will increase the stability of the membrane for at least 21 days, then I think it will be a huge landmark change. Okay, so in conclusion, the PRF is immune and platelet concentrate, a physiologic concentrate which contains all the constituents of blood sample, favorable for healing and immunity. Okay, it plays a very important role in the biology of the biomaterial, especially the fibrin is the key element. And this combination of CGF and AFG is the miracle mix for us in for peri-implant and peri-implant regeneration. So with that, I conclude my a little bit of the theoretical part. If we want to take questions, we can take some questions, sir, Vijay sir and Praveen sir, before going into the videos and the clinical.
You finish with the videos, and then I think we can.
Okay, so I'll do that then. So I have 3 cases lined up for you. One is where I got a patient who has, let me start this. A young boy, okay, and who already had implants, but then there is a huge defect over there and very poorly made crowns. Okay, let's see. Yeah, good. So very poorly made crowns you can see over here. This is our area. So very poorly made crowns and implants already placed with some bone loss. So what we did was we removed the crowns, and then we had cut the crowns apart and removed the crowns and implants, and you can see the huge defect over here. You can see the huge defect, anesthetic defect over here. Young patient age 18, a boy, a poor guy. So we decided to do the augmentation of the implant site, and there was also some implant exposure also. So that is the PRF, the membranes, and we have videos, so you can see. So this is how it's very important that you put the tubes opposite each other, not in line. So G-force, no, it has to balance. Then the centrifugation, it has to balance. So we have two PRF membranes and one AFG liquid part. As I told you, just press that button. It's a preset settings. Okay, and so we remove the membrane, cut off the tail, put it on the box, and this is how it looks like. The CGF membrane, sticky bone mixed up, and we take it and adapt it. I also put some decortication. Always make sure you put the decortication holes. Very, very important. You add decortication holes and adapt it over the defect. And the releasing incision, since we are adding a lot of volume of graft, we need the mucogenital releasing incision to reposition the flap more palatally. And this is how it looks. Now you can see we have made up all the buccal defect. We are covered with graft and membrane. We put some membrane over it, and we have sutured. You can see the fullness in this on the facial view. And this is how it looks 6 months post-op. Since I did only the periodontal part, I don't have the pictures of the crown. So we can see actually really good soft tissue gain. Yes, we can do soft tissue gain and also fill of the soft tissue gain and hard tissue gain also. Unfortunately, I don't have a post-op radiographs. So you can see the fill is almost complete. Now, though not 100%, at least 80% of fill we have when you use sticky bone and AFG for regeneration. So there's a video. Each video will be this video will go for 5 minutes, and the next two videos will go for 10 minutes. So we should be finishing anywhere between my stipulated time. Yes. So you can see the deficient site, and then peri-implant bone loss also over there. The crowns are loose, and probably because there was an interference, occlusal interference for the patient. I think I'll switch off the yeah. Okay. So this is how the CGF membrane is very typical because it has a long tail. The procedure has gives it a long tail. All the RBCs are removed. Yes. And this is the AFC. So take a 5 ml syringe, remove the liquid part. Make sure you take the complete liquid, because it's very important that you take the complete liquid, mix it with bone. You can see how easily you can adapt the excess graft, remove it off, adapt it onto the buccal surface and over the implant. In this case was done at least 2 years back. So that's how it looks. You can see, and then this is the releasing incision I'm giving so that I can reposition the tissue more coronally. And of course, I will give you a periostal stay suture. Next, the membrane. Membrane plays both as a barrier membrane and also a source of growth factors for the soft tissue. So you see all cases of nowadays the surgeons use a lot of PRF over their tumor resections and surgeries, because the post-operative soft tissue healing is wonderful with the use of membranes. Okay. So that is there's a first case, short one. Now we'll go into our second case, and you'll understand why it is so good. 1 second. sinus lifts. Okay, so after these two cases I recorded last week for the sake of the conference. Otherwise, the idea was to do it in hands-on with calling a paid participant and doing take some blood and showing it. But these two cases I did last week in spite of the lockdown. So this is a preoperative view. Sorry, the photo is cut over there. There's the ridge we have. It's 6 missing for the patient. You can see very good width of bone in the 6th region. Okay, but the height was only 3.6 millimeters. So a 4 residual bone height is 3 to 4 is normally an indication for direct sinus lift. Of course, those with skilled hands can go for indirect sinus lift, but normally people would opt to go for a direct sinus lift, because young patient, I would want to place at least a 11.5 to 30 millimeter implant height over there. I do not want to place a 8 millimeter or 10 millimeter implant. Not the 8 definitely, because it has to go for at least for 25 30 years more for the patient. Okay, so in this case we decided to go ahead with the BIOS bone graft, and then first the implant systems I use a lot are the Norris implants, especially the Tough Pro implants, which has the polished cord implants. So one thing I tell to my postgraduates also, always use a lot of technology and advanced instruments in your when you go for consultation. Why? Because the dentist who called you will not do the case by themselves. So if you use the regular instruments and regular things, no, the next case they'll do by themselves. So always use complicated instruments when you go for consultation. So these are Densa bursts. These are Densa bursts. I use a lot of Densa bursts now for osteodensification. So in this case, we use BIOS graft, Norris implants, Densa bursts, and a CGF plug and sticky bone. We'll see how. So this is my armamentarium. So these are osteotomes. So this is an osteotome mediated sinus membrane lift, OSMFE. Okay, and these are the osteotomes. These are grafting instruments, retractors, my implant carriers, measuring instruments, sinus lift instruments, which I did not need to use anyway. And this is the graft and the implants. These are stopper kits. Okay, and why I use osteodensification for sinus lift is because you will be sure that you will not perforate the membrane. The reason to the exact point, because the Densa bursts rotate in. Yes.
Excuse me, sir. The video is not playing, sir.
No,
video is not playing. The screen has not changed.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, then. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there are videos in between. This is a picture. Okay. Oh, but this was a video, right? No, sorry. 1 second. Let me see. No, this is a picture. Okay, and this is my PRF armamentarium. So you'll need a stand for the test tubes, and these are some instruments we use for manipulating the PRF membrane. This is the membrane holder, the carrying instrument, and tweezer, long tweezer, and some pressing instruments. And this is the butterfly, and these are the two, the red cap and the yellow cap, and you need a connector for the butterfly to the test tubes. So, and a very important instrument, the thing is the connector, because when you use multiple tubes, right, you keep on putting into. So if you use a syringe, what will happen is you'll have to keep on you can't withdraw, then another withdrawal. It'll take time. Whereas if you have a butterfly and a connector, you can finish the 4 to 5 tubes in matter of 30 seconds, because these are vacuum and you can just keep removing one tube and putting it back into the connectors. It's easy. We'll see a video if possible. So this is the SHK Quantos machine. So I needed one CGF plug and one membrane. Sorry, one AFG tube. So I have removed the AFG liquid from the tube, and then this is the CGF membrane. So I'm just opening it up, slowly pulling it out of the tube, and I have put it into the plug area. See, last time you saw I put it in the box. Here I'm putting into the plug. That's the plug. So when you're supposed to use a piston, but I've used my implant carrier to give some pressure to create the plug.
Johnson, I think the video is not yet sharing.
The screen or the video, sir?
The video.
Screen is visible?
Yeah, we are getting a slide of the conclusion.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
we're not getting the
sorry,
video.
sorry. Oh, a screen is lost. Sorry. Oh God, oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
I think now you can see.
Not yet.
Resume share. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Resume slideshow. Okay.
Sorry, where did you miss me?
For
The
5 minutes.
videos have not been seen. When you started with the video right now.
No, sir. Actually,
right from the armamentarium, you were discussing about that.
This is my second presentation. First presentation was done. The first case was okay.
Yeah, first case was seen. The second one was not.
This is, what I've done in this case is I have put the pictures and video separately. The last thing I have put a combination of pictures and video. So I'll just go through this again.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is the pre-op picture and the CBCT view. Good width, but then the height was the issue. You can see over here we have a height of only 3.69. Okay, 6 missing. Yeah. And then, so what I've used are the denser burrs, which I just told you right now. I use them a lot because, especially for sinus lift, because this burr will not perforate the membrane if you use properly. Only under pressure, it will not cut through the membrane. Just like a piezo doesn't cut through nerves, the denser burrs will not cut through the membrane. So I use the Norris Tough Pro implants and BIOS for this case. So this is my armamentarium. So these are osteotomes over here, and sinus lift membranes, membrane holder, retractors, and my content and my stopper kit for the. This is a stopper kit for implant placement. Okay, so these are the armamentarium for drawing for getting the CGF and AFG. So what this is the test tube holder. This is the pair of box, and this is a very important instrument. The connector for I'll show you again now, and this is the butterfly, and these are 2 tubes we need. Okay, so this connector is very important because as we see, we are going to take 4 or 5 tubes or 2 or 3, whatever we need. I cannot take a syringe and withdraw blood every time. So once I put the butterfly in and connect the connector, I can just keep removing the Vacutainer one by one and putting it back so that blood keeps filling it by itself. These are Vacutainers, not regular test tubes. We'll see videos for explaining this better. So once I have taken 2 tubes, one for the fibrin glue, one for the CGF. So I'm removing the liquid, and this is the CGF with the long tail. So I put it into the plug box. This is the plug because I'm going to use this plug for the sinus lift. Okay, so using the plug. Next, I have put the BIOS membrane, the graft into the vial, and I'm adding the liquid, the AFG liquid. Now this is called yellow sticky bone. When you use only the AFG, it's called yellow sticky bone. Okay, when you use the membrane, when you squeeze the membrane, there will be the red liquid, which has a lot of thrombin inside. So when I take that thrombin and mix it with the graft, it's called red sticky bone. So yellow sticky bone, red sticky bone. This thrombin will help to accelerate the healing, and also in the vascular part is very good when you use the red sticky bone. Okay, so these are 2 things I'm going to use for sinus lift. One is the CGF plug over here, and the red sticky bone in this case. Okay, so that's how a plug looks like. So the flap raised, and my first is my pilot drill. Then my sequential drilling with my denser burrs, right? So this is I'm going to use only till the sinus, the wall, the sinus floor. It's very useful because I'll show you in the X-rays how it looks. So once the osteotomy is done, I'm going to now put the CGF plug in place. Since again our lecture is not on sinus lifts, I don't want to talk detail about sinus lift. I just want to show you how we use the membranes and plugs. Okay, so I have put the plug in position and slowly tap it up to 13 millimeters. Now I'm going to place a 11.5 millimeter implant. So what we are attempting here is 4 times the RBH. So we have 4 millimeters. I'm going to increase it to 3 times RBH into 13 millimeters. Okay, placing a 11.5 millimeter implant. This is a red sticky bone we have prepared, and then slowly I'm with sequential osteotomes. I'm just pushing it inside up to a height of 13 millimeters. So this is how it looks like. You can see the dome over here, and I'm using osteotomes to slowly condense the sticky bone into the sinus region. Finally, the implant being placed. Okay, so it's a 4.2 into 11.5. So normally if I were to do something like this, I would be very careful. Now what is advantages for me here is now over here I have a CGF plug in place. Maybe I should take a CBCT and show you next time. Okay, and then all this graft, even if there was a small tear or here or there, it will not flow because they are all cohesive together. And then again, since I have a membrane between my graft and my sinus membrane, so it's not going to give force. So I have an osteotome has a membrane between the osteotome membrane osteotome, plug, and membrane. So whatever tapping force I'm going to do, it is not going to go into the membrane. So it's a very, very good concept. When you do a sinus lift, always use a PRF or a CGF plug. Good. So this video will take you through. Sorry. Yeah. So it's osteotome mediated sinus lift with CGF in AFG. So this is we're using our butterfly for phlebotomy. From the cubital vein, the antecubital vein. The one in black gown is me. I'm holding the connector and the test tubes. I have 2 test tubes in hand. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I just did something stupid. 1 second. Phlebotomy is something you'll have to train all the postgraduates, especially if you have a PRF machine, because if you don't train them on, then they'll have a hesitation to do the cases. So I personally have all my we have injection postings where we train them on the things. So you can see immediately when you push, the blood starts collecting into the test tubes. They're vacuotinous, not regular. You don't have to push it inside. So one by one, as it fills, you remove it and then immediately push in the next test tube. That's why you need a connector. So it makes your job very easy. So both the test tubes fill up immediately, and so this is done prior to starting the procedure. So because it takes 13 minutes for one cycle, so within 13 minutes you can do a flap raising, preparation of osteotomy, and everything. Again, when after you do the procedure, you need 10 minutes for the PR of bone to form, sticky bone to form. So you have to plan your sequence of the surgery accordingly. So on the opposite side, close it and press the A and C. Yeah. So A and C is there, just press it. So all preset settings. You don't have to worry about whether my RPM is correct or my time is correct. So in meanwhile, after I've done that, I raise the flap, conventional incision. Elevators to raise as minimally invasive as possible. Just the crust of the ridge is enough for me. And then the pilot drill. I'm not describing the entire osteotomy procedure. Then the denser bus. So I'll just drop so I can actually feel the hard bone when I use the sinus floor and use the denser. So up to 2.8, I have enlarged it, the third denser bar. Then this is so now meanwhile the cycle is over. 13 minutes is done. So now I'm removing the test tube for the autogenous fibrin glue. If you have your assistants trained in these procedures now, then it's much easy. You can still keep focusing on the procedure and then you don't have to do all this by yourself. Again, this was in consultation practice, so I had to carry all the kit and everything with me there to get the case done. And then that is the liquid. The next is the membrane. So take out the membrane. You need a long tweezer for this. Yeah, take it out, cut off the tail. You'll see this only in the CGF, long tails like this. Sometimes when your preparation is good, the tail cuts off by itself and you have only the membrane with you. You'll see in the next case how that happens. So you cut off the tail, and then you can see I'm putting it into the plug region. I put it in the plug region where I want to create the plug. So suddenly my steel piston went missing, so I had to improvise. My wife gave me a beautiful idea of using the my surgical screwdriver, and it fit exactly. It fits exactly into the see, it fits exactly the surgical screwdriver. So always nice to have some back-end support giving ideas. So that the BIOS graft, we put it in the vial. Videos slowing down a little bit, it's okay. And the liquid is added. Make sure that all the graft particles are well soaked in liquid. It's very, very important. All the graft, then only it will form properly. Sometimes, see, the clotting time can vary from patient to patient. Sometimes it forms immediately, sometimes it may take 10 to 15 minutes. So you have to be patient in this. So I have removed the so this is the liquid I told you. So that when you use only the AFG, it's called yellow sticky bone. So when this liquid exudate from the membrane, we can remove that. It has a lot of thrombin inside it. Okay, so that thrombin, if you add, it will accelerate the setting of the sticky bone again. So you can add a little bit over there to accelerate setting, because we already prepared the site and everything. So this is called red sticky bone. And make sure you stir it up vigorously so all the particles get soaked in the procedure. And what you see over here is the plug, the CGF plug. So remove it from the plastic container. This is how it looks like. So this you will be melting inside into the sinus floor. This is the first procedure of lifting. So when you use this for lifting rather than using only the osteotome, you can be sure that you're not tearing the sinus floor. Very, very important point. Those who have done sinus lifts will understand the significance of this step, because sometimes just tears. The first lift itself we do, when you start lifting, it's tears. See, a lift of almost 3 times is not easy. Without getting into that, but the Paka dome shape is not easy. So use of this CGF plug is a huge benefit for doing a atraumatic lift for the patient. So you can see here, I'm just keeping the membrane first. So till now I have done just the osteotomy till the sinus floor, and then with this CGF membrane, just pushing it a little bit, use a wider osteotome. Slowly pushing it inside. As so very slippery, right? So you don't use very small instruments. If you push it, it'll come out through the other side. So make sure your osteotome fills the diameter of your osteotomy site. And slowly, see, I'm tapping it inside. Once that is there, now this is the lift I'm doing. I'm doing the lift only with the CGF membrane interposition between the osteotome and the sinus membrane, to make sure I don't make any tears into the membrane. And I go up to 13 millimeters. So what we had was 3 millimeters membrane. I'm going up to 13 millimeters. So if I'm placing a 11.5 millimeter implant, I will need 2 millimeter beyond my implant apex. So that's the idea of using a 13 millimeter lift. So the CGF, the sticky bone, not completely. There are some issues with clotting. I don't know. We'll talk about later on, and then you'll see a better sticky bone in my next case. So that's a sticky bone we have with the BIOS graft, and slowly, so you can see still moldable consistency. So just keep it next to the osteotomy site, and you can use your osteotomes to slowly push it in little by little. Since you already done the sinus membrane lift up to 13 millimeters, so you just have to push it in so it will just go to the sides. So use your sequential osteotomes to slowly pack in the graft. Yeah. And that's almost it. So once we are done with that, finally we have placed the implant. You can see I almost packed in the entire 1 cc of graft into the sinus wall, sinus cavity, and the implant being placed. Once I do a hand tightening, I take my surgical screwdriver. I use it a lot, and tight enough. I remove it and then go for the cover screw. But this will have to wait because we've done a big lift. I think at least 9 months I'll be waiting to re-enter to this patient again. So this case we did exclusive for this conference, for recording for this conference, but I don't do such a detailed recording of all my cases. So cover screw in and sutures placed. My focus is more on implants. All my implant cases I record, but then sinus lifts. Okay, good. So that is with now if I have to see, now see, this is the radiograph. They are really good to any standard. Now you can see over here, after I do my densa burr, I have precisely stopped at the wall of the sinus. That's the beauty of the densa. You will not perforate it. So after this, I take osteotome, place a CGF membrane, and slowly lift up to 13 millimeters. You can see this is the doming. This is a classical sign of sinus lift, where you can see the doming, and that means there is no perforation of the sinus. So from here, this is the sinus wall. We have now done a lift of almost, this is 3.5 lift of almost. You can imagine the depth, and I didn't do it very carefully and all because I was confident of the sticky bone and the CGF. It's much easier to do with this combination. So I think you should try this in your next case of sinus lift. Okay, so we are done with that, and we'll move into our last case for today. The wrist bit. Good. Let's close this. Let's go. So in this case, it's again a case of a deficient ridge. We are done with again denser bus, and we use piezo for ridge split osteotomy. All right. So a nice case actually. So this is the pre-op picture. Nothing much on the OPG, but then CBCT you can see good height. Height is also not an issue, but then you can see the ridge width. What is the ridge width available? Very deficient ridge width. Okay, so posterior I would need to place a minimum of a 3.75 millimeter implant. So only 3 millimeter of width was available. So I had to, and then my idea was to place 2 implants. So in this video you can see the armamentarium I would be using for my this is all set for all my ridge expansion or ridge lift. This is my armamentarium set. Nice Mercic suture, my retractors, my stopper kits, my implants. Okay, and the PRF membranes, the tubes. Okay, and then this is the piezotome, the satellite piezotome I use, and my physio dispenser. See, when you go for consultation, you should go pack like this. Then they'll also like it. Then whatever charge you do for the patient, they won't mind paying it. If you don't go with all this armamentarium, no, you have to go full technology packed. Okay, so this is my armamentarium. So again, the phlebotomy procedure. So now it's secrets. Now I'm sure you have seen enough and more photos and cases, and we almost thorough with the sequence of making CGF and AFG. So now we are here. I'm doing one yellow cap tube for AFG. So normally this was a training session. I will be asking questions now. So since we already seen cases, and then gonna given some giveaways also, but then I can't ask questions right now. So we have 3 tubes for the membrane. The red caps. So just push it in, and then they'll keep coming in. It's easy. So one membrane, one liquid PRF, and 3 membranous PRF for this case. Stop in between. I think we are on time. This video will run for this presentation for another 10 minutes, and we are done, sir. But mind you, all patients, this blood doesn't fill like this. I had one case last week where we were searching for veins, and then we could not. Is it stopping? Oh, okay, this is done. Okay, this is the next video. Go to the next video. Sorry. Okay. So next we take the test tubes. Now we have need 4. So you can see I put in 4 directions to balance one another. Remove it from the connectors. Now we're putting into the test tubes. Into the make sure they're seated well, because if you don't seat it well, no, you put start rounding, it'll lift up. So make sure you push it properly inside, and our ANC combination, right? One button, and we're done. So preset, all easy. No remembering the values and no remembering the RPMs and everything. So this is a preoperative view of the case. Okay, and after the flap is raised, the crest was pretty thin, so we decided to first flatten the crest a little bit, remove the crestal bone a little bit, then go for ridge expansion, rather than, because you saw very thin bone on the premolar region. So this is how it looks, the crestal, and yeah, so this is the picture. And so piezo, this is the piezo we use for doing. So I think in my training session I have showed you the piezo, the densa, sinus lift, dead split. I think we have covered a lot of things in this in this presentation. Yeah, piezo is a beautiful machine. All periodontists should have it. Even we have compact machines you can carry around. Bone manipulation with the piezo is, and we have session today. It's a nice session coming up, so I'm sure all of you will benefit by the session. I think the ma'am, Nitya ma'am. So you can see easily it cuts through. And why I use the piezo here rather than a ronger, because I want a very level platform, because in place an implant I need a flat platform. I don't want a rugged platform for when I go for implant placement. So piezo is really good when you want to flatten bone for implant placement. Okay, and this is the crustal bone we have removed, and we have flattening is done. So after that, again, you must have wondered why I keep my PRF machine on the floor. Always keep your PRF machine on the floor. It should not be in a place where it vibrates. No, when it moves, when it's rotation happening, when the vibration, it might have disruption of the cells. So always keep it on level, sound platform. So we have now 4 tubes over here, 3 for membrane, 1 for liquid, the graft in position. So we are going to try a little bit of both buccal and crustal augmentation on the width. So I don't want to keep my implant crest exposed. So now I would use the bone mill for the, but then it is very, very thin bone. So I did not use the autogenous bone I harvested for this patient. So next, you can see my syringe is not the start. It goes into the middle of the tube. Then I start pulling it out. I start withdrawing. So that means I get all the autogenous fibrin glue into the syringe from the inside out. Okay, so that's my vial, and I add it onto the graft. well hydrated, so it soaks, let it soak for some time. So in this patient, it's set immediately. So now you can see here the tail is already the body is coming without the tail. Yeah, nice, delicious looking PRF membranes. You may not get such good membranes in a regular centrifuge. Sometimes I have people who try it out and they don't get such voluminous membranes. So now the box in position, that weight will push out the exudate. When you'll see one interesting part when I remove the box. So when you okay, done. Are we done with that? Yeah. Okay. So again, that is the we removed the crest. Now I had to do the expansion, right? I need to do a ridge expansion. So what I'm going to do is I'm just like raising a flap. We saw a crestal incision and two vertical releasing incisions, tapered incisions. We use the piezo. Very hard bone, actually, very hard bone. Not easy doing a split osteotomy in the mandible. Maxilla is comparatively easier, more indicated in the maxilla than in the mandible. But what is advantage over here is when you give these cuts, no, when you place the implant itself, there will be slight expansion and then it will accommodate the implant within the osteotomy. Rather than if you don't do this, you might have crustal exposures. Now you'll see we have done the expansion. Maybe we gain 2 millimeters only, but then you can see the entire implant within the confines of the ridge. So once the expansion is done, this is how it looks like. You can see my cuts here, and here. Okay, and this was only the ridge was the crustal osteotomy was done. Good. And this is how a beautiful sticky bone. This is typical sticky bone textbook. Textbook you can say, na? Typical sticky bone. How it looks like. So all the particles are enmeshed. It will not move anywhere. You can cut, you can shape, you can draw on it, whatever. It'll stay there like that. So it has absorbed all the fibrin glue. Yeah, that is typical sticky bone. So when you remove the, make sure you look on the back of the head, because that is all the membranes sticking over there. So you might remove it and search for the membranes on the box. It will not be there. It will be there on the sticking on this surface. Okay, so take it out, and then maybe the tail. Just take some gauze, remove the excess blood over there. That's how CGF membrane looks like. So 3 membranes we had. Just remove off the excess exudate from the tail. Do not remove excess exudate from the membrane because you will need it for viability. So we have 3 membranes prepared. And so we are done the expansion. It's done with a combination of osteotomes. I'm not going detail of the expansion because that is not the purpose of a lecture today. And once the expansion is done, I do the complete drilling using Densa bus. So we are using 3.75 millimeter into 10 millimeters. So again, I use Densa bus because I still don't want to remove bone on the crest. So a little bit of expansion with the Densa. All technology firing. So sticky bone, this is the sticky bone. We are just the bone with fibrin glue will give you this, and this is the CGF membranes. So from here to here to here, okay. And then I told you I use my Densa bus for drilling up to 10 millimeters. 2 sides, little away from the premolar region because we can see the loop of the mental nerve over there. Good. So Densa bus, we have now created the 2 osteotomy sites. 2 implants, 3.75 into 10 tough pro, a little bit of osteodens RP for the RP phenomenon, make some holes into the buccal bone. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Prepared ridge, this is how it looks like. So crustal cuts, osteotomy sites, and you go for the implant placement. Another 5 minutes maybe, so maximum 5 minutes. You're almost there. Exactly at 12:30, I can see Nathan sir's face coming, telling my time is done. So implants placed with very good stability. You can see very good stability over there. So again, we will need to add some veneer grafts because we do not want to have very thin crystal facial bone. That is why we are using the sticky bone for this ridge augmentation. So implants placed and driven, then that. Okay. So this is how it looks like. So this is the we're going to see in the next video. You can see I'm adapting the graft just like a blanket, covering the ridge with the blanket. Raise up a full thickness, partial thickness flap. Looks good, isn't it? Actually, it's really after making the video, I was really happy seeing the video. And I uploaded on Insta and Facebook soon. So I should make sure that I have able to do a primary suture at least. Maybe a little bit of gapping is okay. So now the sticky bone is done. Next, I'm going to add the 3 membranes we have taken. Yeah, so the 3 membranes adapted onto the ridge. So if I use a BioGuide membrane, I would at least spend 20K to 30K for covering up this defect. Now we have membranes and then all done. Patient's own natural healing mechanisms acting on the patient. Good, looks good. So and then membrane, the flap is reapproximated and sutured in place. I always use silk. So that's how it looks. Sticky bone and membrane for ridge augmentation. So that is the sutures done. And a little bit on the left side, we had some bone defects we're going for. So this is how we can use sticky bone for periodontal grafting. If you have some vertical defects, you can always use a flap and just pack it up. It's easier doing it like that. Again, your graft will not flow. It will adapt easily. You will not need GTM membranes or GBM membranes to keep the graft in position. Okay, so thank you very much. I have one thing to say. If at all any departments are doing thesis on implants, we can work out some good things for them. We have from Norris, we have a protocol where we give implants on a highly subsidized prices for PGs for doing thesis or studies on implants. So I like to extend my support for my postgraduates, and I accept deep thanks to my department is always behind me, my chairman Dr. Jacob sir, all my staff members, and especially my postgraduates who are my driving force to learn things and perform better. And big thanks to the entire team at ISP. All of them are regularly in touch with me for the program. Beautiful organized virtual platform. Anil sir, Nitin Dani sir, especially to Abhay Kolte sir, and all the organizing team. And thanks to my chairpersons Biju sir and Praveen sir. I hope I have done justice calling this a clinical session. I tried to be as clinical as possible. Thank you, sir. And this is my mail ID and my phone numbers. Anyone who wants to have any kind of further discussions on this, we'll be glad to open to it.
Praveen? Praveen?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Johnson. It was a very informative lecture. And we are glad we saw a lot of clinical cases and the results as well. And an interesting topic such as sticky bone gives a very good advantage to get good regenerative results for our very patients. a couple of questions because a good number of questions were asked, but I'll just take a few because we're running out of time. What about the quality and the density of bone achieved with sticky bone? Could you put in some light on this?
Lot of studies have come up with the evaluation of the quality of bone in socket preservation in sinus lifts. See, when you talk about the time needed for regeneration, we are suppose with normal healing at 2 months, you will see what would happen in 4 months to give you a picture of how it is. In 2 months' time, you will achieve that kind of regeneration, that kind of bone quality, that kind of bone volume, what you would be achieving in 4 months' time. So where the acceleration process is too good when you use sticky bone. As far as the quality of bone formed also, studies have shown very good bone quality after when you do the procedure, then do go for refine and check for the quality of bone also. Studies by Dawn et al. And in our own authors also have shown very good quality of bone post use of sticky bone. If you're going to go for just socket preservation and then go for implant placement later on, the suggestion is to go only for CGF rather than adding any other artificial substitute into it. That CGF itself is enough to promote the osteogenic activities to form very good native bone into the socket.
Okay, and what are your views on harvesting autogenous bone, scraper versus the piezo surgical unit?
See, the piezo surgical unit is not a bone harvesting unit by itself because the scraper concept, and this is totally different. The scraper is for taking crustal cortical bone, and the amount of bone you can harvest with it is very, very minimal. Maybe for 1 or 2 sites you can do. Piezo would be more useful for taking block grafts and crustal leveling and all that stuff. So after that, what you do with the bone is different. Suppose I have a total extraction case in maxilla. I might do an entire flattening of the maxilla to create a level platform. That bone I can then powder it and use it for grafting. Scraper I don't use much. I'm not satisfied with the quantity of bone I receive with the scraper. Maybe just for case recording, I have 2-3 scrapers with me, but I hardly use it. I am happy with the ronger, but the ronger is I think most of you would not be using a ronger, but then try using a ronger. Ronger is a beautiful instrument for harvesting bone, especially in the maxilla. You can just cut enough of bone you can take and then collect it. It's really, really good.
Okay, one more question. Are there any norms in IPRF when it comes for males and females? Is there any in the...
Not that I have seen yet. Very good, interesting question.
This was one of the questions put across. So
very interesting question. I have not went to a lot of literature. I did not see a good topic for studies. Evaluation of cellular and differences in IPRF harvest from male and females. Good concept of study, but I have not seen across in literature yet.
Right. And when you're harvesting the the autogenous bone, would you prefer an osseous coagulum or a kind of a particulate bone, or what exactly? Like
particulate graft. The osseous coagulum is nothing but particles with that. So it's all the same. So ultimately you need see how we can harvest is in blocks, in small bits blocks, maybe the interproximal bone, the crestal facial bone. So what you do with that is that you have the bone mill. It's a beautiful instrument again. See, if you see my entire sequence of cases and everything, I have used the patient's bone into some basic equipments which are not very expensive, and trying to give bone grafts, membranes for use in the patient. Now, one thing I have not added is the use of the tooth graft, the dentin graft. I use dentin graft a lot, but then that open up again an entire clinical session by itself. Now, if you have the dentin graft also, then you're complete. It is the best graft you can use. It has BMP, it has a good hydrostatic structure. So rather than the most expensive graft you get, the dentin graft is the best graft you can use comparatively. So if you can teach PGs to use what is patient's own, then graft companies will not be supporting my lectures. But
yeah, many of them wanted your references, so you can probably put it across. I'll tell them to contact you. Many young attendees wanted the references for the studies.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we will, since we're running out of time, we would cut short and with the questions as such. I think is that. So we really thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Johnson. It was excellent.
Thank you, Bijay sir. Thank you so
And
much.
congratulations to the organizers. I can see in the background, Dr. Anil, Dani sir, Polte sir, you have done a fantastic job. ISPs really come up to a high platform. I think exceeding the expectations of you, I am sure of most of the delegates who have logged it. Thank you all. We have put in a lot of work for this online conference to be so successful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering to us such a remarkably outstanding presentation on sticky bone and periodontal and peri-implant regeneration. It was an outstanding and thought-provoking presentation, which has shed light on this spectacular topic.
Thank you, Dr.
We
Ajay.
truly appreciate the fascinating talk you've given us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to thank Dr.
So you're stuck. Praveen sir?
Praveen, some problem is there with the line.
We would like to thank Dr. Biju Thomas sir and Dr. Praveen Kudwa sir also for honoring us by chairing this session. We really appreciate your kindness, sir.
Thank
We
you,
are so
Arjun.
grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun.
Praveen sir is stuck.
I should again talk about the virtual platform. Morning when I was 7:30, I got up and went in. It was actually like walking into the conference hall. It was very, very, very. I didn't
Superb,
expect like that.
superb, superb.
I have done a lot of online lectures, but then morning when I started it, like I think ISP is ISP. I'm proud of the association and the office bearers and.
True.
Great
Got
job.
stuck up some network issue. Excellent talk. And Ashish, Dr. Ani, Dr. Anil, congratulations.
Praveen, some network issue again.
Congratulations, Johnson.
Yeah, again, I think. Yeah. Congratulations, Johnson. I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
That is the next session at 1. Dani sir?
Yes, sir.
Next session is at 1 o'clock.
So can we leave this and go back to the other side, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Next session is at 1 o'clock. Nitu, we should not be going live. We have to get our videos in place now.
Hi. As we all know, the periodontal disease is one of the integral part in dentistry, and the survey shows that 95% of the population are affected with periodontal disease. Here, we as a periodontist are taking an effort to get into the masses of the population to create an awareness.
Okay.
We are not live now.
We are, sir. We are live.
This screen is being shared in the main auditorium, Nitu. Can everybody keep their videos off? We'll be starting at 1 o'clock. Neetu, are you there?
Yes, sir. One sec. We are just playing the video.
Yeah, so this rollover should be more happen.
Yeah. Yes, sir. One sec. We are just playing the video.
Yeah, so this rollover should be more.
ഞാൻ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്
Yeah.
ഓണറിന് 3 വേണമെന്ന് 2 പോരെ നമുക്കിപ്പോ പിന്നെ വേണം നോക്കിട്ട് പോരെ ഓക്കെ ഞാൻ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഓണറിന് 3 വേണമെന്ന് 2 പോരെ നമുക്കിപ്പോ പിന്നെ വേണം നോക്കിട്ട് പോരെ Vikendra has not joined, Dani sir. Jilu? Jilu?
Joining, sir, but you are on the main screen, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, video off, please, sir. Sir, we are joining, sir, but you are on the main screen, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, video off, please, sir. Sir, we are joining, sir.
Now, we have our branch is periodontology and basically deals with the structure which is called as periodontium, which in common terms, which means the structure which supports the teeth. Now, a structure which supports the teeth means that if tooth has to remain in oral cavity, the structure have to be in a healthy state. Now, we always, as you know, concentrate on treatments like orthodontics, that is treatment of malocclusion, root canal treatments. We have FPDs, RPDs, replacement of all these, missing teeth, which gets concentrated too much. But if we go to the background of this and we realize that, can we have an orthodontic treatment without a healthy periodontium? After all, movement of teeth is just based on bone and periodontal ligament, which is a part of periodontium. Have you asked any endodontist, would they do a root canal treatment in a mobile tooth? They will not, because after they see an X-ray and they see the extent of caries, the next thing which they see is the amount of support which is present. Take a tooth to them which is mobile, and the thing they will ask is whether the prognosis is good or not, whether we should do a root canal or not. So that means if you have to have a successful root canal treatment, the baseline is a healthy periodontium. You give RPDs, you give FPDs. Can you give a FPD on a tooth where the adjacent teeth are mobile? No. Can you give a RPD when you have the adjacent teeth mobile? No. So that means even in your prosthodontic treatment, the baseline for a healthy prosthodontic replacement is you have to have a healthy periodontium of the adjacent teeth. The fact that the basic principle of FPD, the Antes law, is not given in any prosthodontic terms, it is given in periodontal terms. It says the periodontal area of the supporting structure should be whatever it is. So that means the baseline of dentistry is the healthy periodontium. So whole dentistry treatment revolves around if you have a healthy periodontium. You cannot do any treatment in any department if the periodontium is unhealthy. So that means if periodontium has to be healthy, the branch periodontology has to be surviving, and dentistry just cannot survive without periodontology. Surviving, and dentistry just cannot survive with.
I'm a periodontist. A periodontist is someone who is a gum specialist. As we all know, teeth are held in the mouth because of the strong gums. And if the gums are not strong, teeth will tend to fall off. In India, a lot of people suffer from gum diseases. Almost 80% of the adult population has some form of gum disease or the other. One of the points regarding gum disease is that it is entirely preventable. So if you visit a dentist regularly and get all the regular checkups and treatment done, you can have a teeth that will last for a lifetime. You need not wear any false teeth or dentures, and you can chew happily ever after and have a well-balanced diet. The key to it is that you must have good oral hygiene practices, clean your teeth regularly, and visit a dentist and do all the treatment that is recommended by a dentist.
Start. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Vishakha Grover. I am a periodontist by profession. Periodontist is a dentist who specializes in the care of gums around your teeth. In our country, gum diseases occupy the major proportion of oral health problems. Almost 90 to 95% in every 100 people are suffering from gum diseases. The worst part of these problems is that these are very silent or do not causing any signs at the early stage. Only in advanced stages, the patient may suffer from some pain, bleeding, or some unsightly appearance of the teeth. Recent research has highlighted that consistent inflammation in oral cavity may lead to other body problems also, for example, cardiovascular diseases or diabetes, etc. So, this new dimension has been added to gum diseases, that they may act as general body health risks as well. So, maintaining good oral hygiene with twice daily regular brushing is the only way to avoid these problems. But as a periodontist, I would like to stress upon the importance of regular visits to the dentist for checkup. Because whatever best practices we are maintaining, these visits will give a chance to the dentist to check on to how well you are maintaining your hygiene, and if there are any lapses, they can be made up. Even any new diseases, caries or gum disease, any new issues coming into the oral cavity may be detected at an earliest point of time and can be managed thereafter. So, maintaining good oral hygiene coupled up with the regular dental visits, in my view, is probably the best and the most short way of preventing gum diseases and maintaining good oral health. I don't know when did you last visited your dentist, but today I will really ask on that book for your next appointment. Thank you. Start. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Vishakha Grover.
India happens to be the diabetic capital of the world. India also has the largest population of hypertensive. Alongside India also have the highest prevalence of periodontal disease. Of late, the literature is flooded with the correlation of periodontal health and the systemic health. There have been enough evidence everywhere around the world, with conferences, with workshops, with consensus meetings happening together, wherein it has been almost conclusively said that a poor oral health, a poor periodontal health can actually worsen the systemic health as well. So within the Indian perspective, Indian Society of Periodontology takes the lead, takes the charge, and makes sure that all of our brother dentists are aware enough for not only diagnosing the patient from the periodontal point of view, but also giving him a good oral health so that he can live well, he can have a good systemic health also.
Is everyone in place?
Yes, everyone has come.
Yeah. It's Arjun who is going to do the introduction.
Arjun.
Arjun, you
Yes,
are
sir.
in place? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute more. You'll have to stop this back end screen sharing.
Balkar, remove the slide, please.
Everybody is in place? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ganesh sir, you're sitting against light. We can't see you. You're against the light. There's a lot of light from behind.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Arjun, good to go.
Good afternoon. Now we are moving to our third session chaired by Dr. Ganesh PR and Dr. Manish Khatri. Dr. Ganesh PR has completed his BDS from Sri Balaji Dental College, Chennai in 1997 and MDS in Periodontics from Tamil Nadu Government Dental College and Hospital, Chennai in 2007. Dr. Ganesh is currently working as a professor in the Department of Periodontics and Implantology, Government Dental College and Hospital, Chennai. Sir has many research publications in national and international journals with areas of interest in periodontal regeneration and periodontal medicine. Sir has been a chairperson at various state and national level conferences. Dr. Ganesh sir has also delivered various keynote lectures and orations at state, national, and international conferences. Sir is a guest editor for international journals of Periodontal Societies of India, Nepal, and Elsevier journals. Dr. Ganesh sir is currently serving as an executive committee member in the Indian Society of Periodontology. And last but not the least, sir is an eminent practitioner in Chennai for the past 20 years with emphasis exclusively on specialty practice. Now coming to Professor Dr. Manish Khatri. Sir is a gold medalist graduate from Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, Delhi, and did his master's in periodontics from College of Dental Sciences, Davangere in 2001. Since then, Dr. Manish Khatri sir is actively involved in academics and currently heads the Department of Periodontology, Institute of Dental Sciences and Technologies, Modinagar. Sir is an examiner for BDS and MDS to various universities as well as involved in paper setting for a number of national and international universities. Dr. Manish Khatri sir has attended quite a few conferences wherein he has delivered and chaired many scientific sessions. Dr. Manish Khatri sir has quite a few publications and award-winning paper and poster presentations to his credit. Dr. Manish sir is the Vice President of Indian Society of Periodontology for the year 2019-20 and 2021. Sir has been the executive member of the Indian Society of Periodontology for 4 terms and is also the business manager of the Journal of Indian Society of Periodontology. And last but not the least, Dr. Manish Khatri sir maintains an exclusive consultation and practice pertaining to the field of periodontology and implantology in New Delhi. I heartily welcome Professor Dr. Ganesh P and Professor Dr. Manish Khatri to chair the session. Over to the chairpersons for introducing the speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. It gives me great pleasure to introduce my very dear friend and very dynamic periodontist, Dr. Vikender Yadav. Dr. Vikender is currently working as an assistant professor at the Center for Dental Education and Visual Games in Delhi. His PG in periodontics from PGA Rohtak. He also worked as a surgeon at PGIM Chandigarh after his graduation. He is an active member of the Indian Society of Periodontology, Academy of Oral Implantology, and several other national organizations. He has various national and international publications to his credit. He has presented at various national platforms pertaining to periodontics, implantology, and dental research. He is working on projects funded by the Department of As I said, Dr. Vikender is one of the future of periodontics in India, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome him as the next few hours. Vikender, over to you.
Hello? So voice was breaking actually. Hello, thank you, Ganesh sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Yeah, and I really appreciate the efforts of the organizing team of this convention and the ISP head office bearers, and thank all of them to invite me to share whatever the knowledge and experience have in periodontal plastic surgery, particularly the gingival recessions. And I also thank to our chairpersons. Hello, Manish sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Vikender.
Good afternoon, sir.
Pleasure to have you on this platform today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And very good afternoon to all the participants who have joined us on this virtual platform. So should I share my screen, sir, to start the presentation?
Yes, Dr. Vikender, you can start.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So before I start my presentation, please allow me to mention that all the clinical photographs or the clinical cases which we will see in this presentation have not copied from anywhere and are my own, and there is no not photoshopped, and I have no commercial interest in any of the products shown in the presentation, and all the surgical procedures which are done utilizing the principles of periodontal microsurgery. And when I say the word periodontal microsurgery, many of us think that microsurgery means microscope. But please understand that microscope is only a very small component of the whole concept of microsurgery. It allows us the things to visualize under magnification, and same can be achieved with the use of loops. So utilizing the small size needles, sutures, instruments, and the whole purpose is to minimizing the trauma to the tissues and thereby reducing the post-operative morbidity. So periodontal microsurgery is somewhat every periodontist should practice, in my opinion. And starting with the presentation, what can you make out from these two photographs? There is a one tooth in each photograph which appears longer than the adjacent teeth. But when we have a close look, if we look on this photograph, there is cemento-enamel junction which is not visible, and the entire facial surface is covered with the enamel. In contrast, in the other photograph, there is cemento-enamel junction which is visible, and the root surface is exposed. And this is actually the gingival recession. So this is, So this is delayed passive eruption of the adjacent teeth. So this tooth appears relatively longer because of delayed passive eruption. So diagnosis is very important because we can treat the gingival recession in this, but in first photograph, no surgical treatment, of course, is not required. There can be some predisposing factors. The two most common factors are the high frenal attachment resulting in the lack of the keratinized gingiva, and the thin gingival biotype, which may be due to the presence of the fenestrations or the descenses, and can lead to the gingival recession over a period of time. Then the common etiological factors are after orthodontic therapy, and the etiology is in fact usually multifactorial. One or more factors may be present at the recession site. For example, in this picture, we can see that there is a plaque, calculus, that is local factors, local gingival trauma due to the smokeless tobacco use. Then other factors can be like traumatic tooth brushing. So we have to identify the etiological factors, and before proceeding for the treatment, we have to remove all those etiological factors. So why we need the treatment of gingival recession? So first reason may be the aesthetic concern of the patient. Some patients may complain of dentinal hypersensitivity due to the exposed roots, and there can be root caries or the cervical abrasions. If the gingival recession is not treated, there can be abrasion or the loss of the root structure, and there can be poor plaque control, further aggravating the condition. So all these can be the indications for the treatment of gingival recession. And in a systematic review and meta-analysis, Shamron et al. They concluded that if recession are not treated well in time, they may progress with time, further compromising the periodontal apparatus of the tooth. So gingival recession may affect the single tooth or the multiple teeth. So there can be several surgical procedures in the literature and their modifications, and each and in every article, in every journal, you will find that there are several modifications coming up, but the basis of the surgical procedures remains the same. So in this presentation, we will discuss the procedures which are basic and which are commonly used in the practice. So in single tooth recession, we usually use CAF, double papilla flap, lateral pedicle flap, coronally advanced tunnel technique, or laterally closed tunnel technique, which is recently introduced. And for multiple teeth, coronally advanced flap, modified coronally advanced flap, and modified coronally advanced tunnel technique. So these are the techniques which are commonly used for the treatment of gingival recession in the single and the multiple teeth. Then the flaps may be used in combination with some soft tissue grafts or their substitutes. So subepithelial connective tissue graft is commonly used. Although there are several techniques for harvesting the connective tissue graft, but the most commonly which we practice today is the single incision technique, which is by giving a single horizontal incision on the palate and then making an envelope by raising a partial thickness palatal flap and harvesting the graft. Then its variant can be modified single incision technique. The only difference between the two techniques, single incision and modified single incision, is that a band of connective tissue is left in the modified single incision technique. So when the primary palatal flap rests on it, there are less chances of the palatal flap necrosis. So this is the idea behind developing the modified single incision technique, and the subepithelial connective tissue graft is harvested. After harvesting the graft, any fatty or glandular tissues are removed before applying it at the recipient site. Then there can be some cases where you can't harvest the good quantity or volume of the connective tissue graft. For example, in a patient with a shallow palate or a thin palate, it is difficult to harvest a good quality graft with adequate dimensions. So we harvest the graft as free gingival graft and then deepithelize it extraorally with scalpel blade. So this graft quality is much better than the subepithelial connective tissue graft, because it primarily contains the collagen fibers of the lamina propria, and it has been shown that it is less prone to shrinkage during the post-operative healing period. And after years of follow-up, the deepithelized free gingival grafts, if used, they can increase the volume, in contrast to the subepithelial connective tissue grafts, which shrink during the healing phase, and the thickness may be decreased during the follow-up periods. Then there can be some substitutes when the patient is reluctant to the second site surgery. Then genogenic collagen matrices can be used. This is the porcine derived, or there can be some others like allodum. But what is available in India is the genogenic collagen matrix only. So we will not discuss about the others. So starting with the treatment of the single recession tooth, first is the coronally positioned flap. So there are several modifications since its inception, and what we practice today was proposed by De Sanctis and Zucchelli in 2007. That is coronally advanced flap. So the coronally advanced flap with releasing incisions is the standard treatment for the treatment of isolated gingival recessions. But the prerequisite is that there should be adequate thickness and height of the keratinized tissues apical to the root exposure. That is at least 1 mm for the shallow recessions and 2 mm for the defects which are greater than or equal to 5 mm. But it cannot be performed in some cases when there is absence of keratinized tissue apical to the recession defect. There is gingival cleft which was extending into the alveolar mucosa. There is high frenal pool at the soft tissue margin, deep root structure loss, buccally dislocated roots, and a very shallow vestibular depth. So these are the some contraindications which we should realize for selection of the surgical technique. Now there can be two variants of the coronally advanced flap, trapezoidal flap and the triangular flap, and the this trapezoidal and triangular flaps, they are named after the flap design, and it is determined by the starting point of the releasing incision. In trapezoidal flap, the recession depth is measured, 1 mm is added to it, and this depth y is plotted apically from the tip of the anatomical papilla, right? And then a 3 mm horizontal incision is given extending mesodistally. At the ends of both the horizontal incisions, two slightly divergent vertical releasing incisions are given. So this becomes a trapezoid. In triangular flap, what we do, in triangular flap, the length of a line is measured which is parallel to the cemento-enamel junction, starting from the tip of the papilla and passing through a center point 1 mm coronal to the cemento-enamel junction, and length is measured with an orthodontic wire. Then this is transferred to the apical extent, this yellow dotted line, transferred at the apical extent of the recession defect, and each half of this wire is then bent along the gingival margin of the recession defect. At the end of the orthodontic wire, that is this red dotted line, the two divergent vertical releasing incisions are given parallel to the gingival margins of the adjacent teeth, extending beyond the mucogingival junction. So you can imagine that the incisions are more divergent in a triangular flap as compared to the trapezoidal flap. First difference. Second is that papillas, these surgically created papilla in the trapezoidal flap, they move straight forward in the coronal direction as compared to the triangular flap, where the papilla, they rotate towards the periphery to reach the tip of the anatomical papilla, and as the flap rotates outward, the flap overlaps the adjacent tissues. The flap overlaps the adjacent tissues in this area. So when you have to close the flap, you have to deepithelize this area of the adjacent mucosa. So the vertical incision line which you gave, it gets under the flap, right? So you can imagine that there will be better aesthetics in the triangular flap as compared to the trapezoidal flap, because the vertical releasing incisions, which may be anesthetic after the healing phase, are not visible. Okay. Second thing is, although there are no differences in terms of root coverage between the two types of flap, except the better aesthetics in the triangular flap, but at the same time, we should understand that triangular flap is more technique sensitive to perform, because we have to raise the surgical papilla at an acute angle. This is very acute angle, and to prepare the flap is quite difficult. Although the results are similar in both the type of flap, so we will be discussing more about the trapezoidal flap. So as we discussed, the horizontal incisions are given, and then vertical incisions are given at the ends. So these are the surgically created papilla, right, which is bounded by horizontal incision, vertical incision, gingival margin on one side, and an imaginary horizontal line extending on both sides at the level of the gingival, at the level of the apical end of the recession defect. So this is a trapezoidal papilla. So that's why we call it as a trapezoidal flap. Then we raise the surgical papilla by partial thickness dissection by inserting the blades through the horizontal incision, and the papilla are raised as split thickness. Once you raise the papilla, by split thickness dissection, the tissues which are apical to the recession defect, they become fairly mobile due to the presence of the gingival sulcus, and you can easily insert a periosteal elevator. So always remember that the tissues apical to the recession defect are raised with the periosteal elevator. The purpose is we have to preserve the entire thickness of the marginal tissues, which is going to cover the avascular root surface. If a blade were used, there is risk of thinning out the circular tissues, which will jeopardize the root coverage outcomes. And this hypothesis was proved by a proof of concept study, and you will be amazed to see the results that 35% versus 80% complete root coverage. When we use a full split, means split papilla and then this full thickness dissection in the apical area and then split beyond that. So full split, there is 80% root coverage. And when you use the blade in the to give the intracellular incision, then 35% cases achieved the complete root coverage. So you can imagine how important this step is. So this is the final photograph. You can see how the flap is raised. So after inserting the periosteal elevator into the sulcus, we continue the full thickness dissection 3 mm beyond the buccal bone crest to include the periosteum in the flap, because that will maintain the blood supply to the flap and ultimately will improve the outcomes when it will cover the avascular root surface. So these are the surgical papilla, these are the anatomical papilla. So here we do the split dissection, full dissection, and split. So we called it as split, full, split. Then next step is to do the mechanical root instrumentation. This step is also very important because the mechanical root instrumentation or the root planing should be limited to the area of clinical attachment loss, that is recession depth plus probing depth, and the area of anatomical bone descents. This area, anatomical bone descents, must not be scaled, because to avoid damaging the connective tissue fibers inserting into the radicular cementum, and it may negatively affect the root coverage outcomes. So once the root planing is done, then you will achieve a clean, smooth, hard root surface, right? Then the deepithelialization of the anatomical papilla is done with sharp micro scissors and the blades, and this deepithelized anatomical papilla, it provides a firm base to the surgical papilla. So so the point is expose as much connective tissue as possible, so that there is good vascular exchange between the anatomical and the surgical papilla. Then we harvest a connective tissue graft from the palate, as we discussed, and then stabilize it on the root surface. There are various techniques of stabilizing the connective tissue graft. This is somewhat similar to the washing line suture technique, or you can also use the interrupted sutures also with the anatomical papilla. So you see, in all the surgical cases, we have used either 6-0 or the 7-0 sutures. This is 7-0 vicarial sutures to stabilize the connective tissue graft. Then we have to close the flap. So as a general rule, you have to understand that the suturing sequence must ensure that the flap, once the flap is in its final position, there should be no tension. So to achieve this goal, the vertical releasing incisions, they are closed first. Vertical releasing incisions, they are closed first. So usually what people do, they first give the sling suture here and then close the vertical releasing incisions. So that causes a lot of tension in the flap, and the flap descents may occur during the post-operative healing period, right? So, and Pini-Pareto, in an experimental study in patients, they showed that flap tension is a negative predictor of the root coverage. So there should be minimal or no tension in the flap. So vertical releasing incisions should always be sutured first, and then the sling suture is given at last. And the sling suture firmly adapts the surgical papilla with the anatomical papilla and the keratinized tissue of the flap firmly against the convexity of the anatomical crown. Now you think that the procedure is over, but obviously not. The important thing is you have to check that no blood clot should extrude through the space between the anatomical crown and the keratinized tissue of the flap. If there is a thick clot present between the two surfaces, then it will be subjected to the destabilization with the bacteria in the oral cavity and the traumatic agents from the oral cavity. And once the blood clot is destabilized, there will be contraction of the marginal tissues and there will be, it will jeopardize the root coverage outcomes. Second thing is important to check is the flap should be sutured about 2 to 3 mm coronal to the cemento-enamel junction to contract the postoperative shrinkage. This was again shown in a study by Pini Pareto that if we suture the flap coronal to the cemento-enamel junction, better root coverage is achieved. So these are the final outcomes of coronally advanced flap. This is another case, similar case, recession with slight cervical abrasion, lateral view, connective tissue graft was stabilized, flap sutured, and you can see the nice results. Even it is not discernible from the baseline that this tooth have ever had a recession. So if you follow all the biological principles while performing the surgery and you are kind to the tissues, you can achieve good outcomes, whether you are treating a small or a deep, shallow or a deep recession defect. This is the lateral view. If you see in this photograph, there is also increase in the thickness of the keratinized tissues as compared to the baseline, and there is increase in the thickness of the gingival tissues in the marginal area. So the purpose of utilizing the connective tissue graft is twofold. During the healing stage, initial healing phase, it acts as a scaffold to contract the marginal tissue contraction. And once the healing is complete, it increases the thickness. And as we all know that thick tissues, they are less likely to recede in future, right? So connective tissue graft has an advantage, but we cannot use the connective tissue graft in all the cases that we will discuss later. There can be some conditions like this when there is a deep recession in the mandibular central incisor of about 6 to 7 mm. And when there is adequate amount of keratinized tissue lateral to the recession defect, then a laterally positioned flap can be performed. But what we practice today is not only laterally positioned flap, we practice laterally moved coronally advanced flap. Means we move the flap both laterally as well as coronally. So in the mandibular, particularly, there is high muscle tension. So you can remove the muscle tissue if it is causing a lot of tension in the flap, then place a connective tissue graft and suture the flap, and this is the final outcome. It's about around 1.5 years later. Then double papilla flap can be done. So means when the connective tissue, when the keratinized tissue is not present apical to the recession defect, we have to look lateral. If laterally it is present, then do a laterally positioned flap. Laterally, it can be in the form of thick and broad papillae. If there is thick and broad papillae lateral to the recession defect, then we can perform a double papilla flap. We have to check for the root prominence from the side view, lateral view. If the root is prominent, then we do the root planing to achieve a clean, smooth, hard root surface as well as to reduce the convexity of the root. So reducing the convexity means we are reducing the avascular surface area. Lesser the avascular surface area, greater the chances of achieving the root coverage. So the two partial pedicle flaps are prepared, sutured with 7-0 suture, 2 halves, and the final outcome from a depth of around 10 mm, we have achieved 50% of the root coverage with thick amount of keratinized tissue. Then epithelialized palatal graft, or we usually call it as free gingival graft. Free gingival graft is usually not advocated to perform to achieve the root coverage, and basically used for increasing the width of the keratinized tissue. So, for example, in this case, this is post-orthodontic recession in these two central incisors, and there is no keratinized tissue or very thin biotype apical to the recession defects. So, even if we perform a pre-gingival graft to achieve the root coverage, what we observe in the healing period that the connective tissue graft, which is lying over the avascular root surface, is getting necrosed. And after healing, some amount of root coverage may be achieved, but complete root coverage is difficult to achieve with free gingival grafts. Although we can achieve a good amount of keratinized tissue apical to the defects, and some creeping attachment may be expected over time. But in cases like this, when there is lack of keratinized tissue apical to the recession defect, means you cannot perform the coronally positioned flap. There is thin gingival biotype on the adjacent teeth, and there are thin or narrow papilla. You can't perform LPF or DPF. And there is shallow vestibular depth also. So what can we do in such cases to treat it? So first we have to perform a free gingival graft to increase or to gain the keratinized tissue apical to the recession defect. So incision is given at the level of the mucogingival junction, recipient bed is prepared, and free gingival graft was stabilized with 6-0 Prolin sutures. At 3 days healing, you can appreciate how the graft is undergoing revascularization in this area, and at 16 days follow-up, the graft is completely integrated with the adjacent tissues, and good amount of keratinized tissue we have gained at 3 months follow-up. Now it's the time to perform the root coverage. So this tissue, which is we have created due to free gingival graft, we have to move it coronally. So this we call it as a two-stage procedure. So a coronally positioned flap is prepared similar to what we discussed, and then it is sutured, and this is the final outcome after 2 years. So almost complete coverage of this tooth is achieved, and we are pretty sure that it will never go back because we have such a good quality of tissue apical to the recession defects. Then coming to the tunnel techniques. Tunnel techniques, they originate from what was originally described by Ratzke in 1985 as envelope technique or pouch technique. And since then, Allen, Javalogi, they performed some, the Ratzke, he innovated this technique for the isolated recession. Then Allen go ahead and he developed it for multiple recessions with some further modifications. Javalogi, then multiple recessions. But in all these cases, the connective tissue graft was left exposed in the oral cavity. So there were chances that it may necrose. So after several modifications, what we practice today, there are different theories of tunneling techniques, and sometimes it seems confusing that what we are practicing. So what we practice today is modified coronally advanced tunnel technique. Modified coronally advanced tunnel technique is performed microsurgically only. If you are not using the microsurgical instruments, then you cannot call it a modified coronally advanced. Then you can call it coronally advanced tunnel technique. Johar did it by supraperiosteal dissection in the tissues apically or the buccal tissues with partial thickness dissection, and what I practice is by Aroka, a full thickness dissection in all area. So how we perform it? Suppose there is a tooth with gingival recession, and then we do subperiosteal dissection in this delineated area with specialized instruments which have a one cutting edge and one round edge. Round edge will be facing towards the gingiva, and the cutting edge will face towards the periosteum, right? Then the papillary area is also done subperiosteal dissection with another instrument for performing the procedure. Because if you don't undermine the papilla also, then the corneal advancement cannot be achieved. So it is important to perform subperiosteal dissection buccally as well as in the papillary area with these microsurgical instruments. So this is the tunneling instrument in place. Tunnel was prepared beyond the mucogingival junction. Check for the passivity of the tunnel, and in this video you can see how a tunnel is prepared. The tunnel is prepared spically and laterally with the tunneling instrument. And then we have to check for the passivity of the flap. Right? Then connective tissue graft is harvested from the pellet. It is pulled into the tunnel and stabilized. It is stabilized here. Sorry, it is stabilized in this area, and this area. 3 sutures, and these 2 sutures are for corneal advancement of the tunnel flap and anchored deep into the palatal mucosa. These are the vertical mattress sutures, and this is the site from where the connective tissue graft was harvested. So this is the final outcome after the root coverage. This is the lateral view, complete coverage of the recession defect with increase in the thickness of the gingiva also. This is the another case of canine having a thin gingival biotype. So first prepare the tunnel as we discussed, and then a connective tissue graft is harvested. So how to insert the connective tissue graft into the tunnel? You can mark externally. You can mark externally these points. So these points correspond to the A, B, C, D, E, F, and then insert the needle from these 2 points, and insert needle from this point, exit from this point. Similarly, this, right? So the graft is pulled into the tunnel with these 3 positioning sutures. Then we tie the knot of these 2 sutures, these 2, 1 and 2. This suture is tied at last. Then we have to advance the flap, tunnel flap coronally. So these are the 2 sutures which were given to advance the flap coronally and anchored deep into the palatal mucosa. When we advance the flap coronally with these vertical mattress sutures, this apical suture was quite tensed. Means we have to give a slight pull on this suture so that when you advance the tunnel flap coronally, the connective tissue graft does not come out of the pouch or the tunnel. And the suture is then tied at last. So what we achieve here, that there is tripod, I call it as tripod stabilization of the connective tissue graft, because connective tissue graft is stabilized from here, here and here, and then we have advanced it coronally. So we invented this technique and go ahead to publish it in the IJPRD journal as a modified suturing protocol for tripod stabilization of connective tissue graft and coronal advancement of the tunnel flap for treatment of isolated gingival recession. And once it will be published, definitely I will share. And this is the final outcome. This is another case of tunnel flap. I include this case in every presentation because this case was relatively difficult. I have heard many of the speakers who say that tunnel flap cannot be performed when the gingival biotype is very thin. In this case, biotype was extremely thin. There was a cervical defect also. There is a root prominence also. And if you observe there is no keratinized tissue in the mid-buccal area. So whatever all the difficulties you can have in a single case is, I think this is the case. But if you perform it with biological principles and the microsurgical principles, then prepare a tunnel and insert a connective tissue graft similar to what we discussed, that is tripod stabilization of the connective tissue graft. If I had to do a coronally advanced flap in such case, there are chances that this thin tissue may necrose. This thin tissue of the flap may necrose during the healing period. So I would never go for a coronally advanced flap in such cases. This is my experience and what I have learned after doing so many cases. So this is the final outcome. From no tissue in the mid-buccal area to a nice band of keratinized tissue after a healing period of 2 years. And this is the lateral view. You can appreciate that there is a nice band of keratinized tissue in this tooth, and definitely it will stay for a long time, or maybe forever. Then this is the case where there is patient is undergoing the orthodontic treatment and there is high frenal attachment leading to the recession. So previously we treated such cases with a free gingival graft and then performing a 2-stage procedure, which we discussed. But recently, a technique has been developed to treat such cases. So what we do, first we remove this frenum with laser, and after healing, you can see that there is a deep recession in this tooth, about 5 to 6 mm. So either you can treat it with a 2-stage procedure, or you can perform a laterally positioned flap due to thin biotype of the adjacent tissues, and DPF cannot be performed. So recently these two techniques were developed. They are somewhat similar. You call it laterally stretched flap by Nensel Karanja or laterally closed tunnel by Anton Scullion. But these techniques are somewhat similar. So what we do, we prepare a tunnel lateral to the recession defect. We prepare a tunnel lateral to the recession defect in this area and in this area. And then the two halves of the tunnel, they are approximated after placing a connective tissue graft. So you pull the connective tissue graft into the tunnel, which is prepared lateral to the recession defect. And then the two halves are approximated, and the connective tissue graft in the mid area of the root surface remains exposed, and it undergoes reepithelialization. This is during healing phase, around 10 days after healing, after the procedure, and this is the final outcome, that complete root coverage is achieved. So this I found this technique very helpful in such cases of isolated deep recession of the mandibular incisors or the mandibular canines also. So this is the only technique or the latest technique which I think we can practice, and it is better. This is the occlusal view, pre and post. There is complete root coverage was achieved, and there was thickness increase also. Now coming to the treatment of multiple gingival recessions. Although there are several techniques and there are modifications for the treatment of multiple gingival recession, but in my opinion, there are only 3 techniques. Either you can perform a coronally advanced flap, or a modified coronally advanced flap, or a modified coronally advanced tunnel technique. So coronally advanced flap, somewhat similar to what we discussed, by giving the 2 vertical releasing incisions and placing a connective tissue graft, and this is the final outcome after performing. But what you can see in this photograph, there is a then modified coronally advanced tunnel technique. modified coronally advanced tunnel technique. So you can see that there are gingival recessions in 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 from lateral to the first molar, with cervical abrasions also on the exposed root surface. So I will not discuss the steps of this. The tunnel is prepared similar to the single tooth. We prepare the tunnel individually in all the teeth and then connect it. Then we insert a connective tissue graft from the palate and then insert it into the tunnel with positioning sutures. So this is the deepithelialized connective tissue graft. So the deepithelialized connective tissue graft or deepithelialized gingival graft is used in cases when we need a large amount of the graft, and when the palate is shallow or the thickness is small, right? So harvest the connective tissue graft from the palate, deepithelize it extraorally, and then place it in the tunnel. And finally, we give subpapillary continuous sling suture as advocated by Allen. So to advance the tunnel flap coronally and to cover the connective tissue graft completely, we use subpapillary continuous sling sutures. Case is finished in 3 slides, but it took around 2 to 3 hours to finish the case, right? And this is the final outcome after 9 months. There is complete root coverage in almost all the teeth. And when we see it laterally, we can better appreciate. The recession defects, they are better appreciated in the lateral view, right? So this is the lateral view. And occlusal view, we can appreciate the increase in the thickness of the gingival tissues, right? Then last case of the presentation is modified coronally advanced flap. I have included only single cases due to time constraints because we have to discuss each and every technique. So modified coronally advanced flap was proposed by Zucchelli and De Sanctis in 2000. And this technique is different from the coronally advanced flap in the way that there no vertical releasing incisions are given. This is an envelope type of flap, and we give submarginal horizontal oblique incisions. In the papillary area, oblique incisions are given in this area. And the flap rotates towards the central tooth, for example, canine in this case. So all the incisions will be directed towards the canine. So the incision will be given from this direction to this direction, and from lateral to canine, then from here to here. So all the incisions will be directed towards the canine. So some marginal oblique incisions will be given. Then the flap is raised, similar to what we discussed as full, split, full. The principles remains the same. Then we apply connective tissue, harvest the connective tissue graft and apply, fix it on these 2 teeth only. So this is called as site-specific application of connective tissue graft. To minimize the patient morbidity and to achieve the similar outcomes, we need not to place the connective tissue graft on all the recession defect sites. There are some guidelines which we may follow. If the keratinized tissue thickness apical to the recession defect is greater than 2 mm, it is not needed. If it is less than 2 mm, but the gingival thickness is greater than 1 mm, it is not needed. But gingival thickness is less than 1 mm, then it is needed. And if keratinized tissue is less than 1 mm, then it is also needed. So we follow these guidelines and do the site-specific application of connective tissue graft. And this is the final outcome. And we recently published a systematic review on modified coronally advanced flap and published in Acta Odontol Scant, and found that the technique is effective for the treatment of multiple gingival recessions, and CRC can be achieved in about 70% of the teeth affected with gingival recession. So basically we have 2 techniques, tunnel and the modified coronally advanced flap. MCAF or MCAT, which technique to use? So if we go through these 2 systematic reviews, evaluating the efficacy of tunnel technique and evaluating the efficacy of MCAF, what we find that the CRC achieved with tunnel technique is around 61.88%, 62%, and MCAF is 70%. But it doesn't mean that MCAF is better, because there are several inclusion, exclusion criteria and the evaluation methods. So you can't say that which technique is better. But we can hypothesize that MCAF may be better in achieving the better root coverage outcomes, because we do a dissection by raising the flap, and the passivity in the flap can be achieved much easily. There will be improved passivity in the flap, right? So there will be better outcomes due to reduced tension. Flap can be positioned more coronally, that is above the cemento-enamel junction, as compared to the tunnel flap, but it can be hypothesized only or can be assumed only. So when we go through the systematic review, in the implications for the clinicians, we wrote that studies are not sufficient to guide the clinician about the selection of MCAF over the tunnel technique for multiple recessions. Therefore, operator's expertise may be a decisive factor to choose among the two techniques. Of course, MCAF will be easy to perform as compared to the tunnel technique. Tunnel technique is more difficult to perform or needs more dexterity, more experience to perform. Now, what should be the take-home message from this presentation? We all know that what is the take-home message, but do we really apply that? Take-home message is respect the tissues and the tissue respect you. Means utilize the microsurgical principles to perform the periodontal surgeries. Means minimize the trauma to the tissues and you will get the better outcomes. Of course, minimal patient morbidity. That is the major goal, because when you do the systematic reviews, you find that most of the studies, they do not report the patient reported outcomes, and which is very important, right? So we have to do the procedures with minimal trauma to the tissues. So in my opinion, the biggest take home message is use the loops, use the small size instruments, micro scissors, Castovision needle holders, 6070 sutures, so that you may get the similar outcomes as compared similar to the macro surgery, but the gratification of the clinician and the patient, that is also important. So what do you think is the golden rule for success in periodontal plastic surgery? The golden rule is that there are no golden rules. You have to follow the biological principles to achieve the predictable outcomes. There is no shortcut to the success. Remember that every master was once a beginner. So you have to learn the technique, train yourself, follow the instructions of your mentors, and practice, practice, and practice. Only then you can achieve success in root coverage procedures or the periodontal plastic procedures. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can reach me at my mail, at Facebook, or at my WhatsApp. Thank you. Now we can proceed with Manish sir.
Yes, Dr. Vikender.
Sir, should we take the question answers now or should I proceed with the video?
As you wish.
Okay, sir, I think I should proceed with the video first and then can we take the questions at the end.
Right, how much time is the video for?
Sir, 20 minutes.
Okay, so you can just fast forward it also, because overall, okay, like then we can take the questions.
Okay, sir. Oh. So just a second. Sir, we can take the questions till I run the video.
Yeah, no issues regarding that. So, as such, Vikender, you had like shown the treatment so easily. Everybody was thinking it's a very simple job to treat a gingival recession, either a single tooth or a multiple tooth. But we all know that once we start doing the procedure, it requires a hell lot of expertise and the time factor, and all these things will make our treatment successful or unsuccessful. And obviously, achieving 100% of recession coverage is a dream, I would say. Most of the times we are not able to achieve it. So there are not much of questions right now. So one is that they have asked that what are your take on the parameters to decide whether to go in for either a CAF or an MCAF minus the connected tissue graft?
Yes, sir. What we discussed, that site-specific application of connective tissue graft. So keratinized tissue width, apical to the recession defect, and the gingival thickness. These are the two parameters. So first, the article was published by Stefanini for the CAF, and now it is for the tunnel also by the Aroka in the current issue of IJPRD. So what they thought that, what they have mentioned that if the keratinized tissue thickness apical to the recession defect is about 2 mm, then there is no need to add the connective tissue graft. And in an article by Cairo, he mentioned that if the thickness of the gingival thickness of the gingiva is about 0.8 mm or more, then connective tissue graft is not needed. So gingival thickness and the keratinized tissue apical to the recession defect are the two main parameters which determine whether we have to use the connective tissue graft or not, with the tunnel or the CAF.
I think Dr. Amit had asked this, so this will suffice. And the second one, which is asked, is in that ortho case of single tooth recession, which you treated with the tunnel procedure.
Yes,
why did you prefer to do it alongside the ortho treatment only during the treatment? Shouldn't it be better if you could have done it post ortho treatment?
Yes, very good question. But I asked the treating orthodontist that would you place any forces on this tooth or should I treat it now? So he said that final finishing has been done. No further movement of the tooth will be done. Only then I treated it. But the
my take is also the same. The orthodontist, once they have finished up with their alignment, before removing the brackets, they want the treatment to be done. Because say, obviously in the college setups, the treating orthodontist wants to take a photograph once the recession has also been treated. So a complete case is, the case records are there for the complete case at that point. So they have already finished off with their treatment. The only treatment left is removal of the brackets and placement of the retention wires.
Dr. Kanika को भेजना एक बार.
So as such, these were the two questions which were asked, Dr. Vikender.
Okay.
So if your video is ready to get projected.
Sir, एक second. एक बार वीडियो ऑन करना है इसका, कैसे होगा? वीडियो ऑन करना है एक बार, वीडियो वाला स्क्रीन शेयर करना है।
Dr. Vakinder, once you have to stop the screen share, then open up your video and then start with the screen share again. No, it is there now.
Okay, sir. So this is the trace. So this video demonstration is on the cadavers, and this is the microsurgical instrument tray. First, we will demonstrate about the coronally advanced flap, measure the recession depth, plot it. Then the horizontal incisions were given in the papillary area as we discussed. Then at the end of each horizontal incision, 2 vertical releasing incisions are given. So these vertical releasing incisions, they are not to the full depth of the bone. That is up to the periosteum, and you can appreciate that the blade is quite beveled. So when we bevel the blade, the chances of scar tissue, they are minimized after the healing phase. Then the papilla are surgical papilla are created by partial thickness dissection by entering the blade through the horizontal incision. So these are the surgical papilla which will abut with the anatomical papilla during the flap advancement. And at this point, I would also like to mention that always use a sharp blade. So if when I do a coronally advanced flap, around 6 to 7 blades are used. So you can imagine that if you use a sharp blades, there will be less laceration or tearing of the tissues, so the impact will be less post-operative swelling and pain to the patient. So after the papilla are surgical papilla are created, we take a periosteal elevator, insert into the buccal sulcus, and then raise a full thickness flap 3 mm beyond the buccal bone crest, similar to what we discussed. Then in the lateral areas, partial thickness dissection is done with the blade. So to make the flap passive, 2 types of dissections are done: deep dissection and the superficial dissection. So deep dissection is done. So here we are separating the flap from the lateral sides, partial thickness. Now, deep dissection is done by holding the blade parallel to the bone. So it frees, this is deep dissection by holding the blade parallel to the bone, and it frees all the muscle fibers which were inserting into the periosteum. But it should be limited to small area, not much deeper into the tissues. Then a superficial dissection is done to remove the muscle fibers. This is superficial dissection. You can appreciate that we are removing the muscle fibers which were inserting into the flap. So this is the flap tissue. Beneath, you can see that this is the flap tissue. So once the superficial and the deep dissection is done, the muscle tissue contracts and allows the flap to move coronally without any tension. So the flap is moved, can be coronal direction passively, that is minimal tension or no tension. Then the papilla are deepithelialized with microsurgical blade, and as much of the connective tissue as possible should be exposed to favor the vascular exchange between the surgical papilla and the anatomical papilla. But the care should be taken that you do not damage the papilla. So whatever the blade you use, microsurgical scissors should be used for effective deepithelialization. Then we harvest a connective tissue graft from the palate by single incision technique. The incision is given full thickness if you are using a single incision technique, and to partial thickness if you have to harvest the graft by modified single incision technique. Then through this incision, we prepare a primary palatal flap of about 1 mm thickness. The flap should not be too thin or thick. If it would be thin, then it will slough out or necrose during the healing phase. If it is thick, then you are compromising over the quality of the graft you will get after the harvesting. It will contain a more of fatty and glandular tissue rather than the collagen fibers, which we do not want. So a pouch is created into the palatal mucosa, and the flap is freed from the underlying connective tissue. So make ensure that here we are checking whether the flap is free from the underlying connective tissue. So take your time to harvest the connective tissue graft, and your blades should be parallel to the external mucosal surface to avoid the perforations. So you should have an eye on the mucosa rather than on the blade when harvesting the graft. So once you have freed the flap from the underlying connective tissue, you have to give internal incisions at the medial, mesial, and distal. In case of single incision, and medial, mesial, distal, and coronal in case of modified single incision technique. So the incisions are given. So this is the apical incision, and all these incisions are to the full depth of the tissues, that is up to the bone, because we are harvesting a connective tissue graft with periosteum. We can harvest it without periosteum also, but that is more technique sensitive and difficult also. And it has been said that when you harvest the CTG with periosteum, it is more stable when you place it at the recipient site. This is the coronal incision to the full depth of the bone. Now, take a periosteal elevator, insert through the coronal horizontal incision, and detach the graft from the underlying bone. So once you detach take a sharp periosteal elevator. Otherwise, you may lacerate the tissue. So hold the connective tissue graft with scissor, and any remaining fibers can be separated or cut with the blade, and the graft is harvested. After harvesting the graft, we have to check for the presence of any fatty or glandular tissue, and any of the excess fatty or glandular tissue should be removed because it hampers with the revascularization of the graft. Then place the CTG. Here we are removing the fatty or the glandular tissue. स्टॉप हो गया क्या? मनीष सर?
यस डॉक्टर विकेंद्र।
ये फास्ट फॉरवर्ड कर रहा था मैं, रुक गया।
पॉज करके प्ले करके देखो।
जस्ट ए सेकंड सर।
Vikinder, there are few more questions which have
Yes,
been
sir.
raised. So one that orthodontic patient one was raised by Dr. Gomes. So another thing which he wants to ask, and that is the role of occlusion correction to prevent the relapse and the role of occlusion stabilization during healing of the treatment.
Yes. We have to identify whether the occlusion is traumatic or not. Only then we have to rectify it, because there are ancestral lesions in most of the cases with the gingival recession. So in those cases, if there is occlusion correction is not done, and then or even if you perform a restorative procedure with the gingival recession treatment, then the restoration will not last and you will not achieve the predictable outcomes. So occlusion correction is definitely needed, and that I think is a different need a different lecture for that. And Dr. Ashish, I think, is the best person to discuss about the occlusion and how it affects the periodontium. So definitely, but occlusion we have to consider.
And another one asked by Dr. Pooja is, what is the difference between the tunneling and modified tunneling technique?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't hear.
Difference between tunneling and modified tunneling technique.
Yes, sir. I was expecting that question. Tunneling and modified tunneling. In tunnel procedure, I told in the lecture also that is in the tunnel procedures which were initially advocated, the connective tissue graft was left exposed. Then AG in 2002, he did the corneal advancement. But when you read the article by Johar in 2007, he named it as modified corneally advanced tunnel, because he used the specialized instruments, followed the microsurgical principles, and did supraperiosteal dissection as compared to full thickness dissection performed in the previously reported papers about tunneling techniques. So if you read that Johar article 2007, then in the conclusion section, it is clearly mentioned that why we call it as a modified corneally advanced tunnel. So that these are the basic differences. Microsurgical and specialized instruments are the things which make it modified.
Meanwhile, your video is again.
Yes, sir.
Like, so like in the cadaver, you had shown the harvesting of the connective tissue.
Yes.
It is again not simple to give that apical incision so that the connective tissue comes out, and I think Dr. Vikinder would be and.
Yes, sir. You will continue with that.
Yeah, so giving that apical incision to take out the harvest, the final apical incision.
8 minutes to start. Sir, I started it about 1 minute before where we ended.
Your screen is not visible right now.
Screen is not visible. Okay, sir.
No, initially your desktop is visible.
Now is it visible, sir?
I am not able to see it. Dr. Dani, are you able to see that?
No, no.
Only desktop is being
Yeah,
seen.
only desktop. Like.
Okay, sir.
Your screen is shared, but the video is not being visible.
वीडियो से उसमें चला दिया हमने, ये लग रहा है।
नहीं सर, ऐसी बात है।
शेयर स्क्रीन पर क्या आएगा क्या?
Yeah, now it is.
Yes, sir. So this is where we ended. Now the connective tissue graft is placed at the recipient site after removal of the fatty and the glandular tissue. Now we have to stabilize the connective tissue graft. So the graft is stabilized with two interrupted sutures anchored to the deepithelialized anatomical papilla. So the needle is passed through the connective tissue graft and then the anatomical papilla. So you can imagine that this is possible only with the microsurgical principles, that you use small sized sutures and needles. If you use a 4-0 or 3-0 needle, definitely you will tear the papilla rather than stabilizing the connective tissue graft with the papilla. Then stabilizing it with the another anatomical papilla. So this suture is 6-0 proline. But in clinical cases, we use 7-0 Vicryl suture because that is a resorbable suture. We can't leave, proline is non-resorbable suture and we can't leave it inside the tissues. But the suture we use clinically, 7-0, has a needle of about 6 mm. So that is was not practically possible to stabilize the graft in the cadaver with 7-0. So we did it with 6-0 proline. And then the flap is placed over the graft. So what we discussed in the presentation, we close the vertical releasing incisions first and don't give the sling suture. Sling suture should be given at last. So the needle is entered apicocoronally in a apicocoronal direction at the end of one vertical suture, passing through the periosteum, and then a knot is tied. हेलो, हाँ बाद में करते हैं बात, अभी मीटिंग में हूँ. So then on the other side, so the alternate incisions, alternate sutures are given. One suture on the mesial side, then on the distal vertical releasing incision, then one on the mesial vertical releasing, then on distal. So alternate sutures are given, and the flap is held or pulled in the coronal direction with the tying forceps while closing the vertical incisions. And then at last, we give the sling suture. So the sling suture, it adapts the surgical papilla with the anatomical papilla. And the keratinized tissue of the flap with the convexity of the tooth. So the principle of success for periodontal plastic surgery is flap preparation, means we have to take care of the vascularity. The flap design should not be like that the vascularity is compromised, otherwise it won't survive. Then flap mobilization, means flap should be passive. If there is tension in the flap, then we will not achieve the desired results. And then last is flap adaptation or stabilization, means the wound stability. If the wound is not stable, definitely you will not get the successful outcomes. So this was the coronally positioned flap. Now the demonstration for pre-gingival graft. So the partial thickness palatal flap is prepared similar to the single incision, and the connective tissue graft is left in situ, and the overlying flap is harvested. So that is the main difference only. So this is the flap. We give the incisions, horizontal incision. Then through that incision, we prepare the partial palatal flap, and then at the ends of this flap, we give vertical incisions and then one medial incision and remove a piece of tissue from the palate. We call it as free gingival graft previously, but now we call it as epithelialized palatal graft. So, free gingival graft is usually indicated to increase the width of the keratinized gingiva. And usually this situation is normally present in the mandibular incisors. After removal of the graft, remove any fatty or glandular tissue, harvest a graft of uniform thickness. Then at the prepare the recipient site. Actually, the recipient site is prepared first, and the graft is harvested later. Recipient site is prepared by giving an incision parallel to the mucogingival junction, given at the level of mucogingival junction, and as close to the periosteum as possible, so that no connective tissue is present at the recipient site and only the periosteum is present. So whatever the connective tissue tags, if left at the recipient site, they should be removed with microsurgical scissors or with a sharp blade. So remove the muscle insertions with a sharp blade, and the recipient depth of the recipient bed should be about 5 mm apical to the anatomical bone dehiscence. So we remove the muscles inserting into the periosteum. Then we do some dissection on the lateral sides. Do some dissection on the lateral sides to remove the muscles. So preparation of the recipient bed is important because the graft will get its blood supply from here only. If the bed is not prepared properly or it is too small, here we are removing the muscles on the lateral sides of the graft. So this is the recipient's site. This is the best view. Dissection as close to the possible as periosteum. This is only the periosteum. Now the residual flap or this labial submucosal tissue can be left as it is, or preferably I suture it with the periosteum at the apical part of the recipient bed. So several interrupted sutures are given along this recipient bed with 70 vicryl sutures. Now we have to secure the graft at the recipient side. So the first suture, which I preferably give, is Holbrook ocean beam suture or a horizontal continuous mattress suture. So the needle will pass through the graft and then exit through the adjacent tissues, and then a knot is tied. The ear end of the knot is left quite long and not cut. Then the needle is brought on the another side, passed through the graft, then through the adjacent mucosa, and then a knot is tied. So this is a horizontal continuous suture proposed by Holbrook ocean beam suture, and they hypothesized that it minimizes the contraction of the graft during the healing phase and opens the capillaries in the graft, so better revascularization of the graft may occur. So this was the rationale of using this suture by the inventors of this suture. So the first suture is this: we stabilize the graft, then the coronal end of the graft is stabilized by giving interrupted sutures. Multiple interrupted sutures are given with the adjacent gingiva to stabilize the graft coronal. So there will be minimal coagulum in the coronal area. So how better you stabilize the graft, that is important. If the graft is not stabilized properly or it is mobile during the healing phase, then it may not survive. Then lastly, the sling sutures are given, apically anchored into the periosteum and anchored around the tooth. So if you are treating one tooth, then one suture. You are treating two teeth, then two sutures. So around each affected tooth, we give horizontal sling sutures. So once you give all these sutures, your graft becomes well adapted to the recipient bed. There will be minimal dead space, and there are no chances that you will not get the desired results. So this is how the graft stabilization is done. So we are finished with the video demonstrating the coronally advanced flap, connective tissue graft, and pre-gingival graft. So we are over with the lecture and the video, sir.
Right, Dr. Vikendra, there is another question which has come as that if there is some interdental attachment of the bone loss, then the root coverage is realistically expected or not?
Sir, for this is, I think, whoever asked this question, he should be familiar with the classification, the recent classification proposed by Cairo. So previous classification by Millers was different. This classification is based on the measurements of the clinical attachment level. If the clinical attachment loss is there in the interdental area, then it will definitely affect the root coverage outcomes. So that's why we say that in RT1, when there is no recess, interdental attachment loss, then root coverage 100% can be achieved. So we can say that when there, it depends upon the amount of the clinical attachment loss in the interdental area, which determines the final root coverage. So if interdental attachment loss is more, then the less root coverage will be achieved. So in the RT3, no root coverage will be there because the clinical attachment loss in the interdental side is greater than the buccal attachment loss, right? So the main funda is you have to compare the buccal attachment loss and the interdental attachment loss. If there is buccal attachment loss is, if the buccal attachment loss is in RT3, that is less, and interdental attachment loss is more, then you won't achieve any coverage. In RT2, there is attachment loss, but it is not more than the buccal attachment loss. So then we will achieve the root coverage. So I think that is a very simple question.
Yeah, and I would like to add with your connective tissue harvesting, like doing that the full thickness dissection and the partial thickness dissection, giving the mesial and the distal incisions. Yes, the most difficult part is giving that apical incision to finally take out the graft. So in my department, when Dr. Ashish was there, we had invented an instrument. You are aware of it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
which
sir.
was a modification of the normal subgingival hoe which we use. It is not patented. Obviously, it is not patented. It is not marketed. But we really it eases our life while taking out that connective tissue graft.
So sorry to interrupt. That too.
Yeah, you can go ahead because I was concluding now.
No, sir. The duos, Dr. Manish and Dr. Ashish, they did so many articles on the periodontal plastic surgery, and recently the article 44 years journey. That article is too nice that if one wants to read all about the connective tissue graft, he can go through that article.
I'm blessed to have a very good team now. Ashish obviously has left for good, so immaterial. So to conclude, I would like to thank the ISP head office and the organizing team for organizing this first ever virtual ISP PG convention and giving me an opportunity today to moderate Dr. Vikender's session on the treatment of gingival recession. Friends, we all know that aesthetics play a very important role for today's generation. The composition of a perfect smile architecture not only includes the white tooth component, but also the pink gingival component, both of which complement each other and must be in balance and harmony in terms of color, shape, polish, and microtexture. The gingival architecture represents the framework for the teeth, but unfortunately, many patients present with gingival recession, which is characterized by unsighted root surface exposure at the gingival margin and has got multifactorial etiology. So because gingival recession causes unappealing smile aesthetics, an increasing number of patients are seeking dentists to address their absence of pink through cost-effective and more convenient perioplastic and mucogingival procedures. So the patient's awareness and expectations has increased to the point that less than optimal aesthetics is no longer acceptable. Restoring the pink is not only essential to rectify the cosmetics, but also the functional deficiencies of the patient and to combat the further periodontal destruction. This growing interest in dental aesthetics has compelled the periodontal researchers to be in a constant pursuit of developing treatment strategies that would create or restore patients' confident smile. Persistent research or search over the ages has led to the innovation of innumerable techniques to treat gingival recession, which has been frequently modified and customized according to the situation, degree of recession, and various other factors. Selecting the best treatment option for teeth and gingival recession may be challenging and require both skills and knowledge of the operator. So friends, who else amongst the periodontists other than Dr. Vikender Yadav could have been a better mentor to deliberate on the topic of treatment strategies for gingival recession? Vikender has been a good friend of mine for years now. He's an excellent academician, a brilliant perioplastic surgeon, and above all, a superhuman human being. Thank you, Dr. Vikender, for the excellent presentation, and I'm sure that all the participants would have definitely benefited from it and have and each one of us would have good take-home messages. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Indian Society of Periodontology, we are so grateful for this amazing presentation today on this topic of treatment strategies for gingival recession in single and multiple teeth. We appreciate the time you took to give us all a true deep insight into this topic, which is quite an ordeal for all of us and most of us too. And as rightly mentioned by Dr. Manish, you really made these root coverage procedures look so simple and easy to perform, sir. And not to forget to mention the real hands-on experience which we all had now with your crystal clear explanation. And we all felt that we were executing the procedures, and that was really awesome. Thank you, Dr. Vikendra, for such an amazing presentation. And we thank Dr. Dr. Ganesh and Dr. Manish for honoring us by chairing this wonderful session. And that's really so kind of you. And we really appreciate for giving us your valuable time. And thank you, Dr. Manish, for your insightful concluding remarks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Next session will be at 3 p.m. Final session. Physio and periodontal surgeries by Dr. Nimfia Pandit.
India happens to be the diabetic capital of the world. India also has the largest population of hypertensive. Alongside India also have the highest prevalence of periodontal disease. Of late, the literature is flooded with the correlation of periodontal health and the systemic health. There have been enough evidence everywhere around the world with conferences, with workshops, with consensus meetings happening together, wherein it has been almost conclusively said that a poor oral health, a poor periodontal health can actually worsen the systemic health as well. So within the Indian perspective, Indian Society of Periodontology takes the lead, takes the charge, and makes sure that all of our brother dentists are aware enough for not only diagnosing the patient from the periodontal point of view, but also giving him a good oral health so that he can live well, he can have a good systemic health also.
I'm a periodontist. A periodontist is someone who is a gum specialist. As we all know, teeth are held in the mouth because of the strong gums. And if the gums are not strong, the teeth will tend to fall off. In India, a lot of people suffer from gum diseases. Almost 80% of the adult population has some form of gum disease or the other. One of the points regarding gum disease is that it is entirely preventable. So if you visit a dentist regularly and get all the regular checkups and treatment done, you can have a teeth that will last for a lifetime. You need not wear any false teeth or dentures, and you can chew happily ever after and have a well-balanced diet. The key to it is that you must have good oral hygiene practices, clean your teeth regularly, and visit a dentist and do all the treatment that is recommended by a dentist.
Now, we have our branch is periodontology, and basically deals with the structure which is called as periodontium, which in common terms, which means the structures which support the teeth. Now, a structure which supports the teeth means that if tooth has to remain in oral cavity, the structure have to be in a healthy state. Now, we always, as you know, concentrate on treatments like orthodontics, that is treatment of malocclusion, root canal treatments. We have FPDs, RPDs, replacement of all these missing teeth, which gets concentrated too much. But if we go to the background of this and we realize that can we have orthodontic treatment without a healthy periodontium? After all, movement of teeth is just based on bone and periodontal ligament, which is a part of periodontium. Have you asked any endodontist would they do a root canal treatment in a mobile tooth? They will not, because after they see an X-ray and they see the extent of caries, the next thing which they see is the amount of support which is present. Take a tooth to them which is mobile, and the thing they will ask is whether the prognosis is good or not, whether we should do a root canal or not. So that means if you have to have a successful root canal treatment, the baseline is a healthy periodontium. You give RPDs, you give FPDs. Can you give a FPD on a tooth where the adjacent teeth are mobile? No. Can you give a RPD when you have the distinct mobile? No. So that means even in your prosthodontic treatment, the baseline for a healthy prosthodontic replacement is you have to have a healthy periodontium of the adjacent teeth. The fact that the basic principle of FPD, the Antes law, is not given in any prosthodontic terms, it is given in periodontal terms. It says the periodontal area of the supporting structure should be whatever it is. So that means the baseline, the baseline of dentistry is the healthy periodontium. So whole dentistry treatment revolves around if you have a healthy periodontium. You cannot do any treatment in any department if the periodontium is unhealthy. So that means if periodontium has to be healthy, the branch periodontology has to be surviving. And dentistry just cannot survive without periodontology.
Start. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Vishaka Grover. I'm a periodontist by profession. Periodontist is a dentist who specializes in the care of gums around your teeth. In our country, gum diseases occupy the major proportion of oral health problems. Almost 90 to 95% in every 100 people are suffering from gum diseases. The worst part of these problems is that these are very silent or do not causing any signs at the early stage. Only in advanced stages, the patient may suffer from some pain, bleeding, or some unsightly appearance of the teeth. Recent research has highlighted that consistent inflammation in oral cavity may lead to other body problems also, for example, cardiovascular diseases or diabetes, etc. So this new dimension has been added to gum diseases, that they may act as general body health risks as well. So maintaining good oral hygiene with twice daily regular brushing is the only way to avoid these problems. But as a periodontist, I would like to stress upon the importance of regular visits to the dentist for checkup. Because whatever best practices we are maintaining, these visits will give a chance to the dentist to check on to how well you are maintaining your hygiene, and if there are any lapses, they can be made up. Even any new diseases, caries or gum disease, any new issues coming into the oral cavity may be detected at an earliest point of time and can be managed thereafter. So, maintaining good oral hygiene coupled up with the regular dental visits, in my view, is probably the best and the most sure-shot way of preventing gum diseases and maintaining good oral health. I don't know when did you last visited your dentist, but today I will really ask on that book for your next appointment. Thank you.
Hi. As we all know, the periodontal disease is one of the integral part in dentistry, and the survey shows that 95% of the population are affected with periodontal disease. Here, we as a periodontist are taking an effort to get into the masses of the population to create an awareness among the general public and to create an impact as well as on the treatment line and to create an impact on the urban as well as the rural population in the coming years. So, we are creating an attempt as a President-elect of Indian Society of Periodontology to have a proper screening, charting and a treatment line for the patients and to have a benefit for them as such. Thank you.
Friends, periodontal disease leads to loss of teeth, and this loss of teeth has to be rectified by way of placing artificial teeth. And who else better than a periodontist would be able to restore the teeth, and this by way of dental implants. Dental implants has been aggressively being practiced these days into dental clinics, and periodontist is one of the best specialists in terms of practicing implant dentistry because he knows the details nuances and also the structures which are involved into placement of dental implants. So whenever you are experiencing dental loss or tooth loss, better go to a dental surgeon and go in for dental implant therapy. Dear friends, on behalf of the Indian Society of Periodontology, I wish to inform you that according to the data of WHO, we have 80% of our population which is affected with some or the other sort of periodontal diseases. Periodontal diseases are gum diseases, and which increase in severity and lead to periodontitis, which ultimately leads to tooth loss. So, if we consider the huge population, which is, if we consider our country as the second most populous country of the world, then definitely it's a huge healthcare burden over us. And if we consider the clinical data, it reflects that very less number of patients are being treated for periodontal conditions into our clinical practices. And this is basically because of the fact that we devote less time into diagnosing these conditions. Since these conditions are asymptomatic conditions, there is a great possibility of them being missed upon in the initial examination. So, I would request all of you to devote adequate time into diagnosing these conditions at the initial screening visit, so that we would be able to provide a healthy periodontium and a healthy masticatory apparatuses to our patients. Thank you.
Aesthetic and smile designing is incomplete without the proper care of the pink. The judicious balance of white and pink is a prerequisite for aesthetic periodontal outcome. The various aesthetic periodontal surgeries, various aesthetic periodontal treatments like periodontal plastic surgery and even the newer advances in periodontal microsurgery are very handy in comprehensive aesthetic periodontal care for the patients.
India happens to be the diabetic capital of the world. India also has the largest population of hypertensive. Alongside India also have the highest prevalence of periodontal disease. Of late, the literature is flooded with the correlation of periodontal health and the systemic health. There have been enough evidence everywhere around the world, with conferences, with workshops, with consensus meetings happening together, wherein it has been almost conclusively said that a poor oral health, a poor periodontal health can actually worsen the systemic health as well. So within the Indian perspective, Indian Society of Periodontology takes the lead, takes the charge, and makes sure that all of our brother dentists are aware enough for not only diagnosing the patient from the periodontal point of view, but also giving him a good oral health so that he can live well, he can have a good systemic health also.
I'm a periodontist. A periodontist is someone who is a gum specialist. As we all know, teeth are held in the mouth because of the strong gums. And if the gums are not strong, the teeth will tend to fall off. In India, a lot of people suffer from gum diseases. Almost 80% of the adult population has some form of gum disease or the other. One of the points regarding gum disease is that it is entirely preventable. So if you visit a dentist regularly and get all the regular checkups and treatment done, you can have a teeth that will last for a lifetime. You need not wear any false teeth or dentures, and you can chew happily ever after and have a well-balanced diet. The key to it is that you must have good oral hygiene practices, clean your teeth regularly, and visit a dentist and do all the treatment that is recommended by a dentist.
Now, we have our branch is periodontology, and basically deals with the structure which is called as periodontium, which in common terms, which means the structures which support the teeth. Now, a structure which supports the teeth means that if tooth has to remain in oral cavity, the structure have to be in a healthy state. Now, we always, as you know, concentrate on treatments like orthodontics, that is treatment of malocclusion, root canal treatments. We have FPDs, RPDs, replacement of all these missing teeth, which gets concentrated too much. But if we go to the background of this and we realize that can we have an orthodontic treatment without a healthy periodontium? After all, movement of teeth is just based on bone and periodontal ligament, which is a part of periodontium. Have you asked any endodontist would they do a root canal treatment in a mobile tooth? They will not, because after they see an X-ray and they see the extent of caries, the next thing which they see is the amount of support which is present. Take a tooth to them which is mobile, and the thing they will ask is whether the prognosis is good or not, whether we should do a root canal or not. So that means if you have to have a successful root canal treatment, the baseline is a healthy periodontium. You give RPDs, you give FPDs. Can you give a FPD on a tooth where the adjacent teeth are mobile? No. Can you give a RPD when you have the adjacent teeth mobile? No. So that means even in your prosthodontic treatment, the baseline for a healthy prosthodontic replacement is you have to have a healthy periodontium of the adjacent teeth. The fact that the basic principle of FPD, the Antes law, is not given in any prosthodontic terms, it is given in periodontal terms. It says the periodontal area of the supporting structure should be whatever it is. So that means the baseline, the baseline of dentistry is the healthy periodontium. So whole dentistry treatment revolves around if you have a healthy periodontium. You cannot do any treatment in any department if the periodontium is unhealthy. So that means if periodontium has to be healthy, the branch periodontology has to be surviving. And dentistry just cannot survive without periodontology.
Start. Good morning everyone. This is Dr. Vishaka Grover. I am a periodontist by profession. Periodontist is a dentist who specializes in the care of gums around your teeth. In our country, gum diseases occupy the major proportion of oral health problems. Almost 90 to 95% in every 100 people are suffering from gum diseases. The worst part of these problems is that these are very silent or do not causing any signs at the early stage. Only in advanced stages, the patient may suffer from some pain, bleeding or some unsightly appearance of the teeth. Recent research has highlighted that consistent inflammation in oral cavity may lead to other body problems also, for example, cardiovascular diseases or diabetes, etc. So this new dimension has been added to gum diseases, that they may act as general body health risks as well. So maintaining good oral hygiene with twice daily regular brushing is the only way to avoid these problems. But as a periodontist, I would like to stress upon the importance of regular visits to the dentist for checkup. Because whatever best practices we are maintaining, these visits will give a chance to the dentist to check on to how well you are maintaining your hygiene, and if there are any lapses, they can be made up. Even any new diseases, caries or gum disease, any new issues coming into the oral cavity may be detected at an earliest point of time and can be managed thereafter. So, maintaining good oral hygiene coupled up with the regular dental visits, in my view, is probably the best and the most sure way of preventing gum diseases and maintaining good oral health. I don't know when did you last visited your dentist, but today I will really ask on that book for your next appointment. Thank you.
Arjun, you are on in 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Dani sir, I think time is up now. Free.
Good to go. Yeah.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Now we are moving to the fourth session chaired by Dr. Amit Benjamin and Dr. Arun. Professor Dr. Amit Benjamin is the course director and mentor for implant and laser training program. Dr. Amit Benjamin has done his graduation from University of Pune and post-graduation in periodontics from Kerali's Institute of Dental Sciences, Belgaum. He has trained with American Academy of Implant Dentistry, Maxi course, and has been conducting numerous lectures and hands-on programs in implants, lasers, and periodontics with Indian Dental Association, Indian Medical Association, and various dental colleges. Dr. Amit Benjamin is currently serving as the professor and HOD in YMT Dental College and Hospital, Navi, Mumbai. Dr. Amit also maintains an exclusive practice in periodontics, implants, and laser at Mumbai and Ahmedabad. Coming to Dr. Arun Sadashivam, Professor Dr. Arun Sadashivan completed his BDS and MDS from Government Dental College, Trivandrum in 1997 and 2001, respectively. Currently working as a professor in periodontics at Sri Mookambika Institute of Dental Sciences, Kulashekaram, Tamil Nadu. He has presented more than 60 papers at various state, national, and international conferences. Dr. Arun has more than 40 national and international articles to his credit. I heartily welcome Professor Dr. Amit Benjamin and Professor Dr. Arun Sadashivan to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arjun. A very good afternoon to all the delegates and respected dignitaries of the ISP. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the speaker and the demonstrator for today's session, Dr. Nymphia Pandit Madam. Dr. Nymphia Pandit Madam is a 1993 graduate from SCB Medical College, Cuttack, and completed her MDS in periodontics in 1998 from Government Dental College, Ahmedabad. She has received the Best Graduate Award for excellent performance in 4 years of graduate program by ICDRO in the year 1993. She's also the recipient of Colgate-Palmolive Award for highest marks in the subject of periodontology and ISPPD Award for highest marks in the subject of periodontics and preventive dentistry. Madam is presently working as a professor and head of the Department of Periodontology, DAV Dental College and Hospital, Yamunanagar. Madam has 20 international and 34 national publications and has been a keynote speaker at more than 54 hours at international, national, and state levels. She has conducted 6 workshops on piezosurgery in periodontics at Yamunanagar, Chandigarh, Nepal, Gurugram, and Alipurduar, West Bengal. Madam has also authored a book titled Concise Periodontics and written a chapter in implant course book conducted by IGNO, as well as a book on bone regeneration. She has been she's in the editorial board of the Journal of Indian Society of Periodontology and many other national journals, and has been at different posts in IDA Yamunanagar branch, including president in the year 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Nymphia Pandit Madam, President of Indian Society of Periodontology for the current session. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
madam. Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit, for your very kind introduction. And I would first like to congratulate the organizing team for putting up such a wonderful show. This virtual platform is really new, not from the aspect of webinars. We have been carrying them for 1.5 years. That is not something new, but especially regarding this, taking it to this level that we could actually feel that we are walking in the aisles and we are going to the different halls. It has been a different experience, and I'm sure that everyone must have enjoyed it. So coming to my chapter, that is the piezo surgery in the periodontics. I first want to say a few things that this concept of piezo surgery, this is very close to my heart, because I did not start with that. This was a technique or an equipment which I wanted to procure and use in my practice. This was with the concept that I am a big fan of autogenous grafts, and I was looking at various techniques and various equipments to procure the graft, which is considered as the gold standard within the grafts. And going in my journey from taking these particulate grafts and reading about them, that they are just fillers and all that, and concentrating more on the autogenous grafts, I came across this instrument, and I am using it for the last 15 years, and I am really having exploring the new aspects of this instrument. So as periodontists, we know that the disease itself, it alters the morphological features in the bone, reduces the height, creates defects, and we need to fill in these defects so that we can achieve the ultimate goal of healthy periodontium, again, if we really want to regenerate the bone. So there are two main surgeries that are done in the periodontics, that is the osseous surgeries, that is the resective and the regenerative ones, and we are more concentrating on this. So different osseous surgeries can be like, we can have contouring, we can have from the, what you know about that negative architecture, we can have it to the positive architecture, we can take the grafts from the different areas of the mouth, or we can have surgeries related with the uncovering of the crown or crown lengthening procedures, wherein we can make use of the prosthodontist to give crowns over areas which was not possible unless the crown lengthening procedures are done. So we are dealing with bone a lot. Oral surgeons are dealing with the gross chunk amounts of bone, but we are dealing with these 1 or 2 millimeters, which is very important for us. 1 or 2 millimeters of gingiva as well as 1 or 2 millimeters of the bone are very crucial to a periodontist, which every one of us knows. So before going into the details of that, I just want to tell you about the basics of the bone, that we know that bone consists of the cortex and the medulla. The cortex are the lamellar part, and the medulla, we have the concentric circles or the lamellae. And this is how it looks on the tooth side of the bone, that we have the cortical plate and we have the cancellous bone. Cortical plates are very mineralized, they are very dense, and this cancellous bone is somewhat more porous. So we have been using different instruments for the management of bone, whether it's cutting the bone or whether it's taking the grafts or whether it's uncovering the impacted teeth and taking them out. We have used chisels and mallets, we have used bars, and this is the piezo surgery, what I will be given. And mostly these instruments are divided in two main types. One is either we are using them with hand, that is the manual instruments, or these are the motor driven instruments. So if we look at the manual instruments, they offer good control, because if you're holding a chisel and then giving a cut with the mallet, you have a good hold over that, you have a good control because the tactile sense is intact. But it's used only to remove small amounts of bone which are not very mineralized. If it's a very dense bone, not only will it be difficult to cut, it will also lead to a condition where the patient does not feel comfortable. It's not good for a patient to have hammering of his bone over a period of time. So not only is it it's not very comfortable for the patient, it's uncomfortable for the patient, it's also difficult sometimes to take large chunks of bone. So that is one of the disadvantages. So with the manual ones, we have that we cannot have precise osteotomies. It's like a gross chunk of bone is used, which is more crude way. And we have gone to the finer instruments and the finer equipment. As a consequence, they are mostly applied for gross cutting. For example, if we have to uncover a buccal plate from the impacted molars, in those cases, it will be very well applied. Motor-driven instruments now can be used on more dense bone. If we have a very dense bone, it's only the rotatory instruments which can cut through that. And they actually, what the principle behind the motor-driven instruments is that they transform the electrical energy or pneumatic energy into mechanical cutting edges. And we have those sharpened edges like bars. We have the tips, which can be of the saw blades or which can be bars. So these have a better advantage over that. But the problem with this with the manual, with the cutting instruments, which are rotary, they have the biggest advantage that we lose the tactile sense. Once there is rotation of the tip of the instrument, what we are using, at that time we lose the control, we lose the tactile sensitivity. We don't know where we are going, whether we are overcutting or we are undercutting. So, and it also generates a lot of heat, which may damage the tissues, and it will delay healing if it damages, it necroses the tissues and damages the tissues over a period of time. It will take a longer time for healing. Look at this diagram. If you see these blackened areas, these are the areas where the necrosis of bone has occurred, and osteoblasts or osteocytes have actually died over there, and it will take a lot of time for the macrophages and other tissue or other cells to get rid of this area, scavenge this area, and form the new mineralized tissue over that time. The limitations of this is that we lack the precision and the tactile sensation with these, and we cannot control the depth. So we do not know whether we have cut any nerve. If we are working, for example, in relation with the condyle, we may harm the neurovascular bundle over there, or we are working in relation with the maxillary sinus, we may hurt the synovial membrane. So these are, or we are working in the ramus area and we may hurt the inferior alveolar nerve. So all these things are not, they are inherent in the equipments. So piezo surgery was first described. I want to tell you a small background about piezo surgery. Piezo word is a German word, which means to squeeze or to press together. It was given by Curie brothers in 1880, long back in 1880. And what they did, they said that if we apply pressure on the crystals or the bone, what happens is that these are changed into electricity. The application of pressure on the crystals or the bone or ceramic will change it into electricity. Now, in 1881, with the same principle, this was Gabriel Hickman who said that if we convert this, for example, now we are putting electricity onto the crystals. We first put pressure on the crystals, they generated electricity. Now we are putting electricity on the crystals. What happens is that it deforms the crystals, so that there are small areas which get deformation. This deformation is later on carried to the tip of the instrument, with the result that there is small vibrations. These vibrations are the ones which are not only used in this piezo-surgical instruments, they are also used in your ultrasonic scalers, which work on the piezo-surgical basis. So for a long time, it has been used in the medicine over a period of time. For example, I was talking about 1881 when he reversed this, put the electricity in these crystals, and then they deformed these crystals, and it led to the vibration at the tip of the instrument. So long after that, it was Catona in 1953. He said that if we apply this ultrasound onto the hard tissues, there will be better cutting and it will lead to less damage to the underlying tissues. So this is how it came into the medicine field, and then it came into dentistry. And it was almost 2 decades later that there were some experiments carried out where they saw that if we are using these piezo surgical, this deformation of crystals and that vibrating cut onto the bone, it results in better healing of the bone because the osteocytes and the osteoblasts are spared from the necrosis. So in 2005, the US Food and Drug Administration extended it to the dentistry. It was first used in medical. And we can say that the person who got it into this piezosurgery bone was Dr. Varsalotti. He was the first one, and the first prototype of this was taken up by the Mactron, who developed the first unit of piezosurgery. And Varsalotti was the one who had the patent of that, and he developed that. So now, if we look at why is it that it cuts the hard tissues only and it does not cut the soft tissues? Now we know that there is a range of ultrasound. It can be infrasound, ultrasound, and acoustic. So if we look at this diagram, there is a range of 20 kilohertz, 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz and megahertz. So in this range from 24 to 36, this area, this is a small area of frequency which is used in the ultrasonics. This is the frequency which basically results in the fracture of the trabecular bone. And this is a very small range. We need above 50 kilohertz for the cutting of the soft tissue. So if we are working in this frequency, that is 24 kilohertz, 36 kilohertz, we are cutting only the bone. We do not have any chance of hurting the soft tissue. So, and this is the biggest advantage of the piezosurgery, that we do not cut the soft tissues and they are spared, and that's how we preserve the soft tissues that are very vital in relation with the hard tissues. This is one of the basic advantages. So if we look at the handpiece of a piezosurgery, what it does, the electrical energy is put on these ceramic rings. These are the ceramic rings which he saw, Gabriel, that if you apply electrical energy to these piezosurgical rings, there is an amplifier in that, and it leads to the deformation of these crystals, which is carried onto this tip in the form of vibrations. These small vibrations are the ones which will ultimately fracture the trabecular bone, and they are in that range which will only cut the hard tissue, not the soft tissue. So if we look at this diagram now, if we have some cutting with the macro vibrations, that is 5-year bars or saws. So this is the resultant histological diagram, which you can see that lots of necrotic tissue has been formed on the side of the cuts, and the cut is more than 1 millimeter. And if we look at the micro vibrations which are produced by the piezosurgery, it's a very small, precise cut of 0.5 to 0.7 millimeter, very precise cut. And you can see from the histological section that there is no necrosis of bone surrounding this. This non-necrosing of the tissues is also dependent upon what you are using as an irrigant. We have to use the irrigant as a refrigerated saline, because that will further down the temperature that is produced in the local tissues. Anyway, the temperature is less as compared to the burrs and the saws, but anyway, we are getting it better with that. So these are the micro versus. If we look at this is one of our patients which was done. If we look at this cut, you can see this cut is very wide. It's almost 1 millimeter in width. And look at this cut. This is a very small cut, 0.5 millimeters. So if we look at the cut with the bar, this was cut with the bar, and this piece of bone was separated with a chisel and mallet, and this was taken out with the piezosurgery. So it results in more predictable cuts. It improves healing because we are not necrosing the surrounding areas. It does not lead to the cutting of the vessels, so the blood supply is maintained and there is improved healing, and there is greater safety for patients. Now, these patients cannot be done as an outpatient department. These patients can be done as an outpatient department. So it uses saline as a coolant, and if we are using chilled saline, that leads to a cooling effect to the mineralized to the insert, and it cools the mineralized tissue. And we have this way we have a clean field because it's not cutting the blood vessels. Plus, it has those aerosol, those formation of small micro vacuoles, which later on, which irrigate the area and make a very clean field. And irrigation, because it's a copious irrigation, it efficiently cleans the cut bony parts. Now, what are the indications for this piezosurgery, where you can use it? As I was telling you that we usually land up with a negative architecture in the pocket formation and the bone resorption. And we can create a positive architecture, or we can at least create a flat architecture with the piezosurgical unit, and it's very safe. And I can say that with the latest techniques and with the latest equipment, we can cut it like it's cutting like a butter. It's so soft, and it's not, because the patients are very much used to the ultrasonic scaling, they do not feel that something else is being used. If you look at the chisel and mallet, it creates a hammering effect. But this instrument is already, people are used to that kind of a noise and a sound and the vibrations. And this is similar to that. So the patient does not feel that something different is being done on them. So what you can do, osteoplasty, osteectomy, you can do crown lengthening, autogenous bone grafting can be taken, implant site preparations can be done, implants can be removed atraumatically, and there can be sinus lift. We can do atraumatic extractions of teeth. We can use it in orthodontics. There are many applications of this, this equipment. And what we do for the osteectomy and we create the positive architecture, as I was telling you, and there's precise removal of bone, and we can do final smoothing of the root surfaces with some of the tips that are available with some of the instruments. Now I'll talk about the this use of this instrument, that is the atraumatic extraction. So it's used in the areas where we need to put the implants, or otherwise also if you want to do the atraumatic extraction where the patient is comfortable and does not feel the use of those big extraction ratchets and all. Implants, and in those cases we can place the implants because we're saving the teeth. This site is allowed to heal for some time, and then we can place the implants. And this is one of the studies which said that even if there are ankylosed teeth, and we are trying to take them by the by normal extraction, by the conventional extraction, and with the piezosurgical extraction, there is very less slippage of the instruments, because we are trying to cut the bone around the tooth, and that leads to the loosening of the teeth, and it easily comes out because it cuts only the hard tissues. So if we are trying to remove it with the normal conventional procedures, it's more traumatic, and a chunk of bone is lost in that. With the piezosurgery, it was concluded by Canlober that there is avoidance, and there are notches for and achieving mechanical bone condensation while preparing the osteotomy. So it is also helpful in harvesting the bone, and not only the bone blocks, also the bone chips, which can be used on the donor, on the recipient sites, and we can have the augmentation of the implant site where we can put the implants later on. And it can also be used in the apical surgeries for uncovering of the impacted teeth without the risk of damaging the inferior alveolar nerve or the surrounding areas. It can be used for the management of tori, removal of tori. Just before placing of dentures, we may have some tori which are not giving a proper fit of the denture. In those cases, we can use for the atraumatic removal of these tori also. So this is what I was telling you, that there was this article by the Versiloti that he said that because the patient is already familiar with the ultrasonic instrumentation, it's easy for him to take the sounds by these piezosurgical instrument, and he does not feel that there is any hammering or there is any noisy instruments being used on his teeth. So this is another of the articles which ultimately concluded that the osseous bed made was a precision incision, and because the cut was very precise, it reduces the inflammatory reaction while the graft is being taken, and it results in better aesthetics because the cuts are very, very precise. There was another study with the sinus lift, and they concluded that the most frequent intraoperative these sinus elevation procedures, that the perforation of the membrane occurred in around 7 to 35% of the procedures, and we can greatly reduce the sinus elevation by reducing the number of perforations that occur in the sinus membrane, Snyder's membrane. Another application of this instrument is for the ridge split. You know that if we have very narrow ridges, we cannot place implants, and the ridge split is done very convenient and very efficiently with this instrument. It facilitates the horizontal ridge augmentations, and we can have a very narrow ridge, 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter, and we can really widen it and place the implants wherever we want to place the implants and not where the bone is. So if there is a tooth loss, there is reduced tooth dimension, 3 to 12 months if we wait. That's why we always say that if we have a tooth extraction, we should try to replace the tooth, or we should try to give the processes within some months, because the longer we wait, the longer is the bone loss. And it's around 3 to 12 months, we have around 50% bone loss. And for the implants, we need at least 6 to 7 millimeter of buccolingual, 3.5 to 4 millimeter of implant on each side. So we need at least 6 to 7 millimeter of buccolingual width, and that can be achieved with the split ridge. So this is one of the patients where there's a very thin ridge. We can use it over here in these cases, in this thin split ridge, but at least 2 millimeters should be there, because if we are, as I was telling you, the cortical bone, we should at least have 1 millimeter on inside, and then some cancellous bone to support it in the middle. So we can have the augmentation of the sites. We can have only bone grafts, guided bone regeneration, horizontal distraction, osteogeny. It can all be done with the piezosurgically. And these only grafts the problem with the only grafts is that this is more invasive and the uptake may not be there. But if we do a ridge split, there is always a blood supply is maintained, and that area has less chances of degeneration and less chances of rejection of the graft. And guided tissue regeneration also, in some cases, it is predictable, but if we have a horizontal bone loss, we cannot have very predictable results with that. So alveolar ridge technique, split technique, was devised to avoid all these complications related with the earlier methods that was used. And we saw that there was almost 98% to 100% survival rates following the same time placement of implants as we do the ridge split technique. So it's a predictable and a reliable procedure with low invasiveness. So how do we do alveolar ridge technique? It was given by Tatum in 1986, and later on in 1994 it was modified, and he used the green stick fracture. We try to maintain the integrity of the bone at the lower level and its blood supply by a green stick fracture, depending upon the elasticity of the bone. More the non-mineralized tissue, more the elasticity of the bone. So in younger patients, it gives better results as in the older patients, because older patients tend to have more brittle bone, which tends to fracture rather than have a green stick fracture. So it can be done in 2 steps, either the bone augmentation at one procedure, and later on we put the patient for the implant placement after 3 to 4 months of healing after putting the graft in the split. Or we can do it as a 1-step procedure also. So if the residual ridge is less than 3 millimeter, but not less than 2 millimeter, and these are separated by a thin cancellous bone. So this is one of our patients. It avoids the second surgical site because we are not augmenting the bone and micro movements of the implant. If we are using the particulate bone, there are chances that there will be micro movements of the implant. So that is avoided in the ridge split, because we have a solid bone on 2 sides of the implant, which will stabilize the implant. So ridge splitting, it results in space between the bony walls and creates ideal conditions for regeneration, because we have an intact blood supply and rich osteoinductive cellularity, because we are ultimately depending upon the cancellous bone to regenerate the bone in that area. So it's more predictable in maxilla than in mandible, because as we know that there is more cancellous bone in the maxilla. It's only the width deficiencies which you can treat. You cannot treat the horizontal deficiency. And minimum ridge width should be 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter. And available bone, that is the height of the bone, should be at least 10 millimeter. And there should be no concavities. So these are some of the conditions where you can do ridge split. You cannot do ridge split in the cases where there's horizontal loss of bone. So there are traditional methods. We can do it with the chisel and hand, osteotomies, and motorized ridge expander, threaded laser, and ultrasonic piezoelectric device. So it can be used by these reciprocal saw, piezoelectric device, chisels, and hammers. I have already told you about the disadvantages of these bars and discs. And these are the various methods where this ridge, which was very narrow, has been expanded and it can now easily accommodate an implant. So you first make a score, then saw it, deepen, insert the spreader, spread it, place the implants, and then this is done with the disc. And the use of chisels is time consuming and it's very technically sensitive. You cannot, it has a long learning curve. The use of chisel and mallet will take a lot of time, and it's best done, of course, by the oral surgeons. So it's performed if it's performed by this, it is a soft tissue and delicate. These tissues can be damaged if we're using the normal mechanical methods. And if it's close to teeth, then it also can be difficult to handle those chisel, mallet, or the bars. And as we are using those rotary instruments, we lose the control over the cutting area. So this alveolar ridge splitting technique can be used regardless of the bone quality. If it's it's D1, D2, D3 bone, we can use it on all those bones. But the requirement is that it should be, this is one of the cases what we did in the department. Minimal horizontal bone should be at least 2 millimeter. The length of the area, the height of the bone should be at least 10 millimeter, because we need to place the implants and it should be fully inserted into this bone. And horizontal osteotomy is at least 1 millimeter before the neighboring tooth. It should not, the horizontal osteotomy should be at least 1 millimeter away from this neighboring tooth. So in 1995, Scipino described another variation why when a partial thickness flap is created, followed by vertical intraosseous incidence and simultaneous placement of buccal cortical plate, including a portion of calcaneus bone and the implant placement. So he said that partial placement and it can be put back and it can be stabilized with that. So this is the first patient, what I will be showing you. This was the patient who had 5 teeth missing in the lower anterior areas. And this is a flap reflection. You have to reflect the flap with 2 vertical incisions. And it has to be, the flap has to be up to the alveolar mucosa, because then only you can reach this 10 millimeter of the vertical cut. So first horizontal cut is given, then the vertical cut is given in this area. So this is the extent of vertical cut, at least 10 millimeter deep. It's the placement of the ridge expander 2 millimeter at a time. This is the implant placement after that. And it's the pre-suturing, and we place the graft in the remaining area. We filled the rest of the areas with the graft. Graft placement was done and suturing was done. So this is the radiograph of the patient after the placement of implants. This is another case where it was a case of resorption, internal resorption, because of the previous treatment with the RCT. So this is the OPG of the patient. So this is a crestal incision that was given. This is the ridge split by the piezotome, what we have in the department. Ridge split, this was slightly made extended by the periosteal elevator, pilot drill, paralleling pin. Expander was done. It's easier to expand the maxillary bone. As I was telling you, there is more of the cancellous bone than the cortical bone, which is easier to manage. It's the placement of the implant placement, and this is the intraoral periapical radiograph of the same patient. So all these patients are doing well. And the ridge splitting, there is a article by Daniel W. It said that the combination of motor-driven ridge expansion and active tapping implant could be beneficial for decreasing the perforation area and thus minimizing the amount of bone grafting. We do not need to do a lot of grafting. We do only the particular grafting, and it's very predictable as compared to the only grafts. There's another article. This was one of the studies done by me and our colleagues, that we took the block grafts for the augmentation. We did it for the advanced periodontal cases where there was grade 1 and grade 2 mobility. In those cases, we did that. And we saw that there was minimal complications and low failure rate for intraoral block wound, where we took the block wound. So this is a case series which I want to show you. what we did with that. So earlier, this was a case which I used to do with the oral surgery people, because this is what I was telling you. I did not start with the equipment. I started with using autogenous valves. So in the cases where there's grade 2 or grade 3 mobility, and there is advanced bone loss, in those cases, we have horizontal bone loss, which is the most difficult thing to achieve in the periodontal procedures. We cannot have a horizontal bone augmentation. In those cases, it's the block grafts which are important, because block grafts have the structural stability. They can hold it on to the ridge, and particulate bone will just collapse with the type of the flap what we are suturing over it. So for the structural stability, we needed block grafts for these patients. So I was trying to work on that, but this is something unusual. You'll see that there is no marginal incision. There's an incision which was taken submarginal, because this tooth was grade 3 mobile almost, and I was doing my first experimentation with that. So I gave a submarginal incision, and this was a defect. It's almost covering it in the periapical areas. We further on went on to do this. This is what I was doing with the bar and the chisel. I needed an oral surgeon support for that. And we tried to fix the bone from underneath, not from the marginal area, which is the usual one. We tried to fix it on the underneath. And this was the block that was obtained with the use of bar and the chisel. We have a scraper in the department where we took some of the cancellous bone and cortical bone chips with scraping of bone, and we filled these areas in the interdental area, the defect, with the blocks, with the split blocks. We made the blocks into small areas and then fit it over there, and the rest we used this scraped bone. This is the pre-op radiograph. It's 2 months. These blocks are there. This is 5 months. I cannot say these are very ideal results, but the patient is still having this too after so many years. This was another case where I gave the normal incision, and this was the defect that was seen in relation with the central incisor. Because in the earlier case, I had a problem of holding this graft, and then it was difficult to split it. So I tried to split it over there only. This was again a case where I was using the bar and the chisel, not the piece of surgery. So you can see that the cut is very crude cut. We tried to fill this particle in that. But over a period of time, as I was telling you, cortical bone has its own disadvantages. It's avascular. And so the flap has to carry the vascularization. And if it's a big block, it will not have the capacity to cover the whole of the area. So in this case, we had to cut a part of the bone and maintain the rest. This is a pontic, which we have fitted natural to the pontic. This is the bone, although this big block of bone is slightly getting integrated with the host bone. And this is the natural tooth pontic we have fitted, but we had to cut a part of this bone to maintain the coverage. This was another case where now we had shifted to the piezo surgery. And in the same area, we used these blocks, which was red, and we fitted in that. And this is the X-ray, you can see on that. And this is another case where all these three were almost grade 3 mobile, small blocks of bone with the chips, and we tried to fit it, the small chunks of bone for the horizontal augmentation, and the rest of the gaps were filled with the scraper, the bone obtained by the scraper. So this is the post-op result. There's another case of the bone loss in the furcation area. In that, we took the bone from the external object, and you can see the precise cut over this that fixed this bone in the furcation area. And the rest of the area was filled. Over here, we did not use the scraper, and we used the particulate bone just to see the effect of the combination of autogenous bone with the xenografts. So this is the pre-op and the post-op result of the same. There's another case where again there was a lot of bone loss, and this patient did not want to go for the extraction. In that case, we wanted to try that. We first did the splinting of these teeth, and in this case, we got a block of bone from the symphysis area using a rectangular area in this way, not like this. Again, some marginal incident because these teeth were not mobile, so we tried to put the bone over here. This is the pre-op, this is the post-op. After RCTs and after doing ribond splinting in these cases, in this patient. And for the harvest of the bone, one of the authors, Cape, said that it's recommended for procedures like nerve mobilization. For example, if it's a very superficial inferior alveolar nerve, we can use it from that. And it is also noticed that the hemorrhage from the sides is less because it stops the moment it comes in contact with the soft tissues like the blood vessels or any neurovascular bundle. So these were confirmed by the author's expenses. And I want to conclude by saying that it's less traumatic and it's very beneficial for the patient because the soft tissues are not cut. Videos. Hello, Dadi sir. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Yes.
Can I start this video share, Dr. Amit?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Please, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
start, madam.
Was the presentation full audible or it was
Yes,
not
madam.
audible?
It was audible, madam.
Okay, okay. I'll just share this video. I have actually, we used to do this. I want to share one thing. We used to do it like hands-on. Hands-on is like the participants have their hands on the bone. So I tried to simulate the same thing. I made videos of the almost the way I used to teach them in my piezo surgery workshops. So I have made two videos. One is for the which simulates the synodous membrane of the
Ma'am, your voice is lagging.
Madam, your voice is breaking, madam. Madam, we are not able to see you, ma'am.
Sir, can
Good afternoon. It seems there are some network issues at Madam's end.
So was this the last presentation, sir, for today?
Yes, this was the last presentation, but
Okay.
I'm not sure about Madam's network issues. She doesn't.
So it was really like to congratulate you, sir, because there are 4 good topics that have been selected: laser, sticky bone, recession, piezo. Very good topics have to be selected for as a clinical training session.
Is Madam there with us?
No, sir, she's not there. She's not there, sir.
Was she able to?
I'm calling her, sir. Neetu, yeah? I'm just calling her to check.
Yeah, sure. So let's see how we can sort out these issues. So I hope you enjoyed the 4 sessions today. It was
Yeah, it was good, sir. It was good, sir. They were very informative, sir. They were very informative.
very wonderful. Unfortunately, because it's online, these 4 programs were supposed to be our hands-on programs for the physical conference. So makes a world of difference. But since nothing is possible anymore,
Yeah,
so
you have done a good job. Whatever thing was possible, you have done a good job, sir.
Yes, sir. But like I was talking to some of my colleagues, I said we have put in a lot of hard work. So he said, so long as internet works properly everywhere, you should not have a problem. So when connectivity is a problem, things are not in our control.
So was this program available for all the the PGs who had?
Yes, sir.
So then, okay. So because the number of participants that I see is less, so that's why I asked.
So no, sir. What you see are the participants on our Zoom meeting. This is being
Oh.
relayed live to the venue, no?
Okay.
So we had around 700 people in the hall just few minutes ago.
Oh, I see, sir. So
Yeah.
this was the okay. This was.
Yeah, this is our
studio. This is the studio.
This is the studio. This is the studio, and we are broadcasting live to the. Have you visited the venue, sir?
No, sir, I'll do that, sir. I'll do
Yeah.
that.
So there, when you get into the auditorium, you get the feel. There were 700 plus people over there. So,
Okay.
yeah. So
It's more than 1,000, sir.
Yeah, overall there were no, particularly just few minutes ago in this hall that were there.
It was more than 10,000 in auditorium only.
1,000.
That's a huge number. That's a good number.
I'm sorry, it's 1,000. 1,000 plus. I'm so sorry.
Is Dr. Amit Benjamin also there, sir?
Amit, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So Neetu, can you put the 3 of us on screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Amit, sir, you do a lot of piezo surgeries also.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I remember first presentation on piezo was your presentation that I had
Yes, sir.
attended. So
Ajman University, sir.
Yes, absolutely. When we had gone to the ISP abroad. So how do you find the sessions today, sir?
So sessions were excellent. Everything was very well organized, starting from the login to the main page. And everything was going as per the book. But as you mentioned, connectivity is out of our control.
Yes, we cannot do anything with that.
But good synchronization with the backend team as well as the operating team.
It's really a good synchronization.
So the answer, I think Madam has come back.
Okay, fine. That's fantastic. I will stop my video.
Madam, are you playing the video, Madam? Madam, you're not audible, Madam.
She has to unmute.
Yeah.
Madam has to unmute.
Everything shut down. I'm just trying to open the video.
No problem, madam.
Okay, madam.
We're all here.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody moved an inch.
Ma'am, you're not audible, ma'am.
She has to unmute herself.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You can hear the voice from the video? Branches of dentistry, including our own
Yeah, now
surgery.
we can hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
For the hands-on course, I will be telling you something about the instruments, and we'll be performing 2 hands-on exercises. One is on the egg, which simulates the sinus lift procedures, because if you look at the membrane inside the shell of the egg, it simulates the cylindrous membrane of the sinus. And then we'll be doing another exercise on the goat mandible. So I'll tell you briefly about this instrument. So we earlier had an earlier type of instrument, which was the first prototype of the instrument from Acteon. And the main manufacturers of this piezosurgery unit are the Metron. They were the pioneers for the piezotomes. And there are many companies making it Acteon. It does not matter, but whatever works well with you, the good reputed company, if you plan of buying such an instrument for your own clinical use or for your own use in the college or somewhere else, wherever you are using this. So this is a slightly latest type of instrument. It's called a cube, since it results like a cube. So if you look at the settings of this, it has 4 settings for the bone type. D1, D2, D3, and D4. As you know, as you go to the 4, it gets more and more denser. So you can have settings on that. At the same time, it has the settings for the water outcome. So you can have like from minimal water supply to a maximum 100. So you somehow arrange it in the middle for the patient, because you need to have a coolant. And this saline, it should be refrigerated, because not only will it cool the heating tissues, it will also be useful if it has a temperature which is less. So the cooling of the tissues and the cooling of the bone particularly will be much more effective if you refrigerate it before using it. So this is the saline which we are using, and this is the supply of this instrument, and this is about the instruments. And even if this instrument has an added advantage, and if, like for example, while going through cutting of bone, we see that the bone is getting harder or it getting denser and all, it automatically shifts from its different types of settings. It shifts to the next setting and it will go to that setting. So that's the advantage of this newer ones. So this is the handpiece, and it has an LED light at its end. This is the tip. I will show you the book also. This tip is used for different types. And this we have already discussed about its handpiece and how the electrical energy micro vibrations. So this basically what I have told you in the it fractures the trabeculae basically. That's how it stops working the moment it comes in contact with the soft tissues. So this is the working of that. So piezoelectricity, as you can know from this, it is used in many applications. For example, oral surgery. In this chapter, I'll show you what are the different types of applications for this. For example, see, this explains the different type of bone. That D1 is the high density and the weaker D4 is the worst type of bone that can be used in the implants. And we will be talking about the autogenous bone. So the earlier one unit we had a different kits for sinus lift, we had a different kit for the bone surgery we had, but in this kit we only got this 6-piece kit, which has an assorted type of tips used for different types, and there are 2 tips. One is this round bar, which is along with this is used for the cutting instrument is used for the sinus lift, And we have some additional tips which will be used. We will be using. These are the 2 additional tips. I will show you how to. For the areas where you have to smooth in the window which you have made into the going into the sinus. So this is the simulation of the surgery which we use in the direct sinus lift. So this is the types of tips. So this one is usually bone surgery tip 1, and this tip is a saw type of a tip, and this is the tip which is used for the bone surgery. It's usually used for the this we will be using for the gold mandible. This is used for taking up the autogenous bone in the symphysis areas. I will be working on that. So this is the different types of tips: angulated and the straighter one, the shorter handle and the longer one, and this is the bone surgery tip, which is at an angle for the posterior cutting of that. And this is the left and right. If you look at the L, it's the left-sided use. It's the R is the right-sided use. This is also bone surgery tip. It's also used in the sinus lift for smoothing the edges. And these are all bone surgery tips which are used in the different applications for taking the autogenous graft. The angulated ones actually go and undermine the bone and take up the bone tissue from there. So these are the different tips. There is a tip which splits the ridge, and this is how we can widen the ridge and go for the implants. That is the crest spreading. These are the crest spreading tips. Not that this instrument comes with all the tips, maybe you will have to purchase them separately if you want to use it for different types of applications. So these are the crest spreading tips which are for different types of issues. So I will be stimulating the egg for the sinus lift, since its membrane will simulate the synaptic method. So what type of instruments we use for that? This is one diamond coated tip which will be used initially for taking having the window in the sinus, the lateral window in the sinus, and we also use the round tip, diamond coated ball or round tip, which is used for smoothing the edges. And then what I was telling you, this is the sinus lift 3, or it's also called as the elephant's foot, which is used for separating. It's a non-cutting tip, is integrated, elevating the membrane by making undermining on the window. Whatever window we have made with the other 2 tips, we're trying to undermine that window with this elephant tip. So this is another tip, that is the sinus lift 4. It's a non-cutting spatula, which is used mostly for the disengagement of anatomical structures, and it should be permanently touching the bone, and that is how we use this one. This tip we don't have. This is the sinus listed, and it's the angulated one of the same one when you are trying to smoothen the areas. So this is the sinus lift. How you do it? There are different steps. First, you will be using this. Then we will be using the ball. Then we will be using this elephant foot, and then we will be separating these structures from the surrounding areas with the semicircle type of a tip, and then this is the grafting portion and this is the suturing portion. So now we will work on this egg. You can work at your own place also. This is some unusual situation, otherwise hands-on means hands-on. But you should be there to visualize what is happening. So now we'll concentrate on this. So we will be first making a window. So we'll delineate the area what we want to make. So if we have to have a window of this size, we will make a cut around this. The first thing is you have to know when only that's the hard part of the egg. What basically means that the contents of the egg should not fall, because it stops the moment it comes in contact with the substitute. You can see this groove. You can see the groove. The groove over there. are taking the mineralized portion of the eggshell. The important thing in using this instrument is that you have to use feather touching. You don't have to push. Don't have to put pressure on the thing, because otherwise it will lose its ability to fracture the gravity in the bone or the mineralized content of the egg. So we are trying to eliminate this window. Now you can see this groove will shift to the another instrument. That is the ball. Push it. Now we will use the elephant foot. So now we are trying to do it. See, this is a raw egg and this membrane is intact. Okay, this is the membrane which is intact. So this is how it works in the sinus also. Imagine this to be cylinder membrane. This is a raw egg. If it would have been broken, the contents would leak. So this is a sure shot method of knowing that only the mineralized tissue is cut and not the non-mineralized or the soft tissue. Okay. So this second video we are taking for the demonstration of taking autogenous graft from the goat mandible. This goat mandible is if it's with soft tissues, it can be used for the demonstration of soft tissues also, and the bone part can be used for the demonstration of taking autogenous grafts also. For example, if you want to have demonstration of periodontal surgeries, you can have this clavicular incisions and then the demonstration of vertical incisions, and then learn about the periostal elevation of flaps and all. Since we are not doing that, we are just having a demonstration of how to take autogenous graft from the symphysis area. But since the symphysis in this goat mandible does not resemble like that, we are going to get rid of these soft tissues from here. Although this goat mandible can also be, I think, another video demonstration for the soft tissue grafts by Dr. Didar. And that's done on the cadavers also, but that can also be demonstrated in the goat mandible. So we are getting rid of these soft tissues from here. And since for your better visualization, actually in the human this jaw or the mandible, we are taking grafts somewhere beyond. We will calculate, for example, if we have a root length of 10 millimeter or so, we'll go beyond that and we take a graft from this portion. But since this does not exactly remember, for a better visualization, we'll take depth, and then we have the capsulous bone. So with the piezo surgery, as I was telling you, that it fractures the trabecule. So once we first use that piezo-surgical tip on the mandible, or for that matter on any bone, if we are going into the cortical bone, it will be slightly harder and it will take some more time. But then once we enter, which is 1.5 to 2 millimeter in the depth, once you enter the calcareous bone, we are going to have a sudden feeling of dip in the tip. So at that time, you should know that you have reached the calcareous bone. I'll demonstrate the same. Now I'll show you which tip to open the saw tip. There are many variations of this saw tip available. And this is a straight one which will be used earlier, and then there are angled ones which are used for the undermining of bone. So we will be taking a, if we were taking it from symphysis of a human being, so it would be something scary. For example, if you have defects in the bone, when you are going for the periodontal surgery, so you can use the same side. For example, if you have a defect in the anterior teeth, you can take from the symphysis and use the bone in the interdental areas. If you have the bone defect in the posterior areas, for example, in the furcation sites, then you can take from the external oblique ridge and take the local bone, so that you don't have a second surgical site. This is the most important condition, because if you have two surgical sites, the morbidity is more. There are two areas where, and the cost factor is also there, because then you need a general surgeon to take it from the external sites. So this is one of the advantages, since it's less traumatic, this piezo-surgical unit. So you can very well do it as an OPD procedure and take the graft and use it in the same surgical site which we have already exposed because of the defects over there. So if we are basically first delineating a portion of the bone, we have to measure how much bone we need for the surgery. With the probe, you can measure that much of bone and take out exactly that amount of bone from there. So if we 2 millimeter by 4 millimeter or 5 millimeter bone, we can delineate this area by the blue. And as you can see that bone is slightly, again, very important for you to understand that this is standard practice. Not the bone is only. Block graph. So this is a block graph. There are advantages and disadvantages of both. The particle graph, although it's available and give the patient to go for the surgical therapy to have that bone, but at the same time, the particle bone lacks structural stability. It cannot be used in areas where there is a large defect and you need some horizontal augmentation of bone. But block grafts can be used for structural stability, and they can be used also for areas where where we can do the horizontal augmentation of bone. And this, of course, can be used for augmentation of the implant sites where bone is deficient, because as you know that implants should be placed where they should be and not where the bone is. So that is the best area where there will be the best distribution of forces for the implant. So in those areas also you can easily use this bone graft. What we are doing, we are cutting the body bone, giving it to this area. You can see the cut. It's a very precise cut. And it's a very 0.5 millimeter cut, very precise, very easy for the body to see this area. We have almost delineated this whole area. It's important that in the corner areas you are very precise. Because these areas are still stuck to the underlying bone, it will be very difficult for you to take out the graft. very important that in the corner you are very precise and you make the cut. As we are approaching as the semicircular portion of this going, we will suddenly together. The moment we enter the capsule, suddenly see that it is moving more easily. It's very hard and not easy to distinguish it from the underlying. Make sure that the circular portion of all the parts on the sides of the bone disappear. Now we'll try to see whether this is disengaged. So you can do that with the periosteal. Because it's not moving, we need to straighten more cutting. So look at this. This is the cancers portion. The cancer portion. Now again, you can take out bone with the scraper from this portion. And once you engage this cortical bone with a bit of calcium bone in the areas, maybe like this, then you can add some, to fill the gaps, you can add this calcium bone. Which can be taken with the scraper.
Dr. Arun, may I start with the question?
Sure, sir. Start with.
Excellent presentation, madam.
Thank you so much.
There are two related queries. One is that Is a post-operative inflammation significantly reduced by piezo as compared to the rotary instruments? And related to that is, would you see a future of replacement of the implant drills by the piezo surgery?
Sure, sir. Sir, there are 3-4 things what we should understand. It's a very precise cut. Another thing is it stops at the moment it comes in contact with the soft tissues. So it's not cutting the major blood vessels, it's sparing them. So healing is definitely better. There is a area which is bloodless because of the less cutting of the tissues. And piezo surgery has been used in implants. It has been used. We had that earlier prototype I was showing in the video. We had a prototype where there was an implant kit also. So we already are using that. And many studies have shown that the osseointegration with the piezo surgery with cutting is much better than what is found with the normal what kits we are getting. We definitely are seeing a good future of that, because not only does not it affect the osteoblast and the osteoclast in that area, it does not necrose them. We have many histomorphic. There was Elstein's histological and histomorphometric study where he saw that there was the viability of the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts was maintained in the areas where there was the piezoelectric kits were used. So that will definitely, that has definitely in some studies, they have seen that osseointegration was definitely better with the use of piezosurgery kits. Of course, we can see that. Of course, we don't have the other markets like the people who are already making implant kits. They will not like these piezosurgery people to come up with that. That will really decrease their business and all. But we had a kit and we have placed 2-3 implants with that kits. The earlier kit, but it broke and we had to give it back and we got the new one. But we had a kit with the piezo surgery used for the implant. We had an implant kit with that. So we definitely can see that in the future we can have better osseointegration with the use of piezosurgery.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. I just wanted to know one thing, madam. So you said that the healing will it be faster than a normal resective surgery, ma'am?
Right, sir.
It will be faster than okay. But another thing I wanted to ask you, madam, with regard to that, the pressure application on the handpiece. Will increased pressure application cause
problem? Yeah, I actually the problem with this is, again, I want to say that you have to see the cost effectiveness of this. It's a very expensive instrument. I only see advantage in using this instrument since grafts are so expensive, and if you carefully use this kit, we will definitely benefit. But regarding the pressure, what you are saying, I use pressure in one of these kits and I broke a tip which was 35,000. After that, I'm very careful. You have to use the feather edge, because the moment you are putting pressure on the tip, what happens is that those vibrations are stopped. Your vibration is stopped. It does not cut. It dips inside the tissues, and it can not only
it's a problem with Adam's video.
put it in the contact mode. You have to put it in contact with the tissues. It automatically will cut. It will break the bone.
Okay. And madam, another thing I just wanted to ask, do you combine this with any tunneling procedures? Can you use this along with tunneling procedures, ma'am?
No, how can we use it? It's not working on the soft tissues. It's not working on the soft tissues.
Okay.
Tunneling of what? Tunneling
no, I'm asking for any, for example, an accelerated orthodontic procedure that
we have used it. I actually thought the time will not be enough. We are using it.
Vilcodontics, ma'am. Can we? Ma'am, can't hear you, ma'am. Can't hear you. Ma'am, you're not audible, madam.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, you're not audible, madam. Yeah, could you please repeat, madam? Please
I'll repeat it. We are already using in one of the one of the thesis of the this student. We are using it with the this orthodontics. we are giving vertical cuts, and
That's what I asked you.
called periodontally accelerated orthodontic procedure. So in those cases, initially it was used with extensive flap reflection and a lot of this. Now we don't have to do that. We just give cuts in the middle of the teeth, in the radicular between the radicular portions of the teeth.
That's what I
And
asked.
then we just give the cuts. Yeah, that thesis is in progress. My personal opinion I can give only after that thesis is completed. But the literature says, of course, it accelerates any of it accelerates the procedures.
Okay. There's one question. Can I ask you from the audience, ma'am? They're asking whether there's any contraindications for piezoelectric surgery.
I think only the cost. There's no other contraindication.
Is there any?
It's a very patient-friendly instrument. I am not actually promoting any company or any equipment, but I would like to say that it's very nice instrument for a periodontist, because it cuts the bone so softly, and we are concerned about that 1 or 2 millimeter of bone, which is so important for us. Only contraindication is the cost. If you cannot afford it, it's the only contraindication.
Okay, ma'am. Anyway, I think that's the end of it, ma'am. Do we thank you so much, madam, for an excellent presentation on the varied applications where we have used it, and you've showed so many cases where you have done it, madam, as well as the video presentation of how going about it, madam. Thank you so much, madam. It was a very nice.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Thank you, Dr. Arun. It was a wonderful with you, wonderful chairpersons, and thank you, Dr. Nitin Dani, for being there throughout the day. Did you have your lunch?
Welcome, ma'am.
Did you have lunch? I don't think you had lunch also.
So would also like to thank Daddy sir for giving us an opportunity, sir, for chairing the session.
I already know Dr. Amit, but I don't know you much, Dr. Arun, but I have been to your college earlier.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Lunch over there. Thank you.
I see. Thank you, madam. Daddy sir.
Hemlata, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for delivering such a remarkably outstanding session on piezo and periodontal surgeries, ma'am. It was so thought-provoking and which shed light on our spectacular topic. We truly admire the fascinating talk which you gave and the series of cases you have shown, and we would like the step-by-step explanation which you have given along with the video. And we would like to thank Dr. Amit Benjamin and Dr. Arun Sadashivan sir for being chairpersons of this session and extending their warm support to Indian Society of Periodontology. We had a lively question and answer session too, sirs, and we are so grateful for the chairpersons for sparing their valuable time. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Hemlata, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining this wonderful session on clinical training to start off the 19th ISP PG convention with a bang. Look at the topics that we had today: lasers in soft and hard tissue surgery, sticky bone in periodontal and peri-implant regeneration, treatment strategies for gingival recession, and piezo and periodontal surgery. Wonderful presentations by Dr. Rashmi Hegde, Dr. Johnson Raja, Dr. Vikendra Yadav, and Dr. Nimfia Pandit ma'am. I'm sure we were all glued to our seats from 9 o'clock in the morning, and on dot at 4:30 we will be winding off. Now tomorrow we will have 2 keynote sessions by our international faculty. The first one will be by Dr. Elian Ramanos on the Gummy Smile in 2025, the combo treatment. And the second one, that will be at 9 o'clock, and the second one will be at 10 o'clock, which will be guided implant surgery and real-time videography for implant placement by Dr. Amit Mohendra. Then there will be a short break of an hour, and then we will start the next session, which is exactly my point, your take, which is a sort of a debating session. The first one from 12 to 1 will be about periodontitis and heart attack, whether it's a myth or a reality, and the second one on the influence of periodontal therapy on systemic parameters. Are they statistically significant or clinically relevant? I'm sure all of you had a fantastic time today, and like Madam said, I was there for the whole day, which normally I don't do at a physical conference. So we are missing meeting every one of you, but it is so nice to see all of you, and good efforts by the people who are conducting the show, the conference venue, the people from WAMA, They're absolutely helpful and very cooperative. Anything you ask them is available at a touch of a button. To see you all tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And tomorrow is going to be another riveting day for us. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you,
sir.
sir. Take
Bye,
care.
madam.
Bye.
Bye, Dr.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
Bye, Doctor.
Bye, Dr. Amit.
Madam, nice one.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Holding slide, Niku. We can all leave the room now. No problems. Good job, everybody.
Thank you, sir. हेलो वेलकम अच्छा अभी ये सेशन रिकॉर्डिंग